And are you guys going to come at this? You want
Yeah,
to sit or you want to stand?
I guess I'll stand. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'll come and stand. I've got my notes, so
I'll
it'll
do
be
whatever
easy.
you're doing.
So there's the clickery part,
Yep.
the thing in the center. If you want to go back, that's it.
The red one. Right. Okay. Yeah.
If
I'm just gonna have one slide.
it's screwed up, we'll say something and we can talk them through it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third and final day of our International Conference on World War II.
I know it's really
If you could please find your seats, and please do find those cell phones. Number of interruptions throughout the day, throughout every session yesterday, not pointing fingers. But if we could please make sure we don't disrupt the proceedings, that's greatly appreciated by all of your fellow attendees.
I can't see anything. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to continue mission. This morning, the topic, Italy, Liberation and Occupation. I'm Dr. Mike Bell. I'm the Executive Director of the museum's Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. I've been with the museum now for 4 years and 2 weeks, and it's an incredible mission. But in this session, you get to hear from best-selling authors John McManus and Keith Lowe as they discuss the fierce battles of the Italian campaign of 1943 and examine the challenges of resilience in a city caught between liberation and occupation in a grinding campaign that's also marked by political violence. In some ways, as we were talking earlier, is there actually an ongoing civil war beyond that in Europe? And then we'll look at the political, economic chaos, fledgling military government, and ineffective aid and reconstruction might be a way to put that, but we'll see. But, I'm really privileged to join the stage with two thoughtful, amazingly talented, prolific scholars and gentlemen. They've absolutely enriched our museum programs. And so if you have an opportunity to listen to them or to travel with them, can't recommend them more highly. Keith Lowe is a critically acclaimed author, historian. Nick mentioned his book, Prisoners of History, yesterday. It's a great read. Hamburg, 1943, for those that won the 80th anniversary cruise, very insightful. And his Savage Continent, Europe in the Aftermath of World War II is an international bestseller. But today we're going to hear about Naples, 1944 from Keith. And John McManus, I'm not sure how to introduce him other than he's the curator's distinguished professor of U.S. military history at Missouri University of Science and Technology, the author of 15 books. He recently completed the 3-volume History of the U.S. Army and the Asia-Pacific Theater, but he's a master who can really cover the entire war as he looks at it. And so I've got got goosebumps just thinking about these two gentlemen. And with that, I'm going to turn the stage over to John, and we're going to continue mission.
Thanks, Mike. Morning, everybody. How's it going? Some of you may have expected James Holland. I'm a lot shorter than he is, but very good buddy is. I want to send out my best to him and hopefully do justice to whatever he might have told you. I want to give you something of the strategic backdrop for the events we're going to be talking about, and in particular, of course, the invasion of Salerno. So, without further ado, let's take a look at that. We're looking at, yes, cool, great map that Keith provided me. Thank you, Keith. Why are we invading at Salerno? What's the deal with that? What are we running into, and what is this like? Of course, the Battle of Sicily has completed by the latter part of the summer of 1943. There have been, in the midst of that, some just really intense negotiations with the Italian government to get Italy out of the war. Italy is looking desperately for a lifeline from the Allies because Italian authorities are terrified of a German occupation, which of course is in the offing. Mussolini had been deposed, but he's not really off the board yet because many of you know, of course, he has been rescued by German commandos and set up in a kind of rump state, and Mike alluded to a civil war. That's precisely what is starting to go on in Italy at this stage. So in the meantime, the thinking is that for the Allies is that they're going to double down a bit on their success in Sicily, that there's no point invading Sicily if you're not going to go to the Italian boot itself, and that perhaps this is a good backdoor into the European continent. I don't know that necessarily we'd say it will negate the need for an invasion of France, but there's at least a hope that you'd have a backdoor way into the Balkans or southern Germany, or at a minimum, get some pretty important strategic air bases. Eventually, the Allies are going to have that at a place called Foggia. The northernmost place we can invade and still have any semblance of air cover is at Salerno. Salerno is not ideal. We're all looking at the map here, and you can see it's a crescent shape for this beach and this beachhead that we're going to have there. Now, immediately, that's a problem because any defender can really bracket invading forces, hitting them from either side with some pretty deadly fire. Just inland from a lot of the landing beaches is some pretty high ground, as the map denotes. So it's almost like as if Lieutenant General Mark Clark, the commander of Fifth Army, of which he is in control of this operation, he used the term "you get hemmed in," and I think that's really appropriate. So you're dealing with some pretty tough terrain. You're dealing with the very limits of your air cover on the fighter and tactical side. You're dealing with a situation in which your naval force is about 700 plus ships. Could be very, very vulnerable to land-based air, and will be as things turn out. And then it's kind of a shoestring in terms of how much in the way of ground forces you can get aboard the available shipping that we have. So in the end, it's about a 3-division operation, which is impressive when you think about it, given the shipping demands all over the globe for this Allied war effort. And what we've been able to do at Sicily, obviously this is not quite as big an operation, but still pretty substantial. So it's 2 British divisions, as you see, the 46th and the 56th. The U.S. complement is the 36th Infantry Division. Texas National Guard are the T-Patchers. Now, they are brand new to combat. We're also going to have United States Army Rangers, who are on that extreme northern flank, along with British commandos. And the idea being to take key positions that overlook the entire beachhead. Salerno invasion is supposed to go off on September 9th, 1943. By that time, Eisenhower's headquarters has succeeded in establishing an agreement with Italy to basically get out of the war. The Allies call it an unconditional surrender. The Italians call it an armistice. Whatever we're calling it, they're supposedly not in the war anymore. Now, this seems to be great news at first blush. Italy's out of the war. We're going to have a nice entry point into Italy. They will welcome us, but there's this little problem called the Germans. They are, have a little reaction to this, and unfortunately, we've got some pretty substantial armor and Panzer Grenadier units that are in the neighborhood that can provide some problems for us. So a lot of the American soldiers, in particular the 36th, when they hear this news, they rejoice. But actually it's the worst news you could get, because it means the opposition you're going to face is going to be, almost uniformly German versus perhaps disinterested Italian. And the Italians are not able to assist us in much of any meaningful way. And this is the nut of the negotiations that have been going on for so long. The Italians saying, hey, land people in Rome, we'll help you there, all this crazy stuff. And the Allies are going to have to figure out that we really can't count on that. And so it's really just a matter of invading a more or less hostile coast, trying to get ashore, and then obviously trying to advance to the airfields around Foggia, and then beyond that to Rome. Now, Montgomery's 8th Army has invaded at the toe of the Italian boot in what's called Operation Baytown on September 3rd, so about a week before this. And they're supposed to link up then with 5th Army that comes ashore. Well, as many of you may know, pretty quickly the Salerno landings kind of go sideways. This is a tough shoestring. You're landing too, you may notice from the map as well, you're landing forces on either side of a pretty substantial river, the Sele River. So the river kind of bisects the beachhead area. So the 36th Division is going to land mostly south. Eventually you're going to have the 45th Division come in as a reserve force as well. But not initially, okay? So the Allies, the pattern of this battle, I'm not necessarily going to bore you with the tactical weeds of all the back and forth, but the pattern of this battle is the Allies are going to be able to kind of get fledgling units ashore, but it's a reinforcement game. The Germans are reinforcing the area. They, of course, have ideal ground to just rake the beaches over with fire. Some of it tank fire, some of it artillery fire, machine gun fire, sniper fire. I mean, you name it. The beach is a very dangerous place. So how quickly can Clark then reinforce his formations ashore? And really the crisis point is that first 4 to 5 days or so when the battle ebbs and flows, and there is some deliberation among the 5th Army staff about the possibility of having to evacuate the beachhead, which of course would have been a kind of political and propaganda disaster, and the Germans are going for that, the idea of snuffing out the beachhead, making it seem in tandem with what had happened at Dieppe the year before, almost impossible to invade Hitler's defended Europe. So what ends up coming out of this is the Allies are going to fight, of course, very hard on the ground in this reinforcement game. But they have some serious assets. You're going to have airstrikes that impede the German reinforcement and counterattacks. But I would argue the naval gunfire support is really the game changer. And that is a pattern for the future. Now, we'd seen that in Sicily too, but we're going to see that eventually in Normandy, that wherever German armor is operating within the range of our naval guns, it's in trouble. And you start to see this emerge somewhat at Salerno. There's another interesting dynamic too to this battle. Clark, at the height of what you could think of as like the desperate moment in Salerno, decides that he's going to have some airborne reinforcement as well. And so he turns to his very, very dear friend and West Point classmate, class of 1917, General Matthew Ridgway, the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division, which of course had jumped into Sicily and was currently at this point in around the Licata area, just kind of cooling its heels, resting, refurbishing, training for the next operation. He turns to Ridgway and says, I need you to put together an airborne drop like tonight. He says it's September 13th. It's interesting. He collars a fighter pilot named Captain Jacob Hamilton and gives him the message to fly to Ridgway's headquarters to make this request. And it just so happens that Ridgway, shortly before Hamilton landed at Licata, Ridgway had gotten aboard a C-47 to go visit Clark to coordinate on future operations. So the division chief of staff, Colonel Ralph Doc Eaton, he and Ridgway are like this. I mean, they're very, very close, very, very trusting relationship. He then has to send this kind of cryptic message to Ridgway in the air. He can't say what for, but he says, you're requested to come back here. And Ridgway's like, what's up with this? So Ridgway kind of has to make a tough decision. Do I continue with my original purpose here to try and go see Clark, or do I land? And if he'd gone to see Clark, it probably would have cost some time, weirdly. Instead, he decides to go land. He speaks with Hamilton, and Ridgway just sends a message back to Clark and says, can do. So they are going to basically plan a drop within the Allied perimeter. Now, the little bit of backdrop for this is that the Italians, as I mentioned, had asked for an Allied airborne drop on Rome with the 82nd Airborne Division. It's called Operation Giant 2, and I'm telling you, it would have been an absolute total fiasco. You're dropping an airborne division way behind what would be German lines. There would have been a lot of German opposition. It just would not have been good. And Ridgway had basically put his career on the line to oppose this thing. And it seemed almost to the last minute as if it was going to go, and he decided, all right, well, I've voiced my opposition, but I guess we're going to go, and so I'll lead it, you know. And at the last minute, he gets the word that it's called off, fortunately. So he had established the precedent that he was not in favor of suicide operations. I think a pretty good precedent. But he is Ridgway after all, and he's very aggressive. He's in favor of bold operations, and the Salerno drop is that. And so the way they're going to do this, they're basically going to have pathfinders. That's one of the lessons of Sicily, that you drop in people on the drop zones, and that they would mark it with the equipment that you've got, radar beacons and whatnot. And then also you're going to have the ground troops basically set out like gasoline fires, these like little controlled gasoline fires to mark the perimeter. So that evening of September 13th and 14th, the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment is dropped into the perimeter, and then the next night, the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment. And that is certainly a difference maker too. It's the exact kind of reinforcement and shot in the arm and kind of shock against the Germans that the beachhead does need. And I think that's not necessarily, it wouldn't be fair to say that is the ultimate turnaround, but I think it's certainly a contributing factor. And so the good news then is in the days that follow, these Allied forces will eventually break out from Salerno. The Germans will be foiled in that mission of trying to destroy the beachhead. And so they will eventually link up with 8th Army, which had been advancing mainly against mines and roadblocks, not a lot of enemy opposition. And then this kind of joint slug-it-out Allied advance north, mainly through the mountains. Here we end up with a difficult situation for the 82nd Airborne in particular, moving towards Naples, not necessarily in the form of enemy opposition, but the mountains where it's hard to resupply, it's hard to evacuate wounded. They're using mules to try and move people and stuff, but some of the paths are so narrow that the mules lose their footing and go down into these gullies and die. It's a horrible circumstance, but the mines, the booby traps. So as the 82nd Airborne Division, in tandem with the British 23rd Armored Brigade, is going to be moving into Naples, that's one of the problems you've got. And also the population, it's like killing you with kindness in the sense they're so excited to be liberated that they're clogging the roads and it's hard to move. So you're having to negotiate your way past that and then deal with the mines and booby traps. The Civil War element of this that I wanted to mention is that, remember, there are fascist partisans out there. And they're the ones doing a lot of that mining and booby trapping in tandem with the Germans too. This is within Naples itself. So when the 23rd Armored Brigade gets there first, and then with the 82nd Airborne behind, that's what they're looking at, is building to building some really serious issues. There's a terrible explosion in the Naples post office that kills several people, several civilians. There's an explosion in the barracks of the 307th Airborne Engineer Battalion that kills 23 American soldiers. There's a hotel that is like wired up with hundreds of pounds of TNT that's in the basement, and there's 2 guys from the 307th that go in, and these guys have nerves of steel. They go in and they disarm all this, and they haul the explosives away, and they do this about 30 minutes before it was set to explode. It's like a movie. So you have on your hands, Ridgway and Clark go into Naples aboard a half-track, and Ridgway has worked with the Naples police to get people off the street so that you can get your military forces in there. And so it's like a ghost town. But you have on your hands then that Civil War, because you hear all sorts of shooting going on, and the Americans then have to give orders saying, stop shooting or we will shoot at anybody with a weapon. And so that has to be quelled by the Italian police. And then, too, the humanitarian catastrophe that I think Keith will elaborate on even more. But you already see it from an 82nd Airborne point of view in Naples in early October, how hungry the population is, how much the Germans have destroyed all the infrastructure. There's no water. There's very little food. Disease is a serious problem. You've got a social catastrophe on your hand. It's in a major metropolitan area. And this, I think, is something of a preview of what we're going to have in the Italian campaign as a whole. The terrain is an issue, the German opposition, the Italian Civil War, the partisans you may run up against, the booby trapping and mining, which is always such an issue in the Italian campaign, and then the larger kind of humanitarian catastrophe that the Italian population now has to face, and we're in the middle of it, and we've kind of broken it and now need to buy it kind of thing. And the Allies are going to have to come face to face with that. So that's just something of the backdrop, admittedly from a kind of U.S.-centric point of view, but that's what Fifth Army is going to be up against, and as particularly at Naples, we see that pattern. So I will step aside now, mercifully shut up, and turn it over to my buddy Keith.
Hi. Great to be back. I have to say, this conference is kind of the highlight of my year. I love it here. I go to a lot of conferences, but this is the one. So you're lucky to be here. This is a great program, great people, friendly faces, some of whom I recognize from cruises and so on. Lovely to be here. Thank you also, John, for sort of parachuting in like the 82nd Airborne. And saving. I also want to send out my best wishes to James, who can't be here for problematic family reasons. So yeah, good luck, James. Right, let's get started. What's so good about James's book and the things that John writes about? They're great on the military aspects of the war. They can tell you fantastic stories of combat. They're the guys to go to. If you've ever read James's book, Savage Storm, I really recommend it. Get one here. They tell stories of the fighting, right? I'm the guy who then comes in and tells you what happens next. Because what do you do when you've got a devastated city, in fact, a devastated continent, which has been destroyed by World War II? What do you do? What happens next? These are questions that are going to be coming up in the world that we live in now. There's lots of wars going on right now around the world, ending right now in Gaza, Syria, Ukraine, Sudan. What happens next? War destroys so much, but what comes next? Anybody who's interested in these questions, especially when it comes to the Second World War, has to be interested in Naples. Because Naples is the first major city on the entire European continent to be liberated by the Allies. So what happens here is like a foretaste of what's going to happen over the next 18 months in places like Paris, Brussels, Amsterdam, Berlin, right? Naples is the testing ground where the Allies try out all of their post-liberation policies for the first time. And unfortunately, it's also where they make their biggest mistakes. But they learn from them, right? So that's what I'm going to talk about today, the kind of tragedies and triumphs of liberation. Right, so let's set the scene. The Allies are arriving in Naples, 1st of October, 1943. What does Naples look like? Well, the first thing to say is that it's been pretty heavily bombed, right? When we think of the bomber war, we always tend to think of Germany, 8th Air Force, masters of the air. But Italy has also been really heavily bombed, and nowhere more so than Naples. Naples, at this point, is the most bombed city in Italy. It's been bombed more than 100 times before we arrive. This here is a picture of the monastery of Santa Chiara, right in the center of Naples. It's a cultural jewel, this place. This was the place where St. Thomas Aquinas taught back in the 14th century, so it's really important culturally, not just to the Italians, but to the whole of Europe. And here, unfortunately, you can see it's reduced to a shell. I have another picture here. This is a residential area of Naples. I mean, look, it's not as bad as Hamburg or Dresden, right? But it's still pretty smashed up. So the Allies have done a lot of damage with their bombing campaign before they arrive. But it's nothing compared to what the Germans do. The Germans take over the city in September 43, just about the same time that the Allies are landing at the Salerno beaches. They're in control for the city for just 3 weeks, but they systematically destroy it before they leave. They blow up what's left of the port. They blow up all the factories, the power plants, the telephone exchanges. They blow up the hotels along the seafront. So this is what the seafront looks like this is a famous photo taken on the 2nd of October, the day after the Allies arrive. It's pretty devastated, right? So the Germans are pursuing this scorched earth policy, basically. They are trying to destroy everything that can be of any use to the Allies, whether that's power or places to billet their troops. So they destroy everything. But they really go beyond what's necessary. They're efficient, right, the Germans? So, for example, they set fire to the university. Why? Who knows? They burn down the archives, they burn the National Library, the Library of the Royal Society, they burn it all. There's this famous villa just outside Naples where the Neapolitans have moved all their most precious stuff, artistic collections, the archives of the Kingdom of Naples, back from documents lasting 1,000 years. They store them in this villa. The Germans turn up and they just burn everything. The caretaker of this villa says to them, look, there are documents in here dating back to Frederick Barbarossa, right? This is a Germanic emperor. This is as important to you as it is to us. Don't do it. They don't listen. They just destroy everything. They blow up the sewers. They blow up the water mains. They're trying to starve the city of any kind of fresh water supply. They're brutal. So when the Allies arrive, what they find is this city in ruins and a city really in crisis. So I'm going to read you here the report that was written by the Allied military governor who takes over on that day. He's a guy called Edgar Erskine Hume. He's a colonel with the Allied military government. This is what he writes in his report. At the time of our arrival, the city was in darkness. There was no electric power, no gas, sewage disposal, means of collecting refuse, facilities to bury the dead, air raid signals, telephones, ambulance service, fire protection, telegraphs, postal service, streetcars, buses, taxis, funiculars, railways, or regular water supply. Police organization had broken down, and after days of terror, there was almost a state of anarchy. No schools were open, courts were not functioning. The great port, second largest in Italy, had been almost wholly destroyed. All banks were closed, and the city's financial system was at a standstill. There was filth in the streets, and all shops are closed. Food was practically unobtainable, and people were starving. Despair was everywhere. Now, how do you deal with a city that looks like this? You've got to remember that the Allies are pretty new at this. They've got a little bit of experience in Sicily, but Naples is the first major city that they capture, and they've got to get it back up and running. So they throw everything they have at repairing the infrastructure of this city. The first thing they've got to do is repair the water supply. Water is absolutely essential. So they bring in water trucks. People have to queue up for hours to get. They're allowed just 2 bottles of water when they get to the front of this queue. 2 bottles of water each per day. This lasts for a couple of weeks. While they're doing that, they're repairing the sewers and the water mains. They bring in a couple of submarines to use their batteries to power the pumping stations. They're improvising all along the way, and they're really good at it. Within 2 weeks, they get the water system sorted out, back up and running. It's really incredible. Then they've got to repair the port. The port looks like this. The Germans have sunk over 300 ships in that port. They've filled it with mines and booby traps, as John was saying. But the Allies need this port, right? They need to be able to supply the city. It's the only way they can supply their troops up at the front. So they send in minesweepers to get rid of the mines. They send in explosive experts to deal with the booby traps and so on. They've got divers who go down into the water to cut through all the tangle of metal which is under the water. They try to remove some of these shipwrecks, and when it's impossible to remove the shipwrecks, they just build over the top of them. It's incredible. This is a picture of an Italian hospital ship which is sunk right by the harbor. And you can see they've just built a quay over the top of it. People can walk on it, jeeps can drive along it. It's brilliant improvisation. They're really efficient at doing stuff like this. You know, the first Liberty ship to dock at Naples harbor was there 3 days after they arrived. That's how quick they are. Within 6 months, they have not only repaired this port, they have made it into the biggest supply port in the world. So it's bigger than New York, bigger than London. It's the engineers who are doing this, by the way. You know, the military, fighting men, they're the ones who always get the glory, right? But here in Naples, the real heroes are the engineers. The speed with which they do this it's one of the miracles of the Italian campaign. There are so many incredible things that the Allies did when they arrived. I don't have time to go into them all, but I will give you just one more example, which is that when the Allies first arrive, there's a lot of homeless people in the city. They've been bombed out of their houses. They're living in tunnels and caves. Some of them, it's kind of back to the Stone Age in some ways. They've got no hygiene. They've got dirty clothes. They've only got 2 bottles of water a day, right? They can't wash. So hygiene and disease becomes a real problem. And a typhus epidemic starts raging through the population. This is a real problem. You don't want typhus in your city, and you certainly don't want it spreading to your troops. So the Allies have got to do something about this. They bring in a specialist team from the US who come up with this new plan. It's never been tried before, which is to dust all of the people in the whole of Naples with DDT powder. And they get this, imagine. They've got these sort of pumping guns. They put it down inside people's clothing, and they pump down this powder into their clothes. Insecticide powder kills the lice, stops the spread of the disease. They do this to over 1 million people in just 2 months. And they stop this epidemic in its tracks. It's an absolute miracle. It's written up in all the medical journals of the time because this has never been done before, and it works. So this becomes a precedent, and from then on, every time they liberate a city, every time they liberate a POW camp or a concentration camp, they do the same thing. They dust the entire population with DDT powder, and it's one of the main reasons why there is no Europe-wide epidemic in 1945. It's incredible. So there are a lot of things here that the Allies are doing right. They're doing things on the fly, and they're getting things right. Unfortunately, there are also a lot of things that they get wrong. And again, I don't have time to go into all of them, so I'll just highlight the one main thing, which is food. They don't get the food situation right at all. You know, when the Allies arrive, they've got this romantic notion about Naples, which is Naples is a land of plenty, right? It's surrounded by some of the most fertile land in the world. This wonderful volcanic soil fed by Vesuvius. I can tell you from experience that the best vegetables you will ever taste are in Naples. Try the tomatoes, you'll never look back. So they've got this sort of idea that Naples is going to feed itself. They don't need to bring in extra food. Naples will look after itself. But of course, there's no way that they can get this food from the countryside into the city because they've smashed up all the transport systems. And what they haven't smashed up, the Germans have smashed up. The Germans have taken away all the buses and all the trucks and all the vehicles along with them. So there's no way to get this food into the city. There's no way of preserving the food either because all the canning factories, which are around Naples, they've been blown up by the Germans before they left. So there's this real crisis going on. The only way to get food into the city to the people is by the Allies bringing it in. But the Allies aren't bringing it in. All they're concentrating on is feeding their troops, getting stuff to the front. That's all they're worried about. And so 1 million people begin to starve. That quote I gave you from Edgar Erskine Hume earlier, the shops are empty, the people are starving. The shops actually stayed empty for months after the Allies arrived. And in all that time, the only way to get food if you're a Neapolitan is by resorting to the black market. But as you can imagine, prices start to skyrocket during this time. By June 1944, the black market price for a loaf of bread is 160 lira, which to you and me, that's $1.60. But the average unskilled laborer working in Naples only gets paid 50 cents a day. So do the maths. It's more than 3 days' work to be able to afford a single loaf of bread. That's just not sustainable. So what happens? The people have got to get food, so they start leaving the city. They go walking out into the countryside with a suitcase. Some of them walk for days, sometimes weeks, trying to source food from anywhere and bring it back. They sell their jewelry, they sell their clothes, they even start selling their furniture, anything to get some food. In the city, you get to see people walking by the roadsides gathering weeds, because eating weeds is better than eating nothing. You see kids going through garbage cans looking for something to eat. This is a photo taken by a naval officer in 1944. All of the memoirs by GIs who passed through Naples at this time mention this. They hate it. People hate to see the kids eating out of garbage cans. It's one of the things that upsets people most. So the GIs they start to do what they can. They share their own food with the kids. They're not allowed to do this, by the way. They're banned from doing this, from sharing military supplies with civilians, but they universally ignore this and share their food with the kids. They do what they can. They can see that there's a crisis going on here. They just can't understand why the army bosses aren't doing something about it, so they do something themselves. It took more than 9 months for them to finally respond to this problem of the food. Perhaps we can go into some of the details about why it took so long in the Q&A. But in the meantime, for the people of Naples, this just looks like dithering. But I will say that after this 9 months have gone on, the Allies do finally learn their lesson. So they never make this mistake again when they liberate Paris, for example. They take extra supplies to make sure that the people are going to be fed. When they liberate the Netherlands in 1945, they raid their own emergency supplies in order to feed the people, because they can see a famine is going on and they don't want the same thing that happened in Naples to happen again. So they learn their lesson. Okay, moving on. I mentioned that there was this romantic notion about Naples as a land of plenty right before they arrived. There are all kinds of romantic notions that the Allies have about Naples. There's a kind of legend of Naples, really, which dates back to the 18th and 19th centuries. I have a picture here. This is the sort of imagination that people have of Naples. It's a beautiful place that you come as part of the grand tour. You go through, as a tourist, you go to Dresden, you go to see the artworks in Florence, you come down to Rome, and Naples is where you come to relax at the end of it all. Drink some wine, take in the beautiful view. You maybe have an affair with a dusky Italian maiden. This is the kind of dream, the stereotype about Naples, right? This is the time when the motto of Naples is born. Vedi Napoli e poi muori. See Naples and die. We've all heard it, right? Somehow, this image of Naples filters its way down to the average Joe in the British and the American armies. And to show you this, I'll read you a passage from the Stars and Stripes, written in September 1943, just before they arrive in the city. It's kind of travel article in the Forces newspaper. This is what they say. Naples, it says, is one of the original pleasure cities of Europe. It's not exactly as wide open a town as Las Vegas, Nevada, but the people who live there have the crazy idea that everybody should have a lot of fun out of life. And so they do. They run around the streets singing Santa Lucia and Funiculi, Funicular at the drop of a hat or a lira. They go fishing and sailing, they drink their vino, and leisurely act as tour guides for curious tourists. This is September 1943, right? This is what Naples is to the Allies. It's a pleasure town. This is what they're expecting. You know, after all the boredom and the squalor of army life, and the death and the fighting and the violence, they're dreaming of a place where they can stop, relax, forget themselves, go fishing, sing songs. There's no way that Naples can live up to this. Of course there isn't. But it's what the army has promised the men, and so that's what they're going to try and deliver. So as soon as they arrive, the Allies start building rest camps all the way around Naples. Naples becomes the main center of R&R for the troops in the whole of Italy for the next year or two. And the men at the front start to dream about this place. John will back me up here. If you're sitting in a wind-swept, rain-swept hillside outside casino with people firing at you, you're dreaming of a time when you can get a 5-day leave in Naples and finally reach this paradise, right? And everybody eventually does get this 5-day leave. What do they do when they get to Naples? Well, Bill Mauldin, the famous cartoonist who did all the cartoons in the Stars and Stripes, he said that the average GI, when he arrives for a 5-day leave in Naples, he's got 2 priorities. He wants to get drunk, and he wants to get laid. And obviously, this is where the problems are going to begin, right? So, between 1943 and 1945, hundreds of thousands of soldiers arrive in Naples on leave. Their pockets are bulging with cash because they've got months of back pay and nothing to spend it on. And they arrive in this city where the people are starving and the women will do anything to feed the kids. So you can imagine what happens next. According to one Allied report, in 1944, there were over 40,000 part-time prostitutes in Naples during that time. 40,000. And I love this euphemism, part-time prostitutes. They're not professionals. These are just ordinary women who are doing anything to feed the kids. 40,000. And they are women of every age, I have to say, going from grandmothers in their 70s down to, unfortunately, girls of 10 or 12 years old. I'm not going to elaborate because I don't want to make this an X-rated show, but you know, there are some stories in my book which will make your toes curl, and there are some which will make you sick to your stomach, I tell you. So that's just a snapshot of the sort of problems that go alongside the liberation, not just of Naples, but of any city. It causes all kinds of problems between the relationship between the Allies and the people they're liberating. I will hand over in a second. I just want to give you one quote from a novel which is written at this time by Curzio Malaparte. It's a famous novel called The Skin. He writes about the relationship which develops between the liberators and the liberated, and this is how he describes it. He says, "If ever it was an honor to lose a war, it was a great honor for the people of Naples and for all the other conquered people of Europe to have lost this one to soldiers who were so courteous, elegant and neatly dressed, so good-hearted and generous. And yet everything that these magnificent soldiers touched was at once corrupted." So that's why I love writing about Naples. It's a really interesting relationship between the liberators and the liberated. So thank you.
So, you know, if we think of the Italian campaign, there's this incredible mismatch between the assumptions and the vision of what it's going to be or how easy this will be and the reality. The reality of combat, the reality of what the German forces have done, the reality of the political situation, the reality of how difficult occupation and military government is. You know, all the folks that had thought about this in the 20s and 30s are really unable to do that. And in some ways, I think we don't appreciate the grinding reality of the Italian campaign, because in some ways we still tie to those assumptions. Mark Clark's going to race in. We're going to seize Rome by the end of the year, by Christmas, right? This was going to be a lightning campaign. Of course, we don't reckon what's going to happen to the Italians and the cities in the meantime as they go through that. John, we talked earlier. Sometimes it's easy to see General Mark Clark as kind of a prima donna and an egoist. But in fairness to him, how do you see the constraints that he's under in this campaign?
I think he's got a really difficult job. You saw that he's going into Salerno on something of a shoestring. You're dealing with a lot of German reinforcements coming into Italy under the umbrella of the 10th Army. They have perfect terrain to defend the country. A lot of the mountainous nature of a lot of the terrain in southern Italy in particular. And not that, much land, from coast to coast. So it's an ideal kind of bottleneck and almost like a fatal funnel. He's got to deal with a kind of multinational aspect to his army. Not as much in 43 as going forward into 44 and later in 45, but still that element is there. The Italian campaign is not going to have strategic priority, and I think certainly that affects Clark, obviously on many levels in terms of the resources he's going to get, the kind of reinforcements, but maybe the shipping and air assets too that are going to involve this as well. And oh, by the way, as Keith has so eloquently pointed out, just in the example of Naples, a humanitarian catastrophe such as I think is not, at least here in the U.S., it is not in the popular memory, but is so front and center from an Italian perspective. If you think about the broader sweep of Italian history, I'd just be hard-pressed to think of that there could be any time that is more chaotic, more difficult, more internecine in terms of the violence and struggle and this destruction of life itself in a place that's supposed to be the cradle of Western civilization. So you have all of those challenges for Clark, and certainly yes, he has this reputation of being vainglorious and self-centered and all that, and that's something well deserved too. I won't lie, but he's also he's a very competent military professional as well. So I do think he's got some challenges in front of him. How well does he deal with them? That's a matter of debate, I think. But there's no question that this is a really difficult nut to crack.
Well, and if you think about it, we tend to think about priorities in campaigns sequentially. Here I'm in the combat phase, and then after combat's done, now I'll do the occupation and reconstruction. But you don't have that luxury. You actually are doing all these simultaneously in this case. And, as you mentioned earlier, he's already short shipping, only for his own force. And of course, they hadn't anticipated the demands, that they would need in that. Keith, I love it. You've got the subtitle, "The Devil's Paradise at War," and it was kind of masterful as you think about that, from so many levels. One, I had to, the part of the 82nd is going to liberate Naples, but then they're ordered that they can't go in there, But the attraction is so great. Literally, a whole regiment's going to infiltrate into Naples because they've got those bulging pockets that they have to deal with. What did you find in any case that you empathize with the military government, or were they so overwhelmed that you don't find that you can sympathize with the plight that they're in?
Oh no, you've got to be have sympathy for these guys. They turn up on a shoestring budget. They're under-equipped. They're understaffed. They've got to somehow create some kind of order out of this chaos that they've arrived in. I mean, some of the memos that they write back, these desperate memos, are heartbreaking. They say things like, there's this one guy who's taking over 27 communes, and it's just one official trying to administer this 27 communes. That's 500,000 people, and there's just one guy in charge. How can he possibly do anything? They've got no resources to hand out to anybody. They're also pretty badly prepared. So out of all of the military government officers who arrive, barely any of them speak a word of Italian. So, you know, they're arriving in the city, they've got to administer it. Nobody can understand what they're saying, and they can't understand what the locals are saying. There are all these Italian systems which are already in place that they don't understand, so they can't get things done. Plus, Neapolitans are pretty good at taking advantage of their own system. And then you've got someone who's inept turning up, doesn't know what they're doing. Well, you know, they're going to be taken for a ride. So there's a lot of pilfering. There's unbelievable. I told you that it was the biggest port in the world, right, in 1944. 30% of the stuff that arrives in that port at the beginning of 94 never makes it to the warehouse. Where does it go? Well, that's what the black market is for, right? It's the only thing which is keeping the people alive is the black market. So there's, you know, they're not sure whether they should really be doing anything about it, because at least it's keeping the people alive.
It's interesting, you know, for Roosevelt's perspective, in North Africa, he wanted civilians to provide the government post-conflict, you know, stabilization piece, and saw that this was not a task for soldiers. But then they realized very quickly that they never get into the theater, they won't be there, and so really turns this into a military task. But you really see in Naples how underprepared we are on every level, culturally, logistically, you know, even conceptually about what's ahead. You know, in some ways, though, it's almost amazing that Rome isn't destroyed, and would have been a much larger problem.
Yeah.
You know, in the later campaign. You know, we always think that you know, Clark's diversion and liberation of Rome is a mistake, and after reading your book, I almost think it was a godsend. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, well, maybe. I mean, Clark gets a lot of stick for turning left rather than turning right. But, you know, from if you're a Roman, you're glad that he's turned up. And let me just say also, the Italians are really happy to see the Allies. There's a photo in my book of this whole crowd running forward, literally running towards the camera with open arms, big smiles on their faces. They're really glad to see the Allies, because the Germans have been brutal. In the 3 weeks beforehand, they've not only destroyed everything, they're also trying to round up the local population and cart them off as slave labor. So, I mean, this actually starts an uprising in Naples to fight against the Germans. It's actually not the Allies who liberate Naples. Naples liberates itself just before the Allies get there, because there's this massive uprising which takes place because of how brutal the Germans have been. They'd rather build barricades and send women and children in with guns to fight against the tanks than have all their people taken away as slave labor.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great point. The Italians are terrified of the Germans by this point in time. And that is partially what has fed those negotiations I was talking about. The Badoglio government, kind of desperate to make common cause with the Allies as a lifeline for the Italian people, because they're so concerned about what the Germans are going to do throughout the country, Naples just being one example. And, you know, I mean, it's such an interesting kind of situation, and we've seen from Sicily forward, technically you're invading an enemy country, but the population tends to be for you. And that was such a force multiplier on Sicily. The population wanting to help out so many Italian-American GIs who could make, you know, who could speak the language and who could make common cause or whatever. You kind of start to see the same thing as
we just don't want them in the military government.
We don't want them in the military government
Right.
at all.
All the ones who speak Italian.
But and that's the weird thing too. I mean, that AMGOT and civil affairs are just stretched to the breaking point, and what this means is it's evolving on the other soldiers too, to do a civil affairs job. And you know, like right down to that example I mentioned of Ridgway having to take action because you've got the problem of excited people clogging the roads in front of you, but you have to advance. So what do you do about that? You don't want to alienate the population. Dick Tregaskis, the famous correspondent, better known for Guadalcanal Diary, but he was here during this whole thing, and he talked about how encountering excited Italians, and they were worried that the folks were going to rip their clothes off their back. They were so excited. They were picking people up. They were, you know, hauling them around. It was almost uncomfortable So, I mean, it's like killing you with kindness in a way.
Yeah.
Well, and if you think about, everything's coming over the shore at Salerno, and then you've got to go through Naples to continue the offensive. And so there's no way that you can avoid that. I mean, you got Mount Vesuvius on one side, here's the city, and so it's not that you can bypass the city or somehow avoid that population. Or the allure of the population.
Yeah,
Right?
and you need that city because it's like Edgar Erskine Hume says, it's the second biggest port in Italy. You need that port because that's going to be supplying your troops for the rest of the war. So.
Yeah, it's kind of this forgotten piece, as you mentioned, in the United States. But then as you dive into the campaign, for those units that are in it, the casualty rates are incredible. For the civilians that endure it, the misery that you describe. But then ultimately the lessons that we learn in military government, I think you see those really pan out in the occupation of Germany. Very different conditions, even feeding the Japanese population. So, well done to you both. Why don't we turn it over to the audience for some questions? But let's first give these gentlemen a round of applause.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. First question is going to go in the back towards the center.
From my research, I've found that by the Lend-Lease Act, Italy actually received the modern equivalent of about $2 billion worth of material, but there's no record of what that material is. Do you have any reason to believe that this was just for rebuilding the military toward the end of the war, or do you think that this might have been partially for covering the tab of reconstruction?
Well, I absolutely don't think it's to do with covering the tab of reconstruction to start with. There is no reconstruction during the war, really. This is one of the big problems. You've got a population that's starving, and you think that they can feed themselves. The best way to do that is to give them the materials to rebuild their canning factories, for example, so they can then can their own food and feed themselves, right? But they don't do that. They don't bring in a small amount of stuff for them to reconstruct. Instead, they bring in food, and they carry on bringing food for the whole of the rest of the war. Tons and tons of shipping coming across the Atlantic to feed the population rather than just a little bit of stuff and allowing them to feed themselves, which would then free up shipping for other stuff. So it's not very efficient, and it's not used for reconstruction. No, I don't, not until the end of the war. After the war, then they bring aid in for reconstruction.
But that's really one of the big paradoxes of occupation policy. You think, I need to feed this population, and then you destroy all the local food networks and systems, and then when that aid ends, suddenly, you create this huge cliff, as you go forward.
Yeah.
Next question is going to be in the back to your left.
Thank you for some great presentations. The long slog up the Italian peninsula, certainly, and the factors that made it such a long slog, the terrain, the tenacious German resistance, the booby traps, the mining, and so on. All of those factors are present in Sicily and in Tunisia, for that matter. To what extent were those lessons not fully absorbed in deciding to invade mainland Italy?
I mean, I think the lessons are absorbed. It's just easier said than done, and it's a matter of having fully formed combat formations that are well supplied in order to deal with this. I'll tell you one way that they are learning big time is river crossings. So shortly after this whole Naples drama, we'll have the Volturno crossing in October 1943. Now, really, that kind of sets the tone for, I mean, who knows how many water and river crossings that the Allies are going to have to do through the rest of the war, all the way until the end in Germany. That's an engineering problem on many levels. So there again, like the sort of multiplicity of tasks that engineers have to deal with, from rehabbing this port and rebuilding the roads and getting rubble out of the way, to dealing with river crossings and demining, and I mean all of the rest of this. So I don't necessarily think it's a matter of not learning the lessons. It's a matter of the difficulty of applying them even when you know what to expect. And let me tell you something about the reality of the fighting in this terrain. By the fall of 1943, for the infantry that are really deep in the mountains going toe to toe with the Germans there, this is almost like caveman fighting. because supply is such an issue. You know, every clip of ammo, every ration has to be brought up the mountains, and sometimes, eventually, you know, they're going to use mules, of course, but sometimes they're going to hire desperate locals to haul this stuff up. Well, I can fire that clip off in a matter of seconds, and then think all the time it takes to bring more up, much less if I'm wounded, what it's going to take to get me down. And so the tendency is, because the Germans are in the same situation, is to use whatever weapons you've got. And that means rocks, and that means bayonets and other sharp objects sometimes. That's very rare in modern war. But that's the kind of combat that is sometimes happening. And I don't know, like, what kind of lessons you could learn or plan for that in a way beyond it's just the overwhelming reality of where they've chosen to fight, at least in my view.
Next question is going to stay to your left towards the back, please.
Mr. Lowe, could you explain the cigarette economy and what a couple of cartons of cigarettes that you would get in your rations could buy you?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a PG thing.
Keep it clean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, money becomes worthless. There's no point in spending money because you saw the inflation figures, right? You don't know what your money's going to be worth tomorrow. So money is useless. Unless you've got dollars, money is useless. So yeah, they turn to bartering, and the universal currency becomes the cigarette. People will, people start. I've got a photo in my book actually of a girl at a stall, and she's selling cigarette butts. You know, so these are just the little bits at the end. You can buy these cigarette butts, unfold them, and take the tobacco out and make a new cigarette out of them. She's selling cigarette butts to people. So that's the cigarette economy for you. And I will say, the black market is completely based on cigarettes. So, and this carries on all the way. When I first went to Naples in the 1980s, when I was a kid, every street corner still had people selling black market cigarettes. You could, yeah. They even had like clandestine cigarette factories making their own stuff there. So the cigarette economy carries on well into the 80s and 90s in Naples.
Next question is going to be all the way in the back to your right, please.
You mentioned the air bases that were eventually established. Does the campaign of the 15th Air Force justify alone the invasion of the Italian mainland?
That's a really good question, and I don't think there's a definite answer for that. So I suppose we have to venture into the realm of opinion. I don't know that it fully justifies it because, I mean, yes, the 15th Air Force and the British Strategic Air Forces are certainly contributing to the destruction of Hitler's Germany and the diminution of German air power and all the other things we associate, of course, with the aerial campaign. But when you think about the incredible profusion of resources and people and stuff and everything it meant on the social level for the Italian people, really, which I think should always be front and center of our discussions, it's really hard to kind of justify that on the balance sheet, I suppose. So the way I see it, at least, and this is only my opinion, is it's a kind of, well, at least we got kind of thing. This was a tough, almost dead end. But at least we got these airfields that did meaningfully contribute. And also too, and this is nothing necessarily to sniff at, it does attract some, German reinforcements, German ground units or whatever that are gonna be chewed up by the Allies going forward. I mean, certainly those are units that are not available to fight elsewhere against the Soviets on the Eastern Front and obviously the Allies in France. From Soviet perspective, it seems small potatoes and probably is. But at least there is that. Does that justify the overall campaign? I think that's kind of debatable.
You're going to go to your left, about halfway back with Connie.
Thank you for the talk. This could be directed to either McManus or Lowe. McManus touched on it a little bit, but the partisan activity of fascist partisans, was it big enough to where it was like with the Axis in the Baltic, where American units or British had to stay back in Naples to root out all of them? Or were they small enough to where they just let the Naples take care of that?
It's definitely the latter for Naples, and that when I mentioned that one of the problems that the 82nd Airborne has when they come into the city is hearing all the shooting going on, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, that's going to be a threat to us, and that's why they basically tell the local police, hey, any shooting going on, anybody with a weapon, we're going to shoot at them, and we will kill them. So what's actually happening is Italians settling scores amongst themselves, and the Italians themselves eventually kind of sort that out. And and Keith had mentioned, which is a great point, there had been an uprising against the Germans before we even got there, and so a lot of this is already playing out. Okay, so going forward, what does that mean for us as Allied combat soldiers? Always the biggest threat to our life and limb is the Germans. There's just no question about it. But the idea of fascist partisans and the fact that they are in play is something we always have to worry about, mainly on the booby trap level and the intel level. That's what and two, the civil affairs level too, once we take a town. I mean, we've always got to worry about, okay, what is the local political situation? It's also true for aviators too, by the way, because anybody shot down in some portions of Italy, they may not be very popular because of bombing raids that are going on in northern Italy and that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's not necessarily front and center of, okay, there's a fascist partisan formation right in front of us as we launch our attack today, and we got to take them first. It's more in the realm of these other things.
Yeah, actually, in Naples, there's. This is right at the beginning of the changeover from being an ally of Germany to being sort of co-belligerent of the Allies. So things aren't really tied down into any kind of concrete level yet. Everything's a bit sort of up in the air. So the Germans have been so brutal in Naples that actually most of the fascists in the city start siding with the communists and the Christian Democrats, and they rise up together as sort of brothers in arms, surprisingly. So there's only a few, in Naples there's a few sort of fanatics on the rooftops who are shooting down at their own people, but they're quickly dealt with by the locals who know the terrain, they know the rooftops, and they know how to get them, and they finish them off. So yeah, there's this sort of weird allegiance between the local fascists and the local communists fighting together against the Germans. Yeah.
In the back towards your right, please.
Keith, this question actually mostly directed to you. You talked about the fertile soil around Naples, and I would think that the entire situation in Naples also has fertile soil for organized crime, specifically the Camorra. Could you elaborate a bit on their role and how the Allies dealt with them or did not deal with them?
Right, that's a fantastic question. Okay, the first thing, there's a lot of legends about the Camorra and the mafia, some of which may be true or may not. There's not a lot of documentation around this for obvious reasons. So around Naples, the mafia, the Camorra, have been dealt with already long before by the liberals and then by the fascists. So there's not a lot of gangster activity which is not fascist-led, actually, because the fascists sort of take over the crime before the war. After the Allies arrived, actually, there's this one guy, Vito Genovese. He's the head of one of the 5 families in New York City. He has to flee New York before the war because he's up on a murder charge. And he goes back to Italy, and he lives just outside Naples, where he makes friends with all the local fascists and becomes this sort of like a head honcho of the mafia, not the Camorra, the mafia in Naples. When the Allies arrive, he waltzes up to them and says, I speak English. Maybe I can help you. I could be a translator, or I could, anything you want to help with, I'm your guy. And so they take him on, not realizing who he is, and give him access to all this sort of government stuff. And he starts up this ring where they end up in the port. They've got people who load up all these jeeps and trucks, drive all the stuff out to Nola, empty the trucks to take off to the black market, burn the evidence. And this is going on right under the Allies' noses. And they don't realize until this one guy, He's a sergeant called Orange C. Dickey, and he realizes what's going on. He follows this guy. He manages to get him arrested. They arrest Vito Genovese, and they send him back to the States. He's tried for his original murder charge back in the States, but they never try him for any of the stuff that he's actually done in Naples. He never gets tried for black market activities or gangsterism or anything. And in fact, he gets off his murder charge as well. So there you go.
Next question's towards the front, to your left.
Thanks very much. John, can you talk about the hodgepodge of troops from all kinds of countries and languages and religions and so forth? When did that start, and what impact did that have in terms of Italy?
So 8th Army is already pretty multinational, is really a Commonwealth Army. You're going to have, certainly Canadians are in play. Obviously, people from all over the British Empire are going to be through that umbrella of 8th Army going forward. 5th Army will often have British units attached to it. And we tend to forget, too, there are some regular Italian formations that are basically going to come over to the Allied side and be in play. They're not large, corps-sized units, but they're largely, regimental size. You have that going forward. You're going to have the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, which maybe is our best example, and that's multiple divisions that are basically going to fight alongside the Americans. So the picture, New Zealanders too, that's another group I wanted to mention who are obviously going to play a key role in the Battle of Monte Cassino. People from Poland, Polish troops, I think we heard a little bit about that earlier in the conference. So going forward, from like a logistician's point of view, you've got a lot of different kind of supply demands, food-wise, ammo-wise, clothing-wise, cultural differences. It's really, Clark is going to point to that later on as a real challenge that he's got, that he pointed out that the Germans are homogenous. They're all one thing and one people, and they look and do things the same way. It's both the strength and weakness, I suppose, of the Allied side that we draw on so many different countries, but it can lead to some serious problems even on that nuts and bolts logistical and combat side, much less, of course, the political side too. So this is already a thing by the end of 1943, and it's only going to be more so going forward. And also too, is we need all the manpower we can get.
I'll throw in, you got the Second Polish Corps and the French Expeditionary Corps.
Yeah.
Right. What's interesting is both for the French and the Brazilians, they look just like American troops when you see photos of them because they've been trained, equipped, right down to their dog tags by the United States. And so, it might be a Brazilian first sergeant getting an award, and it looks just like an American GI. But, that helps a little bit, but they're completely different national doctrine, perspectives, languages.
It becomes a thing when it comes to civilians as well. Naples it's an Italian city. It's full of Italians, and suddenly you've got this people from all over the world. It's really amazingly cosmopolitan. All of a sudden, people are seeing black troops. Wow, this is like amazing. People that have never seen black people before in Naples. So it's a really big thing. And the French troops, the people in Naples love the French troops because the Brits and the Americans, they're getting drunk everywhere. They're used
Shocker.
Really?
Do you documented that? I don't believe that.
I spent a month going through police reports, and some of the stories. You get people falling in front of trucks because they're so drunk, people falling into the harbor because they're so drunk. The one guy falls off the cliff at Capri because he's so drunk, drowns on the rocks below. But the French officers, they don't drink. They're used to a glass of wine. They're not drinking pints of wine like the Brits and the Americans are. So they don't get drunk. So in Naples, they like the French. You go outside Naples, they hate the French. they really, because the French have brought their colonial troops along with them, and some of the North Africans, they've got different traditions and so on, and there's a huge amount of rape of the local women by the French troops. So they're loved in Naples, but they're really feared and hated outside Naples in the countryside.
We're going to go to your right, about halfway back, please.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about this. You mentioned something about dropping in airborne troops within the American perimeter. Why exactly do they do that? I mean, drop them in by parachute, couldn't they have just landed them on the shore, or drop them behind the German lines or something like that? Or
Yeah, why do they do that? Mark Clark, by that point, like this is September 13th, I think, feels that the beachhead is under so much pressure that he needs all the reinforcement he can get. Believe it or not, we don't have enough shipping available to send in the 82nd Airborne via ship, that quickly at least, okay? So the next best option was to drop these guys in. And the safest place to put them was within the perimeter, because the whole point is not necessarily to launch a coup de main against the Germans with an airborne op like Normandy or something. It's to reinforce the perimeter. And this is done really very successfully. You have some jump injuries in the first night, more so than the second night, but both regiments really get down more or less intact. And then in their wake, the rest of the division, the 325th Glider Infantry Regiment, is going to come ashore as well. So you'll have, at that point, the 82nd Airborne is 3 regiments, the 2 parachute and the 1 glider. They're going to be in play in the Salerno perimeter. In addition, of course, to the 45th Division that is now going to be there, and then about a week or so later, the 3rd Infantry Division is going to come on board too. So that reinforcement game I talked about, the Allies are winning, and one reason is because of the airborne drop. So again, to kind of circle back to why, it comes back to shipping in a way as to why they're going to be delivered in this manner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keith Lowe, John McManus, and Michael Bell. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful kickoff to today. They will be outside at the book signing table. I invite you also to check out our travel table and see where and when you get to travel with John or Keith on one of our wonderful educational travel programs. Next session begins at 10:30, so be prompt. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries, and you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American Air Armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell am See in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, yeah, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way back to your seats. Please do find those cell phones. Please silence your cell phones. Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah. Just looking at some of my comments here. Madam Fourcade.
You can leave them there.
Huh?
I won't take your comments.
No, I know you won't. I'm just looking at it because there's no light here. I couldn't see.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's difficult. And then you got that searchlight.
Yeah, that feel like you're being interrogated.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, folks, welcome back. Our next session, Ravensbrück. You know, many people don't appreciate that there's a Nazi concentration camp in northern Germany exclusively for women, you know, from 1939 to 1945. And today we get to hear about the lives of women imprisoned in the Ravensbrück concentration camp with discussions from authors Lynn Olson and Gwen Strauss. Together they tell stories of courage, of solidarity, and resilience among the female prisoners, including stories of sisterhood, love, and survival amidst unimaginable hardship. Now, chairing this session is Dr. Nick Mueller, founding president and CEO, emeritus of the National World War II Museum. Nick, I don't think you need any further introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nick Mueller.
I'm nowhere near just being introduced by just my name, but I'll tell you, Stephen Ambrose, some years ago when I introduced him to a group like this somewhere out of town, I went on for about 5 minutes and he said, Nick, he said, you're cutting into my speaking time. Just say Steve Ambrose. Anyway, I'm no Steve Ambrose, so anyhow. Well, look, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce this session. I really helped put it together with these two wonderful women and scholars and authors, and great historians who both spoken here at this conference before, and who I have had and do have the opportunity to work with. Gwen, I'm helping out with a program over in France, an artist in residency program that she is leading, and it's now called the Dorimar Cultural Center. And it's just a wonderful institution with artists and philosophers and historians and so forth that come together there every year. And I'm fortunate to be in a position to help. And Lynn Olson was also recruited to be our consultant and to teach me a lot about the home front and the arsenal of democracy when that exhibit was being developed. Both of these authors have multiple books to their credit, best-selling books, and you're going to hear about their most recent ones. And they are extraordinary works of literature and history that I think is going to surprise you and shock you in many different ways. The books that they've both written are in your program, so be sure to look at those, and they'll, of course, be signing some afterwards. And for this session, they both share a story around Ravensbrück. As Mike just mentioned, a prison camp for women that we knew very little about until about 10 or 15 years ago. It was maybe a little bit earlier than that, but liberated by the Soviets, and after the Cold War, for various reasons, neither side wanted to say much about it until after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and then scholars began to get into the Soviet archives and other archives that began to tell this horrific story. So it's one that will both shock you and inspire you by the women and the courage that they displayed under incredible conditions. The brutality, the murder of these women, the gas chambers that we didn't know anything about is just incredible and almost indescribable and unbelievable as you read their stories. They're stories of resistance and horror, brutality, as I just said, but also where the idea of freedom managed to persist amid the evils of this Nazi concentration camp and the racist terror that accompanied it. Gwen's story is a sequel of her The Nine, which she spoke on here a couple years ago, and Lynn's sequel from Madame Fourcade. So resistance is a part of the subtext for both of these stories. So I want to welcome you all to another session here at this museum, and everyone is looking forward. I'm not sure which one of you wants to go first, but you're going first. Okay, so I think we agreed on that. I just forgot. All right.
Hello, thank you. First, I want to just thank everyone for coming. I want to thank Nick for inviting me and this incredible organization here. It's just phenomenal. As he said, I spoke a few years ago, and it was the highlight of my year, and I think this will be, again, the highlight of my year. So I'm really, really honored to be here, and I'm honored to be sharing the stage with Lynn. She's an incredible historian and writer. So I'm talking about my recent book, Milena and Margaret, and I think I'm just going to do, I want to, leave a lot unsaid so that you'll buy the book. But I'm going to give a little introduction into who are Milena and Margaret, and also why I wrote this book. And I can start that with this story. The reason that I found this story is that many years ago, I lived on a small sailboat with my first love. I was sort of 17, 18 years old, and I had bought this copy of Kafka's Letters to Milena at a used bookstore. And you don't have a lot to do at sea, so I read it rather obsessively. And if you don't know the book, it's a one-way correspondence. It's Kafka's letters that he wrote to Milena. He destroyed the letters that she wrote to him. So you have just his words, but you can sort of tell what she's saying back to him. And basically, she's really brave. She's saying, come on, let's get together, let's be together. And he's sort of, I don't know if it's going to work out. If you know Kafka, he's very anxious. And as I was reading this, as I was living on that boat, I was basically like Kafka. I was sort of driving the guy I was with crazy by asking him pretty much all the time, do you still love me? And, eventually he stopped answering, which I understand. So I was reading this book obsessively, wanting to be like Milena, but I was more like Kafka. And, oops, it went back. And but the book that I had, it only had her name. It didn't have her last name. She was just Milena, the receiver of these letters. This keeps going automatically. And there's a reason why that was. There was no bio about her. There was nothing. So she was a mystery. So flash forward 40 years, and I'm doing research for my last book. I'm in Ravensbrück in the archive, and I run across this phrase, Kafka's Milena. And it's like a bolt of lightning. There she is. There's Milena. I start to talk to historians about her. She's extraordinary. And that began one of the historians said to me, she is extraordinary. She's a personality at Ravensbrück. She's a really important person. But there's also this other story, there's this love story, which many people know, but it hasn't really been written about. So that was like, oh, you know, I want to know more about that. So who is Milena? She was from Czech. She was from Prague. She was born in Prague. She's a Czech person, a wild, kind of free-spirited young woman. She goes to the school called Minerva, which was one of the first lycées that actually gave a full education to girls, the same education that boys got. They were quite emancipated. She was notoriously emancipated. She had both male and female lovers. She experimented with morphine. She had kind of a loose idea about ownership. She would always take her father's things and give them to her friends. She was a bit, you know, she was a lot to handle. He was a very famous, wealthy surgeon, oral surgeon and professor. And at one point, he did what many men could do at that time, husbands or fathers, when you had uncontrollable daughters or wives, he put her in an asylum. And, but Milena had extraordinary powers of persuasion, which would serve her all the way through her life. And she talked the nurses onto her side. She got the key to the door. She was able to continue with her lover at the time, Ernst Polak, and then they went to Vienna and married. She then began her correspondence with Kafka. She was one of the first people to recognize his genius. She was his first translator, and he was completely not known at that time. So she was kind of extraordinary that way. She became later a journalist. She was vehemently anti-fascist. She sort of, kind of like a Cassandra figure, I would say. She was writing about the plight of Jews in Europe long before many others. She even had a dream about the Holocaust, which she published, and it's incredibly about the trains. I mean, she's sort of this amazing, free-thinking, forward-thinking person. When the Nazis come into Prague, she immediately goes into action. She calls all her Jewish friends. She says, I'm here for you. She begins a network to help them escape. She helps even her lover at the time escape. She says, I'm coming. I'll follow. Of course, she doesn't. And for a while, she outsmarts the Gestapo. It's quite hilarious the ways she does. But in the end, of course, she's arrested and sent to Ravensbrück, where she meets this woman, who's Margaret Berber-Neumann. Now, Margaret, I hope I pronounced that right. Margaret is German. She's born in Potsdam. She first marries Raphael Berber, who's the son of Martin Buber, who wrote I and Thou, the famous Jewish philosopher. But she's swept up, I don't know why this does, she's swept up, I'm gonna go backwards. She's swept up in the fervor and the revolution of the time, and she falls in love with Heinz Neumann, who's the head of the German Communist Party. He's quite close to Stalin, which is not a great thing to be. And so first they're sent to Spain, and then they're called back to Moscow. Both Margaret and Heinz knew at that time that it was probably a death sentence, but Heinz was such a true-blooded, Bolshevik revolutionary that he says, no, we must go. And sure enough, when they go back to Moscow, he's executed in one of the many purges that Stalin was doing at that time. And she's sent to the Gulag. She's sent to Kazakhstan, to Karaganda Gulag in 1938. And then she's there for 2 years, and she's suddenly traded. This happens in her life. She's got, my God, has amazing timing. She's goes to the Gulag in this little teeny period when it wasn't absolutely deadly, and then she's traded before it becomes deadly again. So this is the non-aggression treaty between Stalin and Hitler. Stalin trades her in a prison trade. She thinks she's going to be executed, and instead she's sent to Ravensbrück. And this is really the subject of the same subject that Lynn and I are both talking about in our books, which is what is this place, Ravensbrück? It's the only concentration camp built for women. There's roughly 120,000 women and 20,000 men from 30 nations. It's from 1939 to 1945. It's liberated finally by the Russians. It's the second largest concentration camp after Auschwitz-Birkenau, and it's only 90 miles north of Berlin. It becomes a kind of it's sort of a labor camp. At first, when Margaret arrives from the Gulag, it's relatively nice, She's sort of surprised because the Gulag was really bad, and here it's not overcrowded. She's not. It doesn't have lice everywhere. She has her own bed. There's food. Of course, it it will descend into hell, and she will witness that descent, she and Milena. But at the beginning, it was okay, but at the end, it's really become sort of the center point of crimes against women's bodies, as Nick talks about. It's a horrific place. In the end, there are gas chambers, there's a crematorium, there's selection by death, executions, there's medical experiments. The things that happen there are really horrific. And they sort of, Milena and Margaret have sort of decided that they're going to bear witness to this. Against this backdrop, so the question for me as a writer was, how can there be a love story, and how do I write about it? So, you know, Milena, this drawing is by one of Milena's friends, a Czech artist that was there with her, Nina Jerskova. And there was this whole artistic community in the camp. And then there was these different groups, the Czech group, and but what I wanted to say was Milena and Greta held these positions of privilege in the camp. That's important to understand. They arrive early. They're both political prisoners. They speak German, and so they both have important jobs. Milena's working in the infirmary because a lot of the Nazi doctors were actually students of her father, and they're kind of impressed by her. They want to impress her. She has a kind of bearing that even the SS want to impress her. And she gets away with a lot of things, which terrifies Margaret. But they decide they're going to write a book about about Stalin and Hitler. And I think that stance of bearing witness gives them the motivation to continue. But again, how to write about these two women, about their relationship is complicated by all kinds of, about the language that was available to them, how they self-identified, and I don't know, it keeps going forward, but I'm sorry, you get a preview. That basically, there's this term that they use, which is passionate friends, versus the term lesbian. And this is complicated partly by the camp caste system. You know, in the system, which I'm sure you all know, there's the top of the heap, which are the political prisoners, they're the red triangle. In Ravensbrück next, there's sort of what they call the common criminals, and then there's the Jehovah's Witness, and then there's the asocial, which are the gypsies, the Roma and Sinti, the homeless people, often war widows, prostitutes, and lesbians. And the word prostitute and lesbian are sort of interchangeable at that point. And I should explain that there's no pink triangles in the women's camps, because that's the triangle for homosexuals, but that's only a male status, because the German Criminal Code, paragraph 175, made male homosexuality illegal. It's kind of interesting and actually a little bit funny, because German lawmakers spend a lot of time talking about this. Basically, they think that sex has to be penetrative, and they spend a lot of time talking about what constitutes penetrative sex in the discussions. And since they think women can't have that kind of sex, women can't have sex. Therefore, lesbians can't exist. So it's this kind of weird logic. So it's not actually explicitly illegal, but of course, in this highly patriarchal German society, it's completely a precarious position to be in. If you're a known lesbian, you can be blackmailed, you can lose your job, you don't have the protection of a man or a husband or a father. You're often left homeless, and so a lot of lesbians were picked up for degeneracy, homelessness, etc., and really their crime was being lesbians. In the camp, it is expressly illegal, and it's punishable by 25 lashings, which is deadly for most women at that point. So there was a lot at stake to not speak of it, and how do you write about something that's not in the archive, that's between the lines, that's in the margins? That was one of the challenges of this book. And the other challenge, of course, is the whole historiography of Ravensbrück, which I think we can talk about more, but you know, the Ravensbrück is liberated by the Soviets. It becomes a Soviet camp. Then 3 years after the war, it's bulldozed. They wanted to build a shopping mall there, but some survivors stopped that from happening. It becomes really a marginalized place in the history. It's a shrine. It's a Soviet shrine against the fascist capitalist West. And Milena is erased from the history completely, hence why she is just a name in the book that I had 40 years earlier on my sailboat, because all the acts of bravery that she did, all the incredible things that she did to save people in the camp, as her position as in the infirmary, and with Greta, they worked hard to save people's lives, and all the things that Milena did before being deported in Prague. All of that was erased, and in fact, those acts were appropriated by communist leaders in Czechoslovakia. So they took the things they did and they claimed them as their own acts. So if she's even mentioned, she's sort of mentioned as the sort of bourgeois degenerate friend of the bourgeois degenerate author Kafka. So she's erased from the history. And of course, the plight of Jews, we've talked, I think, in the talk about Nuremberg, they speak of this, the death of Jews, the execution of gypsies, so-called asociales, et cetera, that's also not spoken about in the history. That's not part of the narrative. And finally, one of the things that I found shocking in my research is that many of the women who survived Ravensbrück, who went home, didn't talk about it because there was a shame attached to having been there. If you had survived, it was assumed that you did something to survive, possibly prostitute yourself, or you were raped, or whatever it was. Basically, you were no longer pure and you were no longer marriageable. So it became a kind of unspoken, it was a secret amongst many survivors. They didn't want to talk about it. So, oops, that's the wrong direction. So this changes, of course, with the fall of the Berlin Wall. Sorry, I'm having a slide. Then Milena is really rediscovered and talked about again, and her journalism is republished. The acts of bravery, people recognize that people constitute a dossier about her, all the things that she did. And Yad Vashem in 1994 recognizes her as one of the righteous among nations. And all of her, she suddenly is someone who's spoken about. Margaret wrote a book about Milena in 1966 called Milena, which she talks about her passionate friend and describes the incredible love and story between the two of them and the fact that they both lived for each other and saved each other's lives multiple times. And she opens the book with this sentence: "I was so glad I was sent to Ravensbrück because there I met Milena." Thank you.
I would just like to repeat what Gwen said about being here. I was telling Nick last night, I regard this as my second home. I mean, I have been affiliated in some way with the museum for I don't know how long. I mean, I remember when I first came, we were talking about the construction of this hotel. That's how long ago it has been. And some of my happiest times in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years have been here at this museum. It is just a marvel, and I, as a writer-historian, can't thank Nick and Stephen and everybody else enough for doing what they've done to create this absolute triumph of a place. So thank you. And one of the great things about it is that when I have come, especially at these conferences, I meet so many people that I've read their books, but have never met. And Gwen is one of them. I didn't know her before last night. Now we're bosom buddies. So seriously, we are going to be working together, I think, in some way. So that is just one of the many, many, many advantages of being affiliated with the World War II Museum. So I'm going to talk about the French. I'd like to take you back to a cold January morning in 1944. On that morning, Geneviève de Gaulle, the niece of General Charles de Gaulle, stood at attention in a square of a German transit camp about 50 miles from Paris. Grouped around her were more than 900 other women, all of them members of the French resistance, who, like Geneviève, had been transferred to the camp from jails and prisons throughout France. Geneviève was stunned, not only by the number of women around her, but also by the great diversity among them. Some belonged to intelligence units, she later wrote. Others had hidden Allied flyers who were shot down over France. Still others had given refuge to those clandestinely sent by the Free French from London to France. They ranged from doctors, teachers, artists, and lawyers to housewives, florists, civil servants, and seamstresses. Every morning at the transit camp, the Germans called the roll of names of the prisoners there. Geneviève vividly recalled the scene. As each name was shouted out, she said, "A woman stepped forward." There were very young girls and grandmothers, pregnant women, robust rural workers, and elegant city girls. Despite the tragedy of the hour, we looked at each other with joy and pride. It was an extraordinary image of the strength of the resistance and of France. Besides fighting the Germans, these women had been revolutionaries on another level. They had defied not only the Germans, but also their own deeply conservative patriarchal society, in which women were largely confined to the roles of wives and mothers and still did not have the right to vote. We're talking 1940s. Women did not have the right to vote in France. None of these constraints, however, had stopped them. One of them would write later, "We committed ourselves to fight for the freedom of a country that refused to give us basic human freedoms. But it was still our country, and we were prepared to die for it." A month later, Geneviève de Gaulle and the hundreds of women standing around her were all sent to Ravensbrück. When they arrived, they were in total shock at the horror they found there. In Geneviève's words, "We had been dropped into an unknown land, a universe that was not only terrifying, but absurd, contrary to everything we knew." One morning shortly after they arrived, these French newcomers received a surreptitious visit from a fellow Frenchwoman who had been in the camp for 5 months. Her name was Germaine Tillion. She was an anthropologist, the French equivalent of the American anthropologist Margaret Mead. When Germaine arrived in Ravensbrück in October 1943, she began a new anthropological study, this one about the workings of the camp itself. Gwen and I had breakfast this morning, and we were talking about, because we both ran across our characters. I ran across her characters when I was doing research. She ran across my characters when she was doing research. And one of the wonderful things about Germaine had been an anthropologist in the mountains of Algeria. She had been studying fierce Berber tribes for about 6 years before her resistance work began. And she was told, she was in her 20s when she went, and she was told by French officials who were aghast at the idea that she would want to do this, that these men were murderers. These Berbers were murderers, Bedouins. They were going to kill her. And she basically said, "Oh, that's even more reason that I should go." And she had a fantastic time. They treated her extremely well. So she acquired all this research and notes and records and everything. And when she was in jail after when she was arrested by the Gestapo, she's put in jail in France, in Paris, for more than a year. And then she was sent to Ravensbrück. And of course, none of these women knew what to expect. They had no idea. Germaine thought, maybe, okay, I'm going to work in the fields and I'll have time to write my dissertation there. So she there's wonderful descriptions of her when she was sent on the train to go to Ravensbrück. She had a huge hemp sack filled with her research, just huge. This woman was very short, and so she was dragging this hemp sack on the train. But once she got to Ravensbrück, it disappeared, and she never saw any of her research materials again. So in place of working on her dissertation, she did an anthropological study of Ravensbrück itself, about the workings of the camp. By doing so, she had turned the tables on the camp's system of domination and dehumanization, becoming an investigator, a hunter rather than the hunted. Germaine's study also allowed her to remove herself emotionally from Ravensbrück's horror. to give her the professional distance she needed to control her own fear and to help others do the same. On that frigid morning in February 1944, Germaine had come to the newcomers' barracks to tell them what she had learned about the functioning of Ravensbrück, seemingly absurd in many ways, but actually following a certain logic. She said later, "Nothing is more terrifying than a complete mystery. By explaining these mysteries, I was conscious of giving a degree of moral strength to my comrades. If you can understand a mechanism that crushes you, if you can mentally dismantle its springs and consider in all its details an apparently hopeless situation, that can become a powerful source of composure, serenity, and fortitude." Germaine advised Geneviève and other newcomers, most of them who were in their, Germaine at that point was in her 30s. Geneviève was 22, and there were others even younger. So most of them were very young. They were in their teens or early 20s. She advised them that the single most important thing in their lives from then on was to form tight bonds with one another. Without that, she said, none of them would survive. They must also do their best to stand up to the Germans. Still in shock from her first view of the camp, Geneviève de Gaulle was, as she put it, amazed and filled with admiration by Germaine's analysis. "The first thing she did was give us knowledge," Geneviève said after the war. "That was a lifesaver for me. When you understand, you can fight back." In the midst of unimaginable horror, that's exactly what dozens of these French women did. Calling themselves maquis, maquis is a term that refers to French resistance fighters, they sought to avoid any labor that could contribute to the German war effort, and if possible, any work at all. A Polish survivor recalled how the French women audaciously opposed the authorities' orders, and always with a great deal of bravura. As the camp became more crowded and chaotic, the French became increasingly adept at avoiding any kind of labor. They disguised themselves as stooped old women and mixed in with the elderly inmates assigned to knitting and sewing. They slipped in among the women who worked at night and went to the barracks to sleep during the day. They hid under the bunks and in the washrooms. It was, one of them said, a life full of adventure. The game consisted of inventing 1,000 ingenious and very risky strategies for this purpose. We French were particularly good at it. Another referred to herself and her French compatriots as, quote, the queens of irregularity, of indiscipline, of sabotage by omission. Decades after the war, Germaine Tillion and Geneviève de Gaulle took part in a long televised conversation about their Ravensbrück experiences that, among other things, noted the French women's determination to cause trouble. In that conversation, Geneviève said, "The inmates from other countries were completely flabbergasted by our recklessness. It even made them angry. We weren't considered serious people." Germaine nodded and said with a laugh, "We made fun of everything." She certainly did. During the endless roll calls at Ravensbrück, she would invent jokes to pass on to those around her. She said later, distancing oneself from the horror was important, and humor creates an enormous distance. It allows you to survive. In the words of another member of the sisterhood, "We laughed to prove to ourselves that we were still alive, that we were still able to react. To laugh is to resist." Laughter was just one of many weapons the French women used in their defiance of the determination of camp officials to crush them. Some came up with word games. Others gave lectures on such subjects as French art and culture, gardening, cooking, and the history of man. The history of man was, not surprisingly, Germaine Tillion's idea. Still others recited poetry. Jacqueline d'Alincourt, who is one of the book's four main characters, transcribed in tiny writing a number of poems by French poets, and bound the pages to circulate among her friends. Germaine Tillion, for her part, wrote a satirical musical review about Ravensbrück, never intended to be performed, but to be sung in secret in the barracks. Hearing the laughter during one such session, a German guard shouted at the French women, "Mesdames, how can you laugh when you are here to die?" These are the women I write about in The Sisterhood of Ravensbrück. It's my 10th book, and it follows in the footsteps of the 2 books that I wrote right before it, both of them about history-making, yet relatively unknown women in the French resistance. For several decades following the war, histories of the French resistance, which were written almost exclusively by men, largely ignored the contributions of women. Until my book, Madame Fourcade's Secret War, was published in 2019, historians, for example, continued to persist in the belief that no women led a resistance organization. In fact, as I made clear, Marie-Madeleine Fourcade was not only a resistance chief, but the head of what became the largest and most important Allied intelligence network in France. That book, as it happened, was part of an explosion of biographies of French resistance over the last few years. These books focused on the extraordinary exploits of French women in helping defeat the Germans. But almost none of them, including my own, paid much attention to what happened to the women afterwards, particularly to the large numbers, more than 10,000, who were captured and sent to various German prisons and concentration camps. Even less attention has been paid to the fact that a good number of these women continued to resist the Germans in the camps, particularly at Ravensbrück. It's an untold story, and that's why I decided to tell it. About half the book deals with these women's early lives, their resistance activities, and what happened to them at Ravensbrück. The second half talks about what happened after the war, how they joined forces again, just as they had done at the camp, to help each other heal their bodies and minds, and to build a new future for themselves and the world. But they also banded together to make it clear to the world what they had done during the war. They were responding to the reality that after the war, as I indicated before, women in the resistance were treated as an afterthought. The people in France were encouraged by Charles de Gaulle and male resistance leaders to believe that the resistance was an entirely male affair, which is incredibly awful considering that de Gaulle's own niece had been a leader in the French resistance. In fact, without women, the resistance would never have gotten off the ground. Women kick-started the first organized resistance network in France and performed much of the essential work from then on, even as men took over virtually all the leadership positions. In refusing to acknowledge this fact, de Gaulle and other resistance leaders reflected the deep-rooted sexism of the country's society at the time. In their view, men fought and women stayed home. The women survivors of Ravensbrück refused to accept such misogyny. They created a post-war organization to provide support for the women survivors of German camps and prisons, and to bring to the public's attention the accomplishments and sacrifices of all women in the resistance. By forming an all-female activist organization, they were giving notice that they would not retreat into the shadows. They had taken the same risks as men in defense of their country, had suffered the same brutal punishments, and now had united to care for one another and obtain rights and recognition that they had legitimately earned. Together in the post-war world, the Sisterhood of Ravensbrück continued their crusade against injustice and reaffirmed their commitment to human freedom and dignity. They became champions of France's reconciliation with Germany, despite their suffering at the hands of the Nazis, believing that the only hope for a lasting peace lay in the creation of a unified Europe. Having been responsible in part for French women finally getting the right to vote in 1944, some were also leaders in the long, arduous uphill battle after the war to achieve other major rights for women, including the right to an abortion. I'd like to close by emphasizing that above all, this is a story of the extraordinary power of love and friendship. Many years after the war, one of the women I write about declared, "I have never experienced such strong demonstrations of solidarity and sharing as among my fellow prisoners. We have withstood these trials by sticking together. Together, we were able to overcome them. It is together that we came out of the hell of the camps. It was together that we were able to continue to live afterwards, welded together by this invisible thread of infamy and courage. Alone, we would never have survived. This is what I want people to understand. I will testify to it until my final breath, before the world forgets." Thank you.
Well, I think everyone is sufficiently motivated now to buy these two wonderful, wonderful books. They are page turners, I promise you, and you will be inspired and, as I said earlier, shocked in many cases. But the courage of these women is it's something. Let me just ask both of you a little bit. You've talked briefly about some of your main characters who you were able to talk to or left notes. But both before Ravensbrück and after, you all have done prodigious research in different ways, but in similar ways too. And why don't you just talk about your research? The forensics of your investigations are just phenomenal when you're reading and say, how did they know this? Where did they find this? And of course you tell us, but it's still surprising. And I think the audience would like to hear.
Yes, so as I alluded in my talk, it's a little bit tricky sometimes to write about marginalized characters, people who aren't in the archive. But people like Milena and Margaret, they have a bigger footprint. So there were books, I found books written about them and books that they wrote. And for example, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, an envelope of letters that Milena wrote to her daughter and father in the camp, those were found. I interviewed a lot of historians of the current head and the former head of the Ravensbrück Memorial. And then, of course, archives. That's like my happy place. I love going into archives, into libraries, and trying to find as many original survivor accounts. This book, because one was Czech and one was German, was a little bit more tricky because those are not languages I speak. So I had to get friends to translate, and I, work sometimes a little bit at a distance. But it's really fun.
Was there a single biggest breakthrough discovery?
For me, it was discovering a lot of writings by Milena's daughter, Honza, who had a very troubled and terrible life. I had to kind of cut that part out of the book because my editor was like, this is too depressing. But she lived, of course, behind the Iron Curtain in Czechoslovakia, and with a mother that was, you couldn't talk about. And grew up, and so she was very much part of the underground movement, the resistance movement in Czechoslovakia against the Soviets. And her writings about her mother were really interesting. Yeah.
And Kafka, Milena's story was also revealing too. And a piece of the whole story.
Definitely, but again, Kafka was really, for a long time in the Soviet Union, he was a degenerate writer. Then he gets kind of revised a little teeny bit, and even in that point when he suddenly, you can read Kafka, Milena is just a whore, really, like they talk about her in this terrible way, really awful way. So it's really, she's really doesn't get her full due until afterwards,
Well, actually, when I was looking around for the subject of this now book, what intrigued me initially was not any of the characters that I've talked about. The book focuses on 4 women. they were very, very close. I mean, they felt like they were sisters. But it wasn't one of them that really got my attention. It was a woman named Germaine de Renty, who does play a fairly large role in the book, but she is not one of the four main characters. And the reason I was fascinated by her, she was a countess. So she came from her husband came from, an aristocratic family. They were big socialites in Paris, but they were also members of Marie-Madeleine Foucault's intelligence group. And they both were arrested by the Gestapo and sent to prison. He to Buchenwald, she to Ravensbrück. And so what seemed to be this very fragile socialite from Paris turned out to be one of the strongest women at Ravensbrück. She made it out alive and basically totally redid her life afterwards, and I go into great detail about that. But what really interested me was the fact that she had no money when she came out, like many of the women, so she had to make a living, and she did it by taking in college students, most of them from the United States. They boarded with her while they were on their junior year abroad. And one of them was Jacqueline Bouvier from Vassar. And I was very interested in that fact. And then I learned that Germaine was really became second mother to Jacqueline Kennedy, and basically taught her about beauty. I mean, Germaine de Renty was devoted to finding beauty after the horror of Ravensbrück. So she was her mentor and taking her to museums and taking her to, going to flea markets, to walking through the French neighborhoods to talk about the beauty of France, of Paris. And she was the mentor to Jacqueline Kennedy, who then went on to redo the White House and became a huge figure in American historic preservation. So that was the story that I found out about. I'm like, God, this is fascinating. And so it led me into doing French women sent to Ravensbrück. Unlike Gwen, I had really it was fairly easy to do the research. Most of these women, they were all gone. They were all dead when I started, but I talked to a number of their family members and to people who knew them, and they all but one wrote, the four that I write about, wrote memoirs. And there is a ton of stuff about them. I mean, written by other people, most of it in French, but my best source by far was the result of a young American filmmaker in the 80s fell in love with Jacqueline Dallencourt, who I've mentioned. She's one of the four, and decided to make a documentary about them, about the French women at Ravensbrück. And it took her like 6 or 7 years. And she wasn't a filmmaker. She was a reporter at that point for U.S. News and World Report. And she taught herself how to be a documentary filmmaker and spent 6 or 7, 8 years working on this documentary. And the four women that are my main figures are her main figures in this documentary. And she, I think, compiled like almost 30 hours of interviews. She did 30 hours of interviews over the course of those many years of them separately and together about their early lives, about their resistance work, about what it was like in Ravensbrück. And the documentary came out in 1991, I believe. You can see it. You go to Vimeo and for $3.99 you can rent it. It's fantastic. But it's only an hour. But she did all these incredible interviews with them, and the transcripts are available in the French archives. So that was a gold mine. That was these women who were as close as sisters, maybe even closer than sisters, until the end of their lives. They stayed close from the 1940s, and most of them lived until the 2000s. And what that meant, what Ravensbrück had done to them, how they could have survived, and it was only through their friendship with each other. And that was just, as I said, it was gold. If you get that kind of stuff, I mean, to bring a subject alive, you need that all the human detail that you can find, and those transcripts really provided it.
Can I add just because it's the way our stories weave together? Germaine Tillon is a very close friend for
Yes.
life with Margaret Berber-Neumann. And one of the ways I learned about Milena was from Tillon talking about her. She says at one point, she says there's the political prisoners that used their power and privilege to help themselves and their friends. And then there were the political prisoners that used their power and privilege to help everyone. And one of those was Milena.
Just to add to what Gwen said, the closeness between Greta and Germaine, which was true for the rest of their lives. In the worst part of the Ravensbrück, just, basically as the war was coming to an end and the Germans were trying to kill everybody at Ravensbrück, there was a scene that Greta was in the infirmary recovering from a bad typhoid or something, a really bad illness, and Germaine Tillon would have been killed that day, but her friends smuggled her into the ward where Greta was and hid her in Greta's bed. She actually was on top of Germaine when the Germans swept through to find the woman that they had set out to kill that day, and Germaine was there, and they never discovered her because Greta hid her.
And a little bit about Germaine, she wrote afterwards from her little scraps of paper and stuff. Why don't you all talk about, she had hid them everywhere and with other prisoners and places, but she reconstructed it afterwards, and that is a part of the story too, of how she brought her memory back to life.
Right. I mean, Germaine is so important for so many reasons. What I talked about in my speech, but also what Nick said. I mean, she was really the first historian of Ravensbrück. Yeah. She collected all those. She set out to basically bear witness to what had happened to all of them, not just to her and to the French women, but to everybody. And she was the first to write a book about Ravensbrück, and she continued adding to that book.
She did, I think, 4 editions.
She wrote 4 editions. So she was really, really important. The other important thing about her was that she bore witness when the Algerian War broke out. She was one of the major French intellectuals after the war, no question, one of the foremost. And she went to Algeria. She had worked in Algeria. And she bore witness to the fact that the French were acting like the Germans in their treatment of the Algerians. And we were talking about this morning. She came under huge, huge criticism from people like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone Beauvoir. And she refused to back down. She said, we have been through, you guys haven't been through, we have been through what the Germans did, and what the our countrymen are doing is the same thing as the Germans.
Yeah, Germaine Tillon was really important for both my last book and this book, all of the things that she wrote and talked about. And yes, she sort of galvanized us. There was the movement against the French crimes in Algeria was really galvanized by survivors. Yeah.
One thing, Gwen, about your book that I found interesting is, would you talk about the Eastern Europe, Central Europe, as we referred to it in the West during the Cold War, but before the war, that whole part of Central Europe is not really talked about much in terms of the post-war era in the writings, but the intellectual ferment that was going on there between communism and fascism in the 30s, late 20s and 30s, journalists and philosophers and theologians, and Milena is kind of in the mix of all of that, and so is Margareta. And in a way, you begin to see these forces of 2 competing ideologies at a time when democracies are thought of as weak and passive and on the way out. And of course, the Great Depression is going on, and everybody blamed the United States for that. And so these were ideologies of the future, and you talk about how they kind of flirted with these and really became communists and then disaffected. And I think that's a very fascinating. Would you want to talk about
absolutely.
that?
I think,
journalist, I mean, she was too.
So Milena flirted with communism a little bit. Because it was, it was part of the times. This is the end of all these empires. The German, Austro-Hungary, that empire has fallen. The Kaiser's fallen. And for the first time, Czechoslovakia can be a country itself, so there's all these ideas about what kind of government do we want, and Milena there is this idea of communism because, of course, there's the Bolshevik Revolution and there's been World War I. And all of this slaughter of World War I, we don't want that to happen again, you know. So she flirts with it. She's definitely the kind of person that cannot be part of any kind of organization that tells her what to do or think. So I think within a couple of months, she ends up slapping the head of the Communist Party and says no, you know, and walks away. And that was the end for her. And she had a real nose for fascism and for any kind of impingement on human dignity and human rights. Greta is a little bit more complicated. She's in Germany in that period of that incredible turmoil of the 20s and 30s when, you know, there's a new government all the time, and there is the military, the old military that's trying to retake power, and you know they think, oh, Hitler, we can use him, you know, and so she's on the other side. She's part of this movement towards this idea of this world revolution where we won't have kings and emperors anymore, and it'll be the people that control. But she, you know, as we know, Stalin is not. You know, he's not about collective. He's a dictator. He's a fascist. And he and Hitler form an alignment at one point at the beginning. So there's and that's complicated for all these communists, especially in the camp, who are hardcore political communists and love Stalin and the Bolshevik Revolution. And then there's this, you know, this non-aggression pact, and there's this kind of like, Margaret describes it in the Gulag when they learned that this had happened. This kind of this cognitive dissonance, you know, how do we make these two things whole? It's not possible that Stalin could be in alignment with Hitler, you know. And when Margaret gets to the camp, it pits her against a lot of the political prisoners. So a lot of the political prisoners, at least in the early years in Ravensbrück, are German communists that were arrested by the Nazis and thrown into prison. And they're at the top of the heap in that camp caste system. And Greta is a political prisoner, but she's an anti-Stalinist, and they think she's a plant. They think she's a spy that's been sent to talk bad about, you know, their you know, dear Stalin. But of course, she finds alliances in the political class amongst the Poles because the Poles have no illusions about Stalin, and so she becomes quite close to the Polish political prisoners. Yes, but it's a complicated nuance, and even in the camp, there's a moment when I think there was a group of, it's in the infirmary, there's a group of Czechs and a group of Poles and a group of maybe a Russian, all discussing like who's worse, Hitler or Stalin, and you know, most of them are saying Hitler, of course, you know, and Milena's like, I don't think so, and you know, and then she sort of says, you know, this is you can't make a decision between these two things. They're both terrible. Yeah.
It's complicated.
It's complicated, exactly.
But the interesting thing is these competing totalitarian absolutist ideologies, despite the aspirational or inspirational elements of it, world revolution, and we're not going to have kings and monarchs anymore, and then how they become disillusioned. Margareta, as the communist, ends up in a gulag.
Yeah, and then traded back. I mean,
traded back. I mean, so it's a very insightful area. But and they come down, and the French resistors too, who are Ravensbrück, they come down on liberty and independence, and they're in the midst of this horrible camp. It's understanding, as you all were saying, that gave them. If you can understand the cruelty that's going on and how the machine works, you can have freedom. There's a moment of liberty even within that by understanding. It's a different version of what I said yesterday. The purpose of learning is to free people. And knowledge, it frees people.
Yeah, in fact, to echo what you said about Germain using being an anthropologist as a stance, Greta and Milena decide they're going to write a book. And that, you know, they're going to write a book about these two worlds, Stalin and Hitler in the concentration camp. And that puts them in the stance of bearing witness, and that gives them a way to continue and a kind of solidarity. It gives them a moral purpose that, you know, so again,
Yep. Well, thank you guys. This is really great. Let's open up Jeremy for some questions.
Thank you, Len and Gwen. Raise your hands and we'll bring microphones to you. We're going to start to your right towards the front, please.
Another great topic that probably many of us didn't know anything about. Of the 120,000 prisoners, were any of them women that were segregated or pulled from other camps from their families, or were these all political prisoners and resistance fighters?
You want to answer? No, they're definitely, some of them even come from Auschwitz.
Yeah.
They come from all the different camps, and then they're also, Ravensbrück becomes kind of a center spot for them, for the SS. They make a lot of money off of these women. They basically select them as enslaved labor for their different commandos or little sub-camps. So they're selected, they're basically worked to death, that's the plan, or then sent to Auschwitz to be gassed. But if they're young and strong, or if they're smart and can stay, they figure out a way to survive. But basically, they come from all the different camps, they come from all over the world, and there are waves of them. There's the waves of the Poles, there's the waves of the Hungarians. It depends on where the Nazis are invading at that time. And they also, later in the camp, in one of the more horrific periods in the camp, they come with children. And a lot of them have come pregnant. So there's a whole horrendous chapter of what happens to these children that are born in the camp.
Next question's in the center with Connie.
So did Ravensbrück have ovens, a way to dismiss these people?
They had crematoriums. They had a crematorium. Initially, Gwen referred to the fact that there was a gas chamber, but that was very late in the game. It was basically because they were trying desperately to kill as many as they could toward the end of the war. They didn't want to have any alive. There were a lot alive at the end of the war, but they were killing individually. They were shooting, they were hanging, they were doing, and they did have a crematorium, and they added a second one, right, in 44? Is that correct?
I think at first they didn't, they used the town, there's a town, Fürstenberg, across the lake that was the crematorium, and then the death rate started to become more than that town could handle, so they built one, and then they built a second one, which still is standing there, you can visit it. And then they had a thing called the youth camp, which was next to Ravensbrück, which was basically a death camp. And they were sent, and there were mobile gas units. And actually, one of the things that I don't write about, but the early testing of the use of gas on humans was in a few camps, and it was also in Ravensbrück, but that's not in the official Nazi record because the Nazis were scared that if people found out that this was happening so close to Berlin on German soil to women, there would be political outcry. People would get upset about that. So they kept that out of the record, but we know about it because the doctors that were doing it wrote letters home to their wives, and we have those letters. So, and also because of Jean Mentillon, people like that keeping records, that knowledge is known now more and more. Yeah.
Next question's to your left with Connie, please.
How many perished at Ravensbrück?
How many perished? It's a bit it's a bit of an unknown.
Yeah.
The estimates go between 30 and 90,000. Again, because the Nazis were very interested in destroying all the records, and also because there were, like I said, there were children that weren't counted. Do you count all the children that died? There were people that were killed before they were even matriculated. So it was near the end. It was very chaotic.
Toward the end, there were so many women coming in because the Germans were emptying the camps to the east. In Poland, for example, the death camps, they shut down the gas chambers, and all the inmates were on forced death marches, basically. But a lot of women came pouring in from other camps, as well as from Warsaw. When the Warsaw Uprising in 1944, the Germans crushed Warsaw, basically leveled Warsaw, and women that were living there, they weren't resistors or whatever. They were basically, many of them were forced to come to Ravensbrück. So there were tens of thousands of women coming in, a lot of women from Auschwitz, Jews from Auschwitz. on the forced marches came. So there were so many people coming in that the whole administration collapsed. I mean, these women were not ever registered. There was no registration of them. So there is absolutely no way of knowing either how many women were at the camp altogether or how many died.
Next question's going to be in the front towards the center, please.
This is a question more so for Gwen, but how do you use Margaret's and Milena's story to kind of combat these social taboos and historical silences, you know, regarding homosexual men and women?
Actually, it's for you.
It's one of the stories I wanted to tell, and I did interview a bunch of historians on the sexuality of the camps. It was interesting because as I think I told someone this, that as I interviewed an older lesbian who was very much a historian, she said, "Well, you can't out them. That would be morally wrong." And then a younger one was, "But of course, like that's from the old time. Like it won't ruin their reputation to find this about them." So there's a shifting. There's shifting sort of ethics or morality around that issue even now as we speak. In fact, one of the things that it might be interesting is that there was an effort, I think it's from the 60s, of a group of lesbian survivors who wanted to put a memorial at Ravensbrück. Ravensbrück has a big wall, and all the different countries and different groups have created little memorials there in front of the lake because all the ashes were dumped into the lake. So it's sort of a kind of a cemetery memorial site. And they wanted to put a memorial for lesbians that were killed there. And it was opposed by male homosexual activists that said it would create a myth of persecution. And that battle to have that memorial put there just ended in 2024 when they finally put the memorial there. And that has been an effort of all kinds of historians to talk about sexuality and talk about what it meant and all forms. I mean, there was obviously barter sexuality, there was rape, there was all kinds of levels of how the body was used or not used, and can love really exist? It's a complicated question, but I think that there are now known camp couples, and a few of them that have finally, who near the end of their lives, that were together for their whole lives, but then at the end we're able to speak about it, and so there's now an openness to talk about these passionate friends and what that meant. And I can imagine that if you find love in such a place, it's incredibly important and powerful. So I think it is a really important part of the story.
Next question's to your left towards the front with Connie.
Can you speak to the survival rate of Ravensbrück versus Auschwitz and some of the other camps that were, as I understand, complete families of people, grandparents and adults and children, both sexes. What was Ravensbrück really there for, and what was the survival rate of that camp?
Well, the survival rate clearly was higher than Auschwitz. I mean, Gwen alluded to it. It was not an extermination camp. The extermination camps, the camps that were designed to kill immediately, almost all of them were in Poland to get them out of Germany. They didn't want them in Germany. So Poland, like Auschwitz and Treblinka and various others, were in Poland, and that was obviously extremely high because the whole idea was to kill them. I mean, obviously there were people that the young and the fit who did work there, and most of them died, but that was the way you could survive. Ravensbrück, like many of the other German concentration camps, is a labor camp, but as Gwen said, it was slow death. I mean, the Germans had no intention of having any of these women survive. At the end, it just took them longer. They worked them to death the conditions were horrific. The food was almost non-existent. Ravensbrück was a petri dish of disease. So most women, it's really hard to say because we just don't know. but it did have a higher rate. But at the same time, 30 to 90,000 out of 120, 130,000, even more. It's still, it's still huge.
But they had gas chambers, and there was an acceleration of the murder and the gas chambers and the hunt.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, you write about how they were hidden, and they kept trying to escape, especially the Poles and the Jews that they were after. And I think maybe, I don't know which one of you wrote that, they killed 2,500 the week before Easter in 45. So there was an acceleration of the murder. And
the rate goes seriously up.
It just ramps up fast because they want to destroy all the evidence of the women that they were.
And it's very interesting. It's like this incredible adventure story at the end, because they were trying to kill as many, and the Swedish Red Cross was doing their best to send in a rescue mission to get them out. So it was like, oh God, who's gonna win? Well, I mean, obviously a lot of people died, but the Swedes actually did get in there and in time to save. I think it was, I mean, the number is like 8,000, 9,000 women from Ravensbrück before the camp was officially liberated, which was a while later.
All the way to the back to your right, please.
Hello, and I guess this is a question for Lynn. Did Genevieve de Gaulle suffer in the camp because it was well known that she was the niece of General de Gaulle? And the second part of the question is, post-war, I understand they had a very close relationship. And did her experience have any influence on post-war French policy?
The first part, that's a really interesting question, because I think when she first went, when she was first arrested and then sent to jail and then went to Ravensbrück, de Gaulle was still, I mean, this was early 1944, so we didn't have D-Day yet. He was outside of France, and so while he was important, they knew about him. They were focused on French, on the French and arresting and killing all the resistors in France. So the Germans weren't paying that much attention, and she was surprised that in fact, they didn't seem to care that she was the niece of de Gaulle. Everybody in the camp cared. The inmates did, but they didn't. But then, then came D-Day, and then came, he was clearly the leader of the resistance, and then became clearly the leader of France itself after D-Day. So all of a sudden, they took a great amount of interest in Geneviève de Gaulle. In fact, she was part of a plan by Himmler, who, toward the end of the war, like a number of Germans leaders under Hitler, decided to create their own separate missions to end the war, so they wouldn't be killed, etc. So Himmler tried to get de Gaulle and other Allied leaders to agree to a separate peace, and one of the things he dangled in front of de Gaulle was releasing his niece. De Gaulle resisted initially, but in the meantime, Geneviève was taken out of where she was and put into the prison block of Ravensbrück. Well, first of all, she was treated really well, and then she was put in the prison block, and she had no idea what was going on, why all of a sudden this is going on. And it's still not clear exactly why they put her in the prison block. That there was some misunderstanding, but she was treated really, really badly. And then all of a sudden, she's released. I mean, it's just the weirdest story. But she was released early because de Gaulle, apparently, he insisted he had never given in, but I think he did give in, and he wanted her out. So she came out in February of 1945. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the second part of your question.
It was close to.
Did it affect his post-war politics?
They were very, very close. It's really interesting because I've written about de Gaulle a lot in my books, and all of you know about de Gaulle. Nobody liked de Gaulle, or virtually nobody liked de Gaulle, especially Churchill and Roosevelt, especially Roosevelt. And he was just really difficult, to put it mildly, in every possible way, except
was Genevieve. They were close right from the beginning of her life. She was closer to him than to her father. And he basically became her surrogate father. And they just had this extreme understanding of each other, and he was incredibly sympathetic to her. And I think they're very much alike. I mean, I think that's, Genevieve was very quiet, very unassuming. She looked like, but she had a backbone of steel. I mean, that woman, she was a real leader, and was a leader in the camp and was a leader afterwards. In fact, she was really responsible for the creation of this women's organization. She ran it. I mean, and so she and de Gaulle were very much alike, I think, despite the fact that she was incredibly sweet and, reserved, and everybody thought she was just, the reality of Genevieve de Gaulle was not like her appearance, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Mueller, Gwen Strauss, and Lynn Olson.
Thank you.
You founded the museum. You can say whatever you'd like.
I just want to say two things. First of all, about both of their books, they're just wonderful. And the love story, The Passionate Friends, the way Gwen writes about their love and how genuine, authentic it is in the midst of this horrible place is just amazing, beautifully done. And love is love in a way that how they stole glances and just wanted to see each other. So it wasn't just knowledge that helped them survive. It was love, and it's beautifully told. And also that Germain mentioned once that your life can change in just a moment, and what you took for granted as your freedom is all of a sudden gone, and you're in this horrible place. And so I think these two women and what they have written, as well as the women they've written about, are standing in for 30,000, 40,000 that didn't make it back, and that they remember them. So thank you.
Thank you all. The ladies and Dr. Mueller will be outside at the book signing tables. It's now our lunch break. Please be back at 12:45 for our next session, Armies Afloat, featuring John Curatola with John McManus. Thank you.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary, as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In the summer of 1935, the Boeing Airplane Company unveiled a new, massive 4-engine bomber. One Seattle journalist dubbed the plane, which was bristling with machine gun emplacements, a flying fortress. This is the story of the B-17 Flying Fortress. This is World War II in 2. I'm Corey Graff at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the world edged closer to a Second World War, Boeing began building B-17s by the thousands. Each plane carried a crew of 10 men armed with a dozen machine guns and hauled a payload of high explosive bombs. The B-17s were used all over the world, but the plane is perhaps most famous for its large-scale bombing raids over Europe. Flying from bases in England and Italy, American B-17s and other bombers traversed thousands of miles over occupied territory to strike refineries, factories, and key infrastructure in cities like Berlin, Cologne, and Munich. The air war over Europe was brutal and deadly. Despite being heavily armed, the B-17s worked best flying in large groups and when escorted by friendly fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they formed huge formations capable of fighting their way to their targets, unleashing tons of bombs, and then making the long journey home. The B-17 was not the biggest or fastest bomber in the Army Air Force's inventory, but it was one of the toughest. Crews praised it for its ability to keep flying after being mangled by enemy fire. Resilience, often described as flying back on a wing and a prayer, gave crews the courage to brave the war-torn skies over Europe for 25 or more combat missions. Today, B-17s are a rare sight. Of the over 12,000 built, only about 40 complete airframes remain. The National World War II Museum displays a Boeing-built B-17E model that was delivered to the Army in March of 1942. It was nicknamed My Gal Sal and was lost when it crash-landed in Greenland just a few months after entering service. My Gal Sal stands as a tribute to the designers, builders, and brave crews of one of America's most iconic and revered combat aircraft, the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than the Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower at Thorpe Abbott with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great, brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
Welcome to the Boeing Center. There are 4 levels in the building. I became interested in being a volunteer because my love of history dates back to my childhood. Ford also built the B-24 bomber, and the assembly line would look identical to this. I've been volunteering here at the museum since January of 2015. When I saw the collection here, I decided that it was meant for me. You can actually link with someone like the pilot or crew member by getting on the phone and selecting the proper button. Depending on the day and the assignment, it can be simply greeting visitors as they come into the building. Level 2 will give you access to the Medal of Honor winners. On a day like today, I will give directions to both this building and other exhibits at the museum. On level 3, touching the screen will change the vision that the pilot or one of the crew members in each one of the planes had during the war. The thing I like most about volunteering is sharing information with the variety of visitors that come through the door. I've greeted people from Australia, England, China, Japan, pretty much all over the world. You can get details about any battle in the war by touching the table maps. It's important from my point of view to share what I know about the attractions at the museum so that their interest in the museum and the subject of the war becomes more live to them. The man firing and sighting the gun is on the left side as we face the tank. A lot of people that I talk about specific items here in this exhibit are amazed at where I find the information and how accessible it is to them. No, it's all original. Yeah. The tag even gives you the serial number. And they all still run. They're also pretty much awed by the variety of things on display. They had to be able to pull a fender or a gearbox out of one and put it in one that needed repair. If you want to meet great people and have great conversations each day that you show up as a volunteer, there's no better place in New Orleans to be than the World War II Museum.
For those in service with the Army Air Forces, receiving your wings, your aviation badge, was a huge achievement, a signature of service for aircrew, and a right that meant successful completion of training. Downed airmen made up a sizable percentage of the POW population in Europe. Overall, POWs formed a society with a culture unique to their circumstances. They developed their own languages. In Europe, it was a mix of German, 1940s slang, and military terminology. The culture they developed included clubs, patches, decorations, and also insignia. POWs made their own versions of the aviation badges that they wore in their pre-POW days. Some of them, like this one, made by Sergeant Marion Wright haphazard, modified the traditional wings to symbolize their plight as POWs. One side of the wings has been shortened or clipped. It also features a ball and chain with a swastika. There were many variations of these wings. Some were made by melting foil, usually from cigarette packets, and then pouring it into a mold. Others were carved out of wood. And then some were made by altering existing wings. They also featured specific POW camps, but they all became a symbol of survival, of identity as a POW, tethered to the ground. Captured airmen sometimes referred to themselves as caged birdmen with clipped wings. This badge embodies that principle.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. the Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the Third Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
This is an A2 flight jacket. This style of jacket is a classic, worn by Army Air Force's pilots, and it was the garment of choice for aces, rebels, bikers, and heroes. This style of jacket inspired those worn by Fonzie, Arthur Fonzarelli, in the TV series Happy Days, and Henry Jones. You know him better as Indiana Jones. This one was worn by a female flyer, Dorothy Britt. She was a Texan who got her pilot's license at age 21 and joined the WASPs, the Women's Air Force Service Pilots. These flyers operated everything in the Army inventory: ferrying the biggest bombers and the hottest fighters in the United States during the war. This insignia on the left shoulder was created by the Walt Disney Company and shows a female gremlin named Fifinella. She was the official mascot and insignia of the Wasps during World War II. Brit's specialty was advanced single engine. That's fighters like the P-51 Mustang and the P-47 Thunderbolt. Brit was so petite that she had to use pillows to prop herself up in cockpits in order to reach the rudder pedals. After the plane was delivered, she went back for another aboard a commercial airliner. She said she always enjoyed seeing other passengers' faces as she climbed aboard with her own parachute. When the time came to return the jacket to the Army, she decided to keep it, and we have the $25 voucher in Brit's collection of materials, dated December 1944. We are grateful that she held on to it nearly 80 years ago. Now the jacket is an often exhibited part of the National World War II Museum's collection.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour.
The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets in cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff. I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us, and is in fact the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up. I'm through. And she said, "You can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations."
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world, so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world around them and what kind of change makers my generation is going to be. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
In the ruins of war-torn Europe, Allied leaders confronted an unprecedented challenge. How do you deliver justice for the victims of Nazi crimes? This is World War II in 2. As early as 1941, Allied leaders began discussing how to hold Nazi leaders accountable for their crimes across Europe. But the question remained unresolved until after the war's end. In March 1945, the four major Allied powers, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union, proposed trying major war criminals before a special international court, an unprecedented step in international criminal law. Just before Germany's surrender on May 8, 1945, President Harry Truman appointed Associate Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson as chief prosecutor for the U.S. in the proposed trials. Jackson joined representatives from the other Allied nations in drafting the London Agreement and Charter, establishing the legal framework for the International Military Tribunal. The legal process became known as the Nuremberg Trials. The agreement set the trials in Nuremberg, Germany, an important site of Nazi rallies before the war. On November 20th, 1945, as seen in this archival video, the first round of trials opened, with Justice Robert Jackson addressing the court the next day.
The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world imposes a grave responsibility.
24 Nazi government officials, including Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Goering and Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess, were indicted on 3 charges: crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. They were also indicted for conspiracy to commit these crimes. The first trial concluded on October 1, 1946, with 19 convictions, 12 of which carried the death penalty, and 3 acquittals. The executions took place on October 16, though Hermann Goering took his own life the night before. After the International Military Tribunal, there were 12 subsequent trials with 199 total defendants and 161 convictions over 5 years. The Nuremberg trials set an important legal precedent. For the first time, individuals, not just states, could be held criminally responsible under international criminal law. These legal proceedings reshaped international criminal law, offering the world a new vision of justice, one rooted not in vengeance but in accountability, a legacy that still endures today.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell am See in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, yeah, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest. Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We're looking at the Buchenwald case booklet. In addition to the trials undertaken by the four-power International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, other trials were heard by the individual military governments to bring Nazi perpetrators to justice. The United States carried out military tribunals at Nuremberg,
and also at U.S. Army military trials at Dachau, the site of the longest operating Nazi concentration camp, located just outside of Munich. The Dachau trials included the Buchenwald cases, which took place from April to August 1947. Buchenwald concentration camp was established in 1937 in the German Cultural and Democratic Center of Weimar. From 1937 to 1945, some 250,000 people were incarcerated in Buchenwald and its subcamps. 56,000 are known to have died there, 11,000 of them Jews. Although the actual mortality figure is likely higher, since not all prisoners were registered by camp administration. An active resistance network in the camp, with key roles played by communists, saved many lives. The incarcerated included Jewish prisoners, political prisoners, Jehovah's Witnesses, Sinti and Roma, and also prisoners of war. They were subjected to forced labor, medical experiments, and other war crimes. When the Americans arrived at the camp on April 11, 1945, they found 21,000 emaciated, traumatized survivors. This booklet, prepared by the prosecution, details the charges brought in the major trial against 31 individuals who operated the camp and who also individually carried out acts of cruelty and murder. The trials began on the 2-year anniversary of the camp's liberation. The booklet contains photos of the defendants, their roles in the camp, and the gruesome charges brought against them. Their duties ranged from camp administration, to doctors, to gardeners, to guards. The booklet shows not a massive regime, but ordinary people who committed terrible acts. It opens with a solemn note, a dedication to the unseen millions of a world beyond who watch what we do here today.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know what that is up there?
It's what they use to clean clothes.
Very good. I'm Lou Schumann. What I do for the museum is I'm a docent, volunteer, and I'm here usually about 2 days a week. And I spend time helping the general public when they visit and special projects when assigned. And the one thing you got to understand, the reason we're all here, those little Higgins boats. I started my career in my hometown of Boston. I was in commercial television there for 25 years and eventually moved here to New Orleans. My background is sports television primarily. In fact, I ended my career with the New Orleans Pelicans. I've been volunteering here at the museum since 2016. I'm about to hit 9 years. The reason I've donated my time as a volunteer is very simple. I wanted to stay busy. My background is history. I was a history major in college, and I thought, where else but in New Orleans at the museum? It would be a nice fit for me, which it turned out to be a great fit. I enjoy being here. I enjoy meeting the old timers when they come in, and I enjoy helping the public understand the war. Our Brits coming ashore. God bless him right here. Lloyd Lovett himself is coming ashore. My father was my connection for World War II. He was a medic stateside. He was stationed in Carville, Louisiana, where he took care of the sick patients coming back from the Pacific. Also, he ended up in 29 Palms, California. He was working on a project that we all later knew was the A-bomb test site. There's so many inspirational stories of plain, ordinary working men and women who did their job, served their country without question. And that's one of the reasons I like to be here. If I can reach one person, one child, one teenager, and tell them what happened, and they have an interest, it really gives me satisfaction. I would encourage people to seek out and volunteer at the museum. I have to tell you, we have a large volunteer staff. We have doctors, lawyers, broadcasters, professional people. They're all here for one cause, to present the war. And I encourage people to volunteer. All you have to do, go to our website, under Giving, and there'll be a section on volunteers, and we'll give you a call.
final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
No hard questions, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom so we can begin momentarily. Please find your cell phones. Please silence them. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Our next session, Armies Afloat, how the development of amphibious operations in Europe helped win World War II. Dr. John Caratola will be in conversation with Dr. John McManus. John Caratola is going to discuss his latest work, which explores the evolution of Allied amphibious operations in Europe, their pivotal role in securing victory. We heard some of the concepts of that earlier. We're talking about Salerno. But from planning to execution, this discussion will highlight the innovation, the strategy, the courage that made amphibious warfare a decisive factor in the Allied victory in World War II. Now, Dr. John Caratola is the museum Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian. He joined the museum from Fort Leavenworth.
Prison.
The school, that's right. There's two sides there. He was on faculty. Sure you were. Now, John's a retired Marine officer who taught for the Army, that loves airplanes, that's going to write about amphibious doctrine. So we're certainly in for a treat in that, inherently joint, I think, would be a way to describe him. And then, so John Caratola will give us a kind of overview of his recent book. And then a great opportunity to listen to the discussion with John McManus and John Caratola. John McManus is the Curator's Distinguished Professor in U.S. Military History at the Missouri University of Science and Technology. As many of you well know, he's one of the nation's leading military historians, the author of 15 extremely well-received books, but he's also been a great friend of the museum, whether it's on travel, as a presidential counselor, and most recently now as one of the advisors on the refresh of our D-Day gallery. So I'll turn it over to John Curatola and allow them to continue mission.
Thank you, boss. Yeah, thank you for that introduction, boss. And it's an honor to be on the stage with, of course, John McManus, one of the leading historians for the Second World War. And the big difference between John McManus and me is when he gets a royalty check, he goes on vacation. I put cheese on my cheeseburger. So that's the kind of the difference between the two authors here. But one thing, what really struck me in teaching Army officers in Fort Leavenworth at the Command General Staff College, I came across a statistic that during the Second World War, the United States Army alone conducts 146 amphibious assaults. Some of them are very small, you know, in the Pacific on these small islands. And in the European theater alone, they conduct 10 division-plus amphibious assaults just in the European theater. And the sad part for me is there's no Marines there. It's only Army.
How could that be?
How could that be? How could that be? And so it made me realize, wait a minute, there's something here that needs to be addressed. And we Marines, we embrace amphibious warfare. It's our bread and butter. But what's important to understand, this is also Army history. Even more so to a certain extent than the Marine Corps. And so here you have kind of my thesis question is, how did the U.S. Army, and of course, all amphibious operations are joint endeavors, Navy and the Air Force as well, how did they learn? Normandy just didn't happen. They had to develop that capability set. How did that happen? And so that was what sparked my interest in this particular topic. Now, because there weren't any Marines in the European theater, I think if there were, things would have been a little bit different by D-Day plus 30, just saying. Just saying. So. Yeah. Yeah. But all kidding aside, what's interesting about the European theater is that as late as 1942, the Army ain't interested. They don't want to do this. They're not even looking at this idea of forcible entry from a littoral region. And now, they did do some training exercises, and you can see here for yourself, as late as 1942. These are the internal Army reports about how their amphibious exercises went. And now we're going to have to forcibly enter Europe and North Africa with an army that doesn't want to do this. And what's interesting about it, the Navy's not too keen on this idea either. The Navy then, and I'll say now, is not interested in amphibious operations. And the best example of that I can give you is a quote from a Gator Navy sailor, and I'll read this to you. It was a scufflaw sailor was telling another shipmate of his long list of various infractions of Navy discipline. When his shipmate asked the scofflaw if he was getting a bad conduct discharge, the scofflaw replied, "Hell no, I got 15 days in the brig and ordered to amphibs." The shipmate's response was even more telling as he replied, "Gee, that's a lousy break." And so, as 1942 comes about, those two services don't want to do this. But they learn, and they develop this stuff relatively quickly at an Army and a Navy level that the Axis can't even come close to doing that kind of power projection. So let me give you a quick little tutorial about amphibious assault, the doctrine. Don't fall asleep. I'm not going to bore you with doctrine. But under the Tentative Landing Manual, the TLM, the Marine Corps frames this idea. There's 6 tenets of an amphibious assault. The first one is command relationships. Who's in charge? The commander of the landing force, the admiral, the Navy, or the Commanding Amphibious Task Force, the Admiral, or the Commander of the Landing Force, the Army or the Marines. Who's in charge? And these two guys have to work together for a joint endeavor with a joint goal in mind, not just a Navy mission, not just an Army mission. And to understand how this relationship works between the supported command, i.e. the ground force, and the supporting command, the Navy. At the same time, as a U.S. Marine or a U.S. soldier, when I put my foot on dry land, I have zero combat power ashore. But one thing I do have is naval guns, battleships and destroyers and cruisers that are out there that can help provide naval surface fire support, as we refer to it, to help soften up enemy targets, to suppress enemy fires, so I can get ashore, so I can establish a beachhead. At the same time, I have these funny things called airplanes that can also help soften up those targets. And the one thing about airplanes is they can be really dynamically tasked because they fly at around 200, 300 knots, where ships tend to move around, 20 knots or so, and that gun target line is always moving because they have some limitations. So what you're seeing here with this is the combination of ground movement, air movement, and naval movement all together. At the same time, I have to get from my big boat to the shore, and as all you know why we're here, because the Higgins boats were here, that ship-to-shore movement piece is key. And you have to figure out who is in what craft, in what wave, what beach are they going to, what time are they supposed to land. There are a myriad of details to figure out the ship-to-shore movement piece on this as well. And once I do get ashore, we used to say, once you secure an objective, tell the enemy that you have, let them know. And so you have to secure a safe place for follow-on forces to come in. So you can bring in large-scale logistics, armor, other formations. It's all about flow onto the shore and inland. And the last thing is logistics and communication. In order to coordinate that fire, coordinate those airplanes, coordinate that ship-to-shore movement, got to have a radio. And waterproof radios kind of help. Don't always have those, but it kind of helps. So this idea of being able to shoot, move, and communicate underpinned with a robust logistics network to keep that power generation going ashore. So those are your basic tenets of an amphibious assault. So our first foray into this in the Second World War is, of course, North Africa. Do we succeed? Yes, we do. We landed. We do 3 different locations, the Western Task Force, Central, and the Eastern Task Force. But the problem is they land on the wrong beaches. They land sometimes hours late. They have poor beach master support, meaning the guys who get the supplies off of the landing craft and establish depots on the shoreline. They are completely unorganized. And the coxswains who drive the landing craft are very bad at their job. Some are Army, some are Navy, some are Coast Guard. And the graphic you see up there talks about the loss of a landing craft for the torch operation. You can see for the first red circle for the Western Task Force, they used 629 landing craft, and they lost 216 of them, 34%. The Eastern Task Force, in the very bottom, used 104, and they lost 98 of them, 94% of them. So you can see there's a little bit of a problem here in our ability to do ship-to-shore movement. And in most of these cases, as I mentioned, they land late, they land on the wrong beaches, and there's really poor coordination across the front. The good thing is we're fighting the Vichy French, so it's not, not that bad. But the Army and the Navy write these very long and detailed after-action lessons learned. And one of the things they do after this is they establish what's called the 5th Army Invasion Training Center. They establish a school in North Africa that's joint with Army and Navy working together in a coordinated staff, and they write curriculum for a whole host of military applications, and they do this in theater. And the next thing that the Americans are going to do here that's something really interesting is they're going to come up with some new material solution sets, stuff. And one of the things that they develop that makes a huge difference in the war are these things. Amphibious platforms, the LST, the landing ship tank, or the large slow target, if you were a crewman on one. the LCT, and the LCI. During the Second World War, the United States Navy, or let me see, the United States, I should say, will build about 1,200 LSTs. These things are so important that the number of them in a given theater will drive Allied strategies. Matter of fact, they're so important, and I'm going to quote Winston Churchill here, that when they're planning the Anzio operation, and they only have so much of these LSTs in theater, Churchill will say, and I quote, "The fate of two great empires rests with some goddamn thing called LSTs." But what you're seeing here is we're developing capability sets in terms of material solution sets. Nobody else can do this in the Second World War. Our British counterparts will also build some of these amphibious vessels as well. But this speaks to this idea of innovation not only in doctrine, but in material solution sets. Now, something else happens on the way to the forum. Well, we're not in quite Rome yet, but we're going to get there. Okay, is in the summer of 1943, the U.S. Air Force, Army Air Forces, doctrinally now have an equal footing with the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Army in terms of ground, air, and sea. They're now equal. And of course, the Air Force guys think this is pretty cool. And so when they're planning the invasion of Sicily in July of 1943, the Air Force doesn't tell the Navy or the Army what they're doing until like a few days before they're going to cross the line of departure. And the Air Force guys say, well, you don't need air over the beaches. We're going to go long. We're going to go deep. That's what we do. We're going to hit strategic targets. We're going to hit train rail yards. You don't really need us over the beach. Well, there's a little bit of a problem with that, because when they land in southern Sicily in July of 1943, this is what George Patton says about the Air Force. During those assaults, the Luftwaffe and the Regio Aeronautica, the Italian Air Force, will conduct 89 raids over that fleet. And there's no Air Force fighters there to protect them. And as you see there, they're going to sink a couple of U.S. Navy vessels out there. The SS Robert Rohan is going to be hit on 11 July. Fortunately, all hands are able to get evacuated off of it. But there's a problem here. I don't have any air cover. And this gets even worse, because on D+1 at Gela, where the 1st Division goes ashore, there's a little bit of a problem, because the Germans are going to send a bunch of panzers down the plains of Gela, and Patton has to commit his reserve. And his reserve is going to be an airborne force that's going to come in, and they're going to fly over the Navy at night, and they're going to drop and insert right there in the plain. The problem is all the naval gunners have figured out that if anything flies over you, it's got to be German. So on that night, 144 C-47s will fly directly from North Africa to Sicily. And as they fly over the fleet, the anti-aircraft gunners think they're German, and they open up. They're going to shoot down 33 C-47s, damage 37 others, about a 16% loss rate, with 81 soldiers killed in action, 132 wounded in action, and 16 missing in action. And one C-47 pilot will say the safest place for us today was anywhere over occupied territory, not our fleet. But here's something I'd like to bring up. 2 months later, as John talked about earlier, we're going to land at Salerno. We're going to move up that boot. 2 months later, who do you think is over those beaches in the amphibious objective area? The United States Army Air Forces. This is innovation, folks, coming from the bottom up, not from the top down. They're figuring this stuff out. The same thing, and John mentioned earlier today, they have to do an airborne drop. And they're going to drop them by the Sell River. They're going to drop them at night. And what they do, they tell the Navy and the guys on the ground, don't shoot at anything after 9 o'clock. And they take a different route around the fleet. And as John pointed out, it's successful because it stops the German counterattack in the split between the British and the Americans. So they're learning, they're figuring this stuff out. Something else they come up with is an idea called a Rover Joe. What that is, it's basically a Piper Cub that's painted green. And these guys fly along the beach line with a pilot and a guy with a radio, and they're directing naval fires helping call in naval artillery. Then when you get to Anzio, they're going to have even more of these aircraft flying around. They're going to be called horseflies. And what they're calling artillery support, ground artillery support. Then they have these pineapple aircraft that are hitting moving targets. And they're having daily discussions between the ground force, the naval force, and the air force over targets for tomorrow, potential targets, and they have quick reaction for other targets that pop up, targets of opportunity. They're figuring this stuff out. And even at Anzio, the plan is for the Air Corps to build a runway in the beachhead, and they do. And they bring in a Spitfire squadron, an American Spitfire squadron, to provide responsive air support within the amphibious objective area. Now, it gets shelled because the Germans have all that artillery and they take it off, but what you're seeing here is that they're learning. They're working together as a force. And so when we fast forward to Normandy, we're going to establish more air power over the amphibious objective area and the whole strategic campaign itself with the transportation plan. And they're going to go after railroads. They're going to go after transportation nodes. They're kind of degrade the Germans' ability to move their forces around and reinforce themselves. Both the 8th Air Force, which doesn't want to do this, takes their strategic bombers in support of overlord operations. And then the Army Air Corps will develop the 9th Air Force. Its sole purpose is ground support. That's all they do. P-47s, dropping bombs on German positions. And you can see there, they're going to fly 2,000 CAS sorties in support of D-Day operations. Now, the results of transportation plan have always been kind of equivocal, but I'm just going to give you this quote from the Panzer Lehr commanding general about what happens to the road network. He says, "It took 80 hours to travel what was normally 12. When we did arrive, my command's firepower was reduced by half." So that speaks to a capability set that's good enough. And if you don't believe me, let's take it from the guys who were fighting. Here's what Gerd von Rundstedt says on 20 June 1944. "4 facts must be emphasized: the enemy's complete mastery of the air, flexible and well-directed support of landing troops by ship's artillery, of strong Allied naval units ranging from battleships to gunboats, and the rehearsal of enemy invasion units for their tasks, most precise knowledge of the coast, its obstacles, defense establishment, swift building of superiority of numbers and materials on the beachhead just after a few days." Go back to the slide that I showed you regarding those tenets of amphibious assault. And Gerd there is really basically addressing all 6 of those. And this is from the Germans themselves. So as I close out here, this is the thrust of the book, is that the U.S. and our allies were learning organizations. We were innovative in the development not only of resources, but the units themselves. Combined arms integration, air, land, sea, working together. We take combined arms integration to the places the Wehrmacht never dreamed of in 1939, 1940. We get this stuff down to a science. Also, bulk logistics. That LST, I can pull that up to an unprepared beach, folks, and I can roll out tanks and trucks and men, and in some cases, rail cars. Yes, rail cars. No other nation can do that. And more importantly, we broke the mold of service parochialism. This is my mission, that's your mission. You do what you do, and I'll do what I do. No, this is an American effort. And that's why we're as good as we are. Thank you.
All right, good stuff, good stuff. So, the place to start, I think, in our conversation, I'm just kind of curious, what got you interested in the topic, as a whole? Was it germinating for years? Did it happen with the Eureka moment?
Well,
exactly
when I was teaching at the School of Advanced Military Studies, we have all the services are there, predominantly Army. And one of the things that we really harp on is this idea of integrated fires, integrated support. How do we leverage in a campaign plan everybody on the same sheet of music in an operational plan? And it got me to thinking, well, Normandy is its own campaign. How did we get there? That just didn't happen. And the Marine Corps has a learning curve in the Pacific, as you well know, regarding amphibious assault. And that was our bread and butter as in the interwar years. That's what the Marine Corps wants to do. The Army wasn't interested in doing that. So how does the Army liberate continents, whole continents? The Marine Corps is going to liberate an island here, an island there. I got that. They're going to take away my Marine card, by the way, for publishing this book.
It's truly in danger.
Yeah,
you
it is.
acknowledge the Army exists.
You can take away my lunch money. But that just didn't happen overnight. And what I found as I looked into it is that the Mediterranean is the classroom. That's where we learn not only how to fight the Germans, but how to work together as an integrated force. And so in teaching our modern day students about combined and joint operations, it made me think, how did this evolve in the Second World War?
Yeah, so if we look to the other side of the hill, what are Axis amphibious, the Axis powers, what are their amphibious capabilities?
Yeah, slim to none. They have a few, amphibious craft where they're, pushed across, Operation Sea Lion in 1940. And yeah, the British don't have, the Atlantic Wall there, like the Germans, do there in that assault. But I am of the school of thought that the Germans would have failed miserably in generating combat power quickly enough to occupy southern England, let alone the whole country itself. And the Japanese embraced the idea of amphibious movement, not amphibious assault. They do have some littoral craft. They do have their versions of, say, LSTs, but they're not integrating fires. It's basically an administrative movement. I'm on my big boat, I'm getting on a landing craft, and I'm going to shore in a benign environment. We're the only ones that are going, we're going to do this in an assault, in a combat environment. And so the Japanese have amphibious movement capabilities, but not amphibious assault capabilities. And as we well know, the Japanese Army and the Japanese Navy don't work and play well together, thankfully. And so they don't have that integrated fire support plan and integration that we have.
Yeah, that definitely comes into play early in the war. I mean, they're able to spread out a lot of forces around the Pacific and into the Philippines on unopposed beaches in many cases. But beyond that, it's difficult for them to sustain their forces the way they need to be. The Japanese supply situation in the Philippines, for instance, is really in crisis. Yeah, the spring of 1942. And they're going to have to really sort of rejigger a lot of their shipping to get reinforcements there in the first place. So it's just kind of interesting to look at the different capabilities. But one of the things the book does is it's quite fascinating to take a look at some of the key figures. And there's none more so than Admiral Kent Hewitt, who you really develop. Yeah. I think he's an overlooked person in this war. So what kind of role does he play in development of amphibious ops in the European theater? Because that's where he is the whole war.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Kent Hewitt, and I agree with 100%. He's an unsung hero of the war. Kent Hewitt's in charge of the amphibious force, the Atlantic Fleet, in 1942. And when they're given the task, or hey, we're going to have to do this torch thing because we can't go into Normandy yet. Although Marshall wants to do this we don't have the manpower, the material, the ships, or quite frankly, the know-how. And so we'll land in North Africa for all kinds of reasons. I was just oversimplifying. And Hewitt is the one who realizes, the Army and the Navy better get on the same sheet of music. And he's sending very, very pointed letters to Patton about get your staff officers up here because I'm loading your stuff on my ships. What is the priority? Because you have to combat load these vessels. That means you put the most important stuff on last so you can get it when you're in a combat area. And the Army's not giving them that kind of guidance. And he writes a series of them in August of 1942 about you are failing in your responsibilities to get us the information that we need to have. He also establishes a number of schoolhouses in Little Creek, Virginia, which today is a modern amphibious training base for the services. And one of the things he establishes is a staff school, so Army and Navy guys can work together about putting together operation plans. He also puts together a naval surface fire support school, so because the Army and the Navy have different terminology in terms of adjusting fire. They got to get on the same sheet of music, so if I call for fire, and I'm an Army guy, the Navy gunner understands what I am saying. So that's another school that he develops. They also develop an amphibious training base at Solomon Islands there in the Chesapeake, not to be confused with the one, across the Pacific, where they're going to practice this stuff and coxswain training to get these guys up to speed. And so Hewitt is the force behind all this. I think one of the reasons why he's not well known, he kind of looks like a bag of donuts. He's not handsome, he's kind of round, he's kind of pudgy, but he will sit down with Patton at the Western, for the Western Task Force in Torch, and they're figuring this stuff out. He's there at Sicily. And he's also there when they go into Operation Dragoon. The guy is all over the Mediterranean. And he really builds a relationship between all of the services. And as I mentioned, there's a learning curve here between the Army and the Navy, but also the Air Force. And he starts putting together what we call today joint staffs, where we're all working together off of the same goal and objective for an assault.
And that seems like an easy thing, but it is almost like they're speaking different languages, and it has to have a point of translation. Everything has been oriented in different directions, doctrinally, just in terms of the culture of the service, everything. And I think it's important to step back and understand that Hewitt is maybe even a little out of step with some of his naval colleagues who are thinking about big, fleet engagements or aviation or whatever. I mean, and the same thing with Dan Barbet, Admiral Barbet in the Pacific too, who also becomes really, really first rate. So the book really does show a lot of that cross-pollination, but also the other theme of the book is you're showing from the ground up how the Allies are learning. How do you trace that?
Yeah. What's interesting, and I think it's an important trademark or characteristic of the American fighting man, and the book is very American-centric, but our British counterparts do much of the same, so I want to give my shout-out to my friends from the UK. But what you see here is innovation, and this is what American soldiers do very well. Hey, the plan went sour. Let's try something else. And you're going to see this in almost every battle. You're going to see initiative on the part of lower-ranking officers or junior enlisted who are taking charge and coming up with new ideas. And most of this stuff is developed in theater. It's not coming top down, it's coming from the bottom up. As a matter of fact, one of the things I really found interesting was for the naval spotters in the Sicily campaign. Well, the Air Force says, well, we're not gonna be there. We're gonna be going deep and going long. So what the Navy does, and this is great, they take a couple of those LSTs I talked about, those really important landing ship tanks, and they weld on it a steel deck, and they make a mini aircraft carrier, and they put on some of these Piper Cubs, and they launch these things off of LSTs flying along the beach to call in naval fires. Thing is, you can't land. So what they would do is like land on the beach. It's a disposable airplane, nobody cares. But they did have one contraption where you flew into a net, but I don't think anybody really wanted to do that.
No, that was not appealing.
No.
Yeah.
No. But again, what you're seeing here is this innovation occurring in theater. They're not waiting for guidance. And what you see, I think, when you compare and contrast, as mentioned a little bit before, the Axis, the Germans, the Japanese certainly will, and the Italians, well, we'll skip them, that they don't do that. Not at an Army level. There are some select units in the Wehrmacht that are very good, don't get me wrong, but at an Army level, they never come up with those kind of things from the bottom up that are put into doctrine. And then there are solution sets, material or otherwise, that are used. And I think it's a testament to American ingenuity and those junior leaders that actually make things happen. The importance of a staff NCO corps, an importance of a well-trained junior officer corps. And as you well know, John, better than I do, we don't even have that in 1942.
We don't.
We have to build this capability. Yeah, so you think about how much we're doing in a short span of time. It truly is amazing.
It really is. And in that same time, in the Pacific Theater, we've had actually more invasions go on. You know, like let's say by the Normandy invasion, we've had several more invasions going on in the Pacific Theater, one of which had just happened in the Marshall Islands at Kwajalein by the 7th Infantry Division, and commanded by Major General Charles Corlett, who's a really good commander, and so good that he's going to be transferred to the European Theater for Corps Command, and comes with all these like bright ideas about how to do things in the Pacific, and he will have later write about, quite chip on the shoulder kind of writing about how they should have listened to me more and all this. So where do you sit on that whole thing of whether they should have, learned more or listened more for the Pacific Theater in informing what we do in Normandy? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think you and I had this conversation a few days ago. I didn't see a lot of intra-theater or inter-theater discussion between TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures between one or the other. I each saw them kind of doing their own thing in theater by and large. I do know in 1943 there's that conference on amphibious assault that goes in Woolacombe, and they actually talk about a few amphibious assaults, like in the Aleutians, and then what happens at Dieppe, and because there's that much to go off, they have torch, but they don't really look at what's going on, at least from my documentation. I didn't see a lot of cross-pollination between the two theaters.
Because there generally isn't. And I mean, I wonder if they could have learned more. I think there's a sense in the European theater that it's sort of like apples and oranges in the sense that they're doing littoral invasions of a continental scale versus islands in the Pacific. But of course, you're talking about some pretty big islands in the Pacific too that almost lend towards, for example. Oh, the Philippines for sure. I mean, absolutely, and later on Okinawa too. So I just kind of wonder whether you think they didn't really have much cross-pollination, but do you think maybe in the European theater they could have learned more?
Yeah, I think so. I think they could have been a little bit more expeditionary in mindset in terms of power projection and those kinds of things. But by the same token, I think they're liberating a whole continent, not Iwo Jima, not Saipan. You know what I mean? And the scale and scope is so much broader. And again, and I'm glad you brought this up, we're doing this in the European theater at the same time. You're in the Pacific theater. This nation is crossing these two big moats called the Atlantic and the Pacific and power projecting thousands of miles into the enemy's backyard. We fight away games for good reasons, okay? That is an extraordinary capability that we're able to do that simultaneously. Incredible. It kind of, when you take a step back for a second, you look at the timeline, because we tend to encapsulate, here's the ETO, here's the PTO, and the two shall never meet. But when you look at the simultaneity of what's going on, it is staggering the capability that we build in a short span of a few years, and the wherewithal to understand and to integrate and to learn. And of course, in the Pacific, by the time you get to Okinawa, it's down to a science. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all working together on this thing. Normandy, by the time you get to Dragoon in southern France, same thing. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines are all working together on this thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, by the time you get to the Dragoon chapter, this was my impression reading it, it's almost like you've got high-quality Major League professionals playing high schoolers there. I mean, the Germans are so overmatched. And not that 19th Army isn't potent at the soldier level to inflict losses, but that invasion is so professional of all the various moving parts that you have a sense that it's the classic, we don't want a fair fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, is it King or Hugh? I can't remember, who says this is the most perfect landing in history or something like that, because it basically goes to plan. I mean, everything they plan to do, there's a few hiccups, but by and large, they're on all their objectives, at the end of D-Day in southern France, And so, again, it speaks to the fact that they've put these puzzle pieces together by the time you get to Dragoon. And what I think was really interesting, one thing that I learned in writing this book, in my concluding chapter, is we crossed the Rhine, using much of the same tactics, techniques, and procedures that were used in coming in Normandy or in Dragoon. They actually, this is great, you see pictures of this stuff. They're taking landing craft, putting them on trucks, driving them down to the Rhine, putting them on staging areas, and they are quite literally using the same amphibious assault techniques to cross the Rhine that you used in Normandy.
And this is the capstone. As I mentioned this morning, all the different river crossings we're going to have roughly from the Volturno forward, much less what's going on in the Pacific Theater. It's just kind of staggering. So here's an on-the-spot question, in the same way that like aircraft nerds, you know, which is your favorite aircraft or whatever. So you have to pick one amphibious craft that you think is the most important of all, the central part of this, that if you had to pick one, it would be that.
LST,
Go.
done, easy. That's
LST.
an easy question.
All right.
LST.
So Churchill was right.
He's, you know, because what's interesting is in, and I know you know this, John, in February of '44, they have a big conference about lift. And they're trying to tabulate where all the LSTs are globally. Because, of course, the Pacific is screaming for these things. We have our main effort coming up, you know, here in May/June of 1944, and it's really all about amphibious lift. How much stuff can I move from point A to point B? And at the operational level of war and above, up to strategic, it is all about throughput. Men, material, bulk fuel, bulk water. How much stuff can I push ashore to generate combat power and then push further in what we call subsequent operations ashore? And the LST is key in doing that. Let me give you another reason why I picked the LST. Everybody knows about the fake harbors, the mulberries that we build there in Omaha Beach, and then, of course, in the British beaches. And, of course, there's a storm that comes in 1921, June, and it wrecks the American mulberry. So the Americans are stuck with their tried and true ship-to-shore capability sets for bulk logistics. Now, do they hit their goal? No, they don't. But they do get about 80% of the requirement ashore during the month of June. And that's without the mulberry. And so I think it's a testament to what these ships can do and how we have these systems in place that allow us to move enough stuff ashore. It isn't the full requirement, but there's enough of it to continue combat operations. And again, it's not a foregone conclusion we're going to win. I know that, but it's good enough in June of 1944. And one last thing, then I'll shut up. What I find amazing is by 9 o'clock on June 6th, the first emergency airfield is open for business.
Yep.
That day. You talk about expeditionary logistics. That's amazing. And they're going to go on to build, I think it's something like 80 more the rest of the month. And then it's going to be 100 and something by the end of July.
Which points to the potency and ubiquity of the Army aviation engineers.
Oh my God.
Who are basically the Seabees of the Army, and they are all over the globe doing this. It's why we can have this. The LSTs, I mean, I agree with you 100%. They prove their worth, not just with that, but the fact that port cities are not going to be a big way that we're going to supply and sustain ourselves once we're ashore, you know, after D-Day. And obviously the mulberry harbors, that plan goes sideways too. So it's just LSTs unloading stuff over the beaches and then evacuating people back to medical facilities too.
You mentioned, your morning session about the port in Naples.
Yeah.
And I think the quote is, the guy who spiked this port knew what he was doing, something like that, quote unquote. And so now how are you going to support, an army ashore when I don't have a good pier? Of course, we know this with Cherbourg as well.
Yep.
You have to rely on the expeditionary piece until you can clear those ports and actually start to use them again. What's fascinating is in the Anzio operation, there is a small port there, but it's not a great port, but you can get a couple of LSTs in there after they repair it. And innovation. Many of those LSTs that they used for the Anzio operation are now sucked out and sent up north to the UK. And they have, I think it's 6, can't remember the number. And, well, how are you going to support the Anzio beachhead when there's no land route there because you went deep into the German rear area? How am I going to support this logistically? And what they come up with the idea of is called the Anzio Highway. There's no highway. What they do is they take a bunch of deuce and a halves and they load them up on these LSTs. They float them down to Naples, have the trucks drive off. They load the trucks up, put them back on the LST, drive them back up to Anzio, and then unload mobile loads. And it's a much more efficient way to use that lift. And they developed this in theater. Some smart guy goes, hey, let's make this easier on ourselves. And so again, it's this idea of innovation.
And last point on the whole LSTs, remember the global demand for them, and we've had 2 LST disasters before all this, Exercise Tiger in April 1944 in the Atlantic, and the West Lock explosion at Pearl Harbor that takes out several LSTs that affects the Marianas Campaign, and yet we still find a way to move on. The other thing that I think is so fascinating about the LSTs, most of them are built inland in America, along the river systems, not along the coast. And I noticed this in your slides earlier, LST 325 there, that's at Evansville, Indiana today. If you're ever in the area, you can visit LST 325. I highly recommend that. You'll see one of the key aspects of the Allied side in World War II. So
they float them down the river and then down the Mississippi and then out the Gulf. It's an amazing feat
with their shakedown cruises. Really uncomfortable to be aboard those, but
you don't want to take a long cruise on an LST, but it's an ocean-going vessel. It's an ocean-going vessel. You don't want to do that, but it is.
You don't want to do it, exactly. So let's open it up for questions, and but first a hand for the great John Curatola.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to the back to your right, please.
Excellent discussion, gentlemen.
Hey, Ben.
Hi, guys. The whole time you were talking, I was thinking about the revolt of the admiral, the revolt of the admirals in 1949. Considering everything that you just talked about, why did the Army turn its back on amphibious operations after the war?
Yeah, you know, there's an obscure author who wrote a book about that. It would be me, by the way, on the Revolt of the Admirals. Like I said, cheese on my cheeseburger. At any rate, because I think what happens, America does not have this tradition at that time of large standing armies. We don't like them. They're expensive. They're a waste of resources. We have manpower that needs to be doing other things like being in factories and in supporting the economy. And going back to our revolutionary roots, that large armies are a threat to democracies. And so, in the fine American tradition, after the Civil War, after the First World War, and of course after the Second World War, we downsize. And of course, anytime you downsize, you have to cut capability sets. And something else happened in 1945 that changed what we thought was the nature of warfare. Atomic weapons. We're not going to be doing that amphibious assault stuff anymore. As a matter of fact, the Marine Corps, again, post-war, has to fight for its mission again, because we're not doing that anymore. And Harry Truman, to quote him, says, the Marine Corps is nothing but a bitched-up army talking sailor lingo. So the threats that we see and the capability sets given budgets, and with the advent of intercontinental bombers, the B-36, nuclear weapons, America really sees a conventional capability, i.e. amphibious assault in large army formations, that's not the future of warfare. Then something happens called Korea, right? And then Vietnam, and we realize, okay, you can't put your eggs in the nuclear basket. And this is one of the things, the Navy is really upset about, because the Air Force wants to be the force of choice in the post-war world, and the Navy is complaining, well, we have carriers, and we can deliver atomic weapons too. And when Lewis Johnson, the Secretary of Defense, cancels the USS United States without consulting the Navy, they get a little bit upset. And Truman's a fiscal conservative at this time. And what's amazing is that after the Soviets launched their Joe 1 atomic weapon a couple years ahead of schedule, within one fiscal year, the American defense budget goes from $14 billion to $50 billion in 1 year. And it starts this standing large American army, which is not our tradition previous to that. Hope that answers your question, Ben.
Next question's to your left towards the front with Connie.
Great talk. I have two questions. First off, regarding the note you had on there, like April of 42, they know they don't have capability. How is Marshall thinking Roundup supposed to work? That's thing number one. And thing number two, from the Marine Corps history, Archer Vandergriff and Turner had this argument, who's in charge?
Yep.
And Turner's like, well, I don't care your division, you're just troops on the ship that were thrown on shore. How do they not have that argument? I understand it evolves in the Atlantic, but how do they not have that argument years before? Because the doctrine's there.
Yeah, it's a great question. The first question regarding the cross-channel invasion in 40, that was really more of an emergency plan if they had to do that. The Americans are keen for this cross-channel invasion because it's the most direct route. And it's, Marshall likes it, as does the Americans, but we just don't have, when they start looking at the numbers of ships and manpower and what you need to, they don't even have enough troop ships to get those divisions across the Atlantic to do those operations. So once they start kind of, they have them on the shelf, but they're not realistic at all. I don't know if you want to.
No, they're definitely not realistic at all. I mean, you need 30 plus troop ships just to get one division ashore.
Yeah.
That's hundreds of thousands of tons of shipping. Those are APAs, you know, and then not much less the landing craft too that we don't have.
Yeah, there's a huge.
So what's his plan? His plan is that it's going to be just this sort of catch can sort of makeshift throw people ashore in France to take pressure off the Soviets thing. And
I think it would have been a DF in the same.
Probably something similar, depending upon who's there for the Germans. And their defenses are by no means what we would associate with having them in 1944. But still, they don't have to be, you know, for that kind of makeshift operation.
And to your second question about the relationship, it's written in doctrine, but of course, people matter, relationships matter, cooperation and understanding matters, and the argument that I would make here is throughout the war, the commander of the landing force and the commander of the amphibious task force, whoever it is, they develop that inherent trust and relationship, what I refer to as handshake con. That, hey, we're going to do this together. Not just a Navy mission, not just an Army mission, but a joint mission. And they develop that over time. And again, it has to be grown. It has to be developed, this mutual trust between the services. And we do. And we do. And it's that way today. It's that way today.
To your right in the back, please. John, in your trilogy on the Army in the Pacific, you bring out something I didn't fully appreciate, is how many amphibious landings the Army was doing in the Pacific. And at Okinawa, there was this fierce debate about whether or not to do an end run and do an amphibious landing there. Could you address why it wasn't done that way in view of the capabilities of the Army?
Right. So yeah, I mean, the Army, of course, by the time of Okinawa, I mean, you talk about experience in amphibious operations. I mean, absolutely. So the deal with that, of course, is this is happening under the umbrella of the 10th Army under Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner Jr. He's the overall commander, an Army officer. And you're getting deep into the Shuri line, and you know it's really bogging down as just a horrible meat grinder that you're going to have on Okinawa. And so there were some, you know, sort of on 10th Army staff, but also some among the division commanders, both Army and Marine, and also the naval commanders who were thinking about the possibility of an outflanking amphibious invasion, like on the southern coast of Okinawa. I think at Minatoga, and I may be mispronouncing that, I'm sorry. But so Nimitz kind of, you know, mulls this point over with Buckner. Buckner studies it with his staff, and then ultimately Buckner chooses not to do it and has been criticized to this day about it. He will say, I think quite revealingly and distressingly, I don't want to end up in another Anzio situation. Okay, well, in my book, as those of you who've read it, you know, I really take him to task for that because I think he doesn't understand the battle he's fighting. If you think somehow it's the same thing, like as Anzio, of an enemy that controls a continent and has lines of movement and lines of resupply to get down to bottleneck you in this beachhead south of Rome, versus an island where you control the sea, you control the air. Every guy Ushijima, the Japanese commander, loses cannot be replaced. You know, if you think somehow that's the same as Anzio, then I don't know, I can't help you kind of thing. So the main person, one of the things that I think is unfortunate about that whole controversy is it has been sometimes made, well, in the media of the time and sometimes by historians, made into an Army versus Marine thing. Like, aren't the Marines so much smarter and more innovative to want this outflanking amphibious invasion and the fussy Army dude doesn't know? No, actually, it's both Army and Marine commanders who are for this and arguing for it. The best example I'd give you is General A.D. Bruce, the commander of the 77th Infantry Division of the U.S. Army. If you've seen Hacksaw Ridge, that's the division portrayed, okay? So Bruce had just done the same thing at Ormoc on Leyte. Quite successfully on actually December 7th, 1944, and that was kind of the turning point in the Leyte campaign. So he was thinking it could be something of the same thing for Okinawa. You know, but Buckner, I'm not saying necessarily that Buckner should be severely criticized for not making the decision, but I do think that he perhaps based the decision on the wrong assumption, is maybe the point.
Next questions to your left with Connie, please.
Was any consideration ever given to bringing at least a contingent of the US Marine Corps over for Overlord?
Not that I'm aware of. It was interesting, in 42, they kind of do an agreement that the Marines are smaller than the Army, and they're more uniquely fitted to the Pacific area of operations, whereas the Army is bigger, more capable, and of course Germany first. And so there's this notional division of labor that the Americans, matter of fact, they moved Marine divisions over to California, and they moved a lot of Army divisions to the East Coast, and then that becomes just predominantly an Army theater. There's some Marines on ships, you know, as protecting the captain and stuff like that. But by and large, no, and they're on Iceland and Greenland and stuff like that, but no huge formations themselves. And I have yet to see anything that considers moving any Marine, and of course we don't have them. There's only, you know, 6 Marine divisions. There's not a lot of us, and there's, you know, how many Army divisions that are out there, you know, and so we would be, I hate to say it, but small potatoes compared to what's going on.
Yeah, and that would misuse the Marine Corps. Yeah. I mean, what the Marines are used for is where you see them excel. It's not an accident. In a small Army, one division operation on Tarawa, for instance. Yeah. And I mean, it's a big operation at Iwo Jima, and that's 3 divisions. Yeah. By Army standards, in a continental littoral kind of campaign, that's just 1 corps somewhere in the mix, and an understrength one at that.
Exactly.
So, no, I think they got that right. And but I guess what I've always pushed back against this idea that the Marines could somehow do it all themselves. Actually, you see just some really, really impressive teamwork, and that's been John's theme all along. I think it really shines through your book, is the jointness of it all. And there's such great lessons learned from that I think still inform us today, of course, too. But I really think more so than we've popularly appreciated, there's a very successful close partnership between the Army and the Marine Corps in fighting battles together. Yeah. And I think that's the important theme to understand.
Especially in Guam.
Oh, for sure.
ID. They called them the 77th Marine Division.
Yeah, and
because there's a close relationship.
I mean, you know way better than I what an honor that is. I mean, the Marines call these guys from the 77th Division the old buzzards. Hey, look at all those old buzzards go, because the Marines were like 20 years old, and to a 20-year-old, anybody above 25 is ancient, you know. So these 77th Division guys are 28, 29, 31, 32. Yeah. And I think one of the reasons why there's such a good partnership there, again, command, you talked about relationships. General Geiger is the overall Corps commander, a tremendous Marine 2-star. And then A.D. Bruce, whom I mentioned a moment ago, here we have him again. He and Geiger knew each other from either the Army War College or Leavenworth, not the prison, but the staff college. And so they had that relationship, and they both had that understanding of jointness and partnership.
But on the converse, there's a learning curve, Saipan, you know, where there's the Smith versus Smith controversy as well. But again, that's part of the process of learning, and there's some pain involved there. And as we talked, by the time you get to Okinawa, they're providing mutual support across division lines and fire support and air power. So it really is a partnership there.
Yeah.
We're going to stay in the same area with Connie, please.
John, I've got a philosophical question for you. What was it about the German leadership or culture that did not allow them to adapt into this teamwork environment that the United States did so easily?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that has something to do with, and John, jump in here, save me if I get it wrong. I think it has something to do with German military culture. They're great innovators during the interwar years, Blitzkrieg and this integration and op-tempo and movement and speed. And of course, they garner that from as early as 1920. The Germans are already looking at why they lost the First World War. In 1920, Hans von Secht and the Truppenant are developing what you know today as Blitzkrieg. And then they have to get the equipment sets for it and build them and then train with them. And they do that very well, obviously, in the 1930s. And you see what happens in 39 up to 41 and 42. But I think what you see is a stagnation on the part of the Germans for a couple of reasons. One, they're running out of Schlitz. Manpower, material, logistics, which we do better than anybody. They don't have the capabilities and the assets to really adjust with what they're doing and try new and innovative things. And plus, they're kind of on the defensives. You know, after Stalingrad, it's we don't know this yet, but the game's over, and we don't know that yet. I'm obviously we know that now. And so I don't think they have that luxury as the war progresses. And now,
yeah, right. So Hitler biographers still argue to this day whether he thought in terms of a global empire with sea power or whether he was really kind of landlocked in his thinking. And I won't, wade into that swamp. But I don't think there's much question that Germany is a kind of land empire, a land-obsessed empire, with the blip, admittedly, of the Kaiser building the Blue Water Navy that's going to rival the Royal Navy that leads attention in the outbreak of World War I. But Germany, of course, had lost its overseas colonies after World War I in the Treaty of Versailles. And so I do think it's fair to say that most German military thinking was preoccupied with land operations. The army was the dominant military organization politically going back to the Prussian days. And I don't think that lends itself to amphibious capability, whereas the U.S. And of course Great Britain, but if we're talking about the U.S., had become a kind of a maritime power as of the late 19th and into the 20th century with the Great White Fleet and our overseas economic ties to China and the open door. And so you see a little bit more of an institutional, cultural, and economic kind of tradition for that in the U.S. And of course, we all know the U.K., was the greatest maritime empire on the planet up to that point in time. So all that lends itself, I think, well towards amphibious capability. And it's why the Japanese, I think, too, who were sort of lending in that direction somewhat too, have something more of that capability than do the Germans. But it's still going to be ultimately outclassed. But the other point to, I think, appreciate about them and their like the strength and weakness meter, remember, they, just like the Germans, they have decided to fight a two-front war. The war in China, which is army-dominated, and then the war out in the Pacific against the Western powers, which is basically the Navy's war. And the Army, it takes the better part of about 2 years almost for them to get very serious about the war against the Western powers, too. So add all that up, it leads to some pretty significant limitations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Doctors John McManus and John Curatola.
Thank you, sir.
Great, man. Great.
Thank you, gentlemen. They'll both be outside at the book signing table, and I also highly recommend you check out which tours both of these gentlemen will be a part of with our educational travel programs. Be back at 2:15 for our next session, Fields of Glory, Football in World War II. Thank you.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated a plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour. The liberators have smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. and watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatolo at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets, in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay, took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
My fellow Americans, Supreme Allied Commander General MacArthur and Allied representatives on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The thoughts and hopes of all America, indeed of all the civilized world, are centered tonight on the battleship Missouri. There, on that small piece of American soil, anchored in Tokyo Harbor, the Japanese have just officially laid down their arms. They have signed terms of unconditional surrender. Our first thoughts, of course, thoughts of gratefulness and deep obligation, go out to those of our loved ones who have been killed or maimed in this terrible war. On land and sea and in the air, American men and women have given their lives so that this day of ultimate victory might come and assure the survival of a civilized world. No victory can make good their loss. We think of those whom death in this war has hurt, taking from them fathers, husbands, sons, brothers and sisters whom they love. No victory can bring back the faces they long to see. Only the knowledge that the victory, which these sacrifices have made possible, will be wisely used, can give them any comfort. It is our responsibility, ours, the living, to see to it that this victory shall be a monument worthy of the dead who died to win it. And our thoughts go out to our gallant allies in this war, to those who resisted the invaders, to those who were not strong enough to hold out, but who, nevertheless, kept the fires of resistance alive within the souls of their people, to those who stood up against great odds and held the line, until the United Nations together were able to supply the arms and the men with which to overcome the forces of evil. This is a victory of more than arms alone. This is a victory of liberty over tyranny. It was the spirit of liberty which gave us our armed strength and which made our men invincible in battle. And so, on VJ Day, we take renewed faith and pride in our own way of life. We have had our day of rejoicing over this victory. We have had our day of prayer and devotion. Now let us set aside VJ Day as one of renewed consecration to the principles which have made us the strongest nation on earth and which, in this war, we have striven so mightily to preserve. Victory always has its burdens and its responsibilities as well as its rejoicings. But we face the future and all its dangers with great confidence and great hope. God's help has brought us to this day of victory. With His help, we will attain that peace and prosperity for ourselves and all the world in the years ahead.
Days after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan's emperor announced they would accept Allied surrender terms. But for tense weeks, Allied leaders faced uncertainty over whether Japan's intention to surrender would hold. This is World War II in two. On August 14th, Japan's foreign ministry accepted the terms of the Potsdam Declaration. Under the agreement, Japan would surrender unconditionally.
The emperor would remain, but his authority and that of the Japanese government would be subject to General MacArthur's orders. In reply, the U.S. called on the emperor to order all commands to cease fire, end operations, and transport prisoners of war to safety. Emperor Hirohito recorded a message to inform his people. But hoping to continue the war, some Japanese officers attempted to seize the emperor's recording. Their coup, however, collapsed, and the next day the emperor's message was broadcast at noon on August 15th in Japan. It was still August 14th in the U.S. when President Truman announced Japan's intention to surrender, signaling that a ceasefire was in effect until Japan's formal surrender ceremony. It wasn't until the 16th, however, that the emperor finally issued orders to cease hostilities. Rather than going into effect immediately, however, the ceasefire was to take effect in stages, from 2 days to as many as 12 days, depending on unit locations. Allied and Japanese leaders had concerns about whether the ceasefire would hold or whether Japanese forces would comply. By August 19th, negotiations in Manila settled the terms of Japan's surrender. Over Japan, Allied planes dropped leaflets to POWs, telling them the war was over. Drops of food and medicine followed. Nearly 20,000 Allied POWs were liberated over 14 days. Meanwhile, thousands of anxious soldiers and Marines landed on August 30th to begin occupation duties. While the initial date for the surrender ceremony was set for August 31st in Tokyo Bay, typhoons forced MacArthur to shift the ceremony to September 2nd. That day, over 200 Allied warships were staged, with the battleship Missouri anchored in the spot where Commodore Perry dropped anchor in 1853. Flights of aircraft circled above. Concerned about kamikaze attacks, anti-aircraft guns remained alert and fully manned, with the exception of those guns above the signing ceremony itself. A combat air patrol kept watch overhead. At 9:02, the ceremony began. After an opening statement from MacArthur, the Japanese delegation signed. MacArthur followed, then Nimitz for the United States, and afterwards senior Allied representatives. By 9:25 on September 2nd, 1945, the Second World War was over. Later, MacArthur broadcast, "Today the guns are silent. A great tragedy has ended. A great victory has been won."
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make our way back into the Arcadia Ballroom so we can begin our next session shortly.
They're up by 11 points with 76 seconds to go. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens is the one person who hasn't fallen or taught at West Point. That's what actually what's up. So they got one more. They got to win in San Antonio. They were up by 11 with 4 minutes to go. They gave up a touchdown and then something happened. Oh, they tried for it. Tulsa did an onside kick, Army got it back. It was 4th and 3. They were trying to decide to go for it, and they were trying to go for it. But again, I understand what they did. The defense was good. It could be, again, it's tough up here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important announcement. It has to do with cell phones. Yes, of course, turn them off. But if anybody is watching the Army-Tulsa game that had 12 seconds left, please do not tell us what the score is, or Con Crane and Mike Bell may just fall out. Don't tell us the score.
All right, welcome back. Fields of Glory, football in World War II. So please don't tell us the score. I think we know it. This section explores how America's favorite game, football, for those who don't know that, endured and evolved during one of history's darkest periods. And Brad Peterson will tell us the inspiring story of Japanese-American players who formed a powerhouse football team inside a World War II incarceration camp. Randy Roberts will highlight the legendary matchups, that's code for the Army-Navy games, that lifted national morale and reflected the spirit of the country at war. And, you know, I have to confess, you know, Dr. Con Crane had argued for this session for years. I don't know how we managed to have it at the same time as an Army football game going on TV. You know, I messed that up, but you know, Con has had a distinguished career, 26 years in the Army, to include 9 years as a professor of history at West Point. 32 years ago, Major Crane was my boss. That dates us a little bit. But he went on to have a distinguished career at the Army War College, Military History Institute, Strategic Studies Institute, really culminating in 2016, the Society for Military History named Con as the Samuel Eliot Morrison Prize winner for his lifetime contributions to the field of military history. So I can't think of anybody better than that. A friend of the museum, presidential counselor, mentor, to turn this session over. So Dr. Con Crane.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. Always appreciate that. I always get some very unusual panels. I've actually been at every conference
all of the 18 conferences, and I seem to get some of the more unusual and unique opportunities. And then this is another one. This is a really interesting session. A few years ago, Sports Illustrated did a survey of the most iconic American sports sites. Number 1 was Yankee Stadium. Number 2 was Churchill Downs. And number 3 was Michie Stadium at West Point. If you've ever been there, when you're in the stadium, if you look in the south end zone, on the wall there, it has the name of the 3 Heisman Trophy winners, Blanchard, Davis, and Pete Dawkins, and also has their 5 national championship teams, 1914, 1916, 1944, 45, and 46. So one aspect of this panel is going to be talking about some of those great Army teams and some of their Navy competitors and competition during the war. The other extreme, we're going to talk about something different. We're talking about the Japanese Americans, the internment camps, who also achieved excellence in football. Their goal was a little bit different. They were trying to display a superiority in an American sport as part of their campaign, really to prove that they belonged in the larger society. It's actually pretty advantageous. If you look at the program, the 2 speakers for the panel are right across from each other. So you only have to turn to one page to read the good details. Brad Pearson, he calls himself a journalist, but his stuff is a lot deeper, really, if you read his material. He's going to talk today about his book, The Eagles of Heart Mountain, which was the basis for an Emmy-nominated NFL documentary, which was called 9066, which was the number of the order that interned the Japanese Americans. Fear Football and the Theft of Freedom. It's really a significant analysis of the ways that these Japanese Americans dealt with the tough situation they were in a very, very American way with football. Our other panelist, Randy Roberts, is the Distinguished Professor of History and 150th Anniversary Professor at Purdue University. He's written 30-some books on all kinds of topics. He's won all kinds of teaching awards, National Book Awards, been nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. I mean, there's so many things that he has done. And today he's going to focus on, again, the unique Army-Navy competition during the war, and how that reflected American values, what it meant, and again, hopefully, a lot of emphasis on those great Army teams of 44, 45, and 46. Gentlemen, Brad, you first.
Thank you for the kind introduction and for welcoming me. Are we on now? Okay, cool. Thanks for the kind introduction and for welcoming me here to this conference. It's my first time, and it's really wonderful and just to see everybody and all of their different expertises. So I actually want to start, before we get to the team at the center of my book, I want to talk about the place Heart Mountain here. It's a peculiar looking mountain, one of the foremost geological mysteries on Earth. The rock on the top of the mountain is 300 million years older than the rock at the bottom of the mountain. And this is something that has puzzled geologists throughout the field. And they've settled on this theory in that 48 million years ago in southern Montana, a 500 square mile chunk of dolomite and limestone broke away from the Earth and traveled at 100 miles an hour to this spot in northwest Wyoming where it sits today. It's the largest surface landslide in the history of the planet. And how that happened is still up for debate, but the working theory is that some sort of volcanic or steam explosion occurred, carrying this chunk of rock to its final resting place. And then, for millions of years, the land sat uninhabited. Native tribes passed through, as did fur trappers and early settlers, driven away by the mountain lions and the harsh climate. It gets down to -30 in the winter and the hottest part of Wyoming in the summer. After the decades, small towns of Cody and Powell popped up in the nearby Bighorn Basin, but the land surrounding Heart Mountain was empty until the US government decided to remove 120,000 people of Japanese descent from the West Coast. The event we all think of as kicking off mass incarceration, Pearl Harbor, was really just the final step in a decades-long fight to remove Japanese and Japanese Americans from the West Coast. Groups like, on this slide, you'll see the Native Sons of the Golden West and the American Legion were staunch advocates for the removal of Japanese Americans decades before Pearl Harbor, and teamed up with ranchers and politicians of all parties to pass racist land laws, immigration quotas, and housing discrimination. The reason was farming. Japanese farmers had begun to dominate the West Coast. They started as laborers, but eventually grew into kings in some corners of the agricultural world. For instance, by as early as 1910, Japanese farmers produced 70% of California's strawberries. And at the dawn of America's entry into World War II, in 1941, Japanese American farmers controlled 2 out of every 3 acres of vegetable farms in Los Angeles County, and every single planted acre of peas, broccoli, beets, celery, and cauliflower. So when Pearl Harbor happens, all of these groups sort of snap into action and see the war as an excuse to execute a plan they'd hoped to hatch literally for decades. And in just a matter of weeks, these ideas that sort of started in farms and in small towns trickled their way up from the farms and councils of California to the War Department and to 2 men, John DeWitt and Carl Benditson. These 2 men eventually build an argument that allows the removal of Japanese Americans from the West Coast for, quote, military necessity, but in reality is just the fulfillment of these decades of racism. Benditson, DeWitt, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt go so far as ignoring the country's own intelligence reports from the Navy, the FBI, and other groups. The United States had spies in the Japanese community for years, in California, Hawaii, Washington, and every report came back with the same information. There was little risk of espionage or sabotage from the Japanese community. They were loyal Americans, and that was proven by the end of the war. No Japanese American was ever convicted of a crime against the United States during World War II, something that can't be said for the Germans or Italian Americans who were not incarcerated in great numbers during the war. Now, this part of the book, when I was writing it, the part about FDR and the history leading up to the camps, sort of has a special place in my heart in that I grew up in Hyde Park, New York. I went to Franklin Delano Roosevelt High School. We were, I think, probably the only high school in America whose team mascot was the Presidents. It doesn't necessarily strike fear into your opponents when you're like, we're really good with executive orders. But growing up in a place like Hyde Park, you get sort of steeped in the lore of Roosevelt. My middle school was built with New Deal funds, and Roosevelt himself approved the plans while he was in the White House for the middle school. So for me, learning about this other part of Roosevelt was sort of a corrective to my upbringing. And not to be too critical of Roosevelt, but for me, this is really a black spot on his record when I think he did and so many tremendous things for this country. And so this point, 20 years after I'd left high school to be researching all of this was sort of an interesting career track that I didn't think I'd ever have. So this executive order that Roosevelt signs, 9066, eventually leads to the creation of Heart Mountain, one of 10 War Relocation Authority camps across Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. 11,000 people were at Heart Mountain, living in barracks that had each been built in less than an hour. They were the first people to ever live on that land, likely in human history. They were stripped of almost everything, but everything, especially Japanese: music, reading materials, even heirlooms. They were each allowed to bring 1 suitcase into the camp. Overnight, the camp became the 3rd largest city in the state of Wyoming. And one of the very first things the adults did when they arrived at camp was to clear land for a baseball field. There was virtually nothing to do, and in order to try and regain some semblance of normal life, they started playing sports. Which leads me to the protagonists of my story. The Eagles of Heart Mountain is the true story of the best high school football team in the history of the state of Wyoming, a group of incarcerated Japanese American teenagers during World War II. As I began researching this team, I learned that not only were these kids playing and winning games, but they were doing it with 4,000 or 5,000 fans lining the field, more people than had ever been gathered on that spot in human history. Because the thing is, when you're being held against your will in a camp, there's not really that many things to do. And for me, it was, when you're writing a book, you not only want interesting characters, but you want impactful characters. And from the very first game, I knew that one of my main characters was going to be a young man named Babe Nomura. He's here up in the upper left. Before being taken from his home and sent to camp, Babe was the starting running back for Hollywood High School in Los Angeles. He was a multi-sport star, starting at second base as well as on the track team. At the time, Japanese Americans weren't welcomed into white leagues, so they started their own athletic leagues. Babe dominated these basketball, softball, track, and eventually competed against and beat players in their 20s and 30s. He was quick, with great hands and incredible instincts. He was, in my eyes and the community's eyes, the best Japanese-American athlete of his generation anywhere in the United States. After he left Heart Mountain, he went on to play football at San Jose State and was offered tryouts by both the NFL and Major League Baseball. So when he gets to Heart Mountain, he tries out for the football team, which a gym teacher had just started. It turns out only 3 players of the 41 to try it out had ever played football before. The rest were all just athletes, shortstops, track and field stars, point guards. They all had to learn the rules of football, and they had to learn them quickly. The first game was in only 13 days. But soon, they started crushing their opponents, 48-0, 60-0, and that's all because they turned their weaknesses into strengths. All the teams that the Heart Mountain Eagles faced were all-white teams from across the farmlands of Wyoming and Montana. In some games, the Eagles were outweighed by 40 pounds a player. Japanese Americans at the time, because of their low dairy and high vegetable diets, were much smaller than the average American. The center for the Eagles team weighed just 120 pounds, which is just like unfathomable now, that like a center would be like close to 2 to 3 times that size if you were to find like an NFL lineman. So they knew they couldn't outmuscle their opponents, but they'd have to outwork them. So instead of running the ball, which is the common at the time, they threw it, using multiple wide receivers to spread out the defense and counterbalance their size advantage. They created a sort of proto-West Coast offense years before it became popular. And their opponents had never seen anything like it before. It was created by, their coach at the time was a man named Tubby Kawasaki, who got his nickname because he was 5'6" and 200 pounds. But he was a coach before the war. He was a coach at Los Angeles City College, and he had sort of experimented with this idea of, it seems kind of quaint, naive now, but of throwing the football. And he sort of said, like, well, all of us are smaller. Let's try to figure this out, and we'll throw it a little bit more. And at the same time, all of these players played both offense and defense. And since the Eagles were thinner and in better shape, they simply ran other teams ragged. They took what should have been a major disadvantage and turned it into a winning formula. And I think there's probably a good lesson in there for all of us, whether on or off the field. To this day, the Eagles have the highest win percentage of any team in Wyoming State football history. Now this right here, when I was doing my research for the book, I spent a lot of time in Wyoming, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and I was spending time with Babe Demora's daughter one day, and we were flipping through family heirlooms from the camp and photos, and I came across this. And anyone who has ever played high school sports knows how important a varsity letter is. And for me, this heirloom and this piece of history, this artifact, just really shows how important this team was to the people of Heart Mountain. You see, at Heart Mountain, they had very little money, resources. The players didn't have pads. They had cardboard shoved into their pants. But the community came together and raised money so that everybody that played on the football team would get a varsity letter. And I think that just shows how important this team was, not only to themselves and other sports fans, but everybody else at the camp in terms of what this team meant for morale. That they had no money, but they could still save up to get these kids varsity letters. So I want to talk for a second about this photo, which I kept on my desktop the whole time I was writing this book. When I got this book deal, I realized I had an opportunity to bring the story of Japanese American incarceration to a much broader audience. There are lots of books on the topic, but most of them are either memoirs or academic texts, both of which are incredibly helpful and built the foundation of what I wrote. But there are very few nonfiction narratives about this history, books who trace characters' lives from the years before, during, and after the camps. And I realized very quickly that there's a universality to this story. Like, if you look around the room right now, every single one of us has been a teenager. We know what being a teenager is like, and whether that's being a teenager here or in Germany or in an incarceration camp, there's certain things that are inevitable about being a teenager. So when I was telling the story through the actions of Babe and his teammates, their decision-making, those are all things that we've experienced too. What would it be like to be pulled from your friends, from your high school, to have your loyalty questioned? When these young men were in camp, they were presented with the ultimate question: would you die for your country? You see, while the United States government thought Japanese Americans were too dangerous to live on the West Coast, it also began drafting them into the armed forces. So members of the Eagles were forced to make a decision: join the Army or resist the draft and risk going to jail. It was a question of conflicting loyalties. loyalty to your country, loyalty to your people, loyalty to your family, and loyalty to your own principles. Eventually, 60 young men from Heart Mountain resisted the draft, leading to the largest mass trial in Wyoming state history. They were jailed for their resistance. Back to this photo. Even after I wrote about this book, even after I wrote the book, I thought about this photo a lot. And I think about it because, you know, if you just sort of stick your thumb over the faces of the young men and women in this photo, these could be any teenagers from the 1940s. Their hair, their style of clothes, kids going to school, but they've been taken away from their homes and sent to camps just because the home country of their parents or grandparents. And I think about how, for all its good, the United States remains precarious, and how right now we can never let this happen again. And it's up to us to make sure it doesn't. Thank you.
Hello. I'd also like to thank you, Conrad and Nick and Connie and Jeremy and all the people who have been so kind to us as we prepared to come and talk here. I'm going to talk about Army football. I wrote a book called A Team for America. And the origins of books I find kind of interesting. This book came because I teach a course on World War II at Purdue University. I've been teaching it for a number of years. And I noticed that one time, that in 1944, Army won the national championship. And I thought, wow, there's got to be a story in there somehow. Here we have America's fighting in the season of 1944 between D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge. And as the American Army is moving across the landscape, the football team is winning game after game after game. So I thought, you know, there must be a story in here. And as I started to do the book, I found there was kind of an interesting story to tell. And that's the story. Let me start by talking about one of the most important letters dealing with sports during World War II. And this is FDR. Another letter from FDR, a better letter though, I think, from FDR. The green light letter. What happened? What happened is shortly after Pearl Harbor, Commissioner of Baseball, Kennesaw Mountain Landis, wrote a letter to FDR and said, "Hey, what are we going to do about baseball during World War II? Should we cancel baseball? I mean, this is an unprecedented war. Sports seem to be the toy store of American landscape. Should we cancel it?" And FDR wrote back and said, no, we should not cancel baseball. Baseball is an American institution. The workers will want to go to games. True, the great players are going to be drafted, they're going to be in the military, but you can have other players play in the games and you can keep the competition. He requested that more games were played at night, but otherwise, he says, keep playing the game. So this green light letter, as it's known, becomes the word for sports. Keep the sports going. Professional football, keep professional football going. Although there weren't many teams to play, some teams had to combine two teams into one team. For example, Pittsburgh combined 1 year with the Eagles and became what? Does anybody know? The Steagles, absolutely right. And they combined another year with the Cardinals, and they became what? The Pit Cards. Hey, there's a war going on. We can't expect perfection, okay? They were bad under any name. Oh, Conrad, I'm so sorry about Army. Anyway. So what do we have here? I'm looking for somebody else to change it. Let's shift back now in time before Pearl Harbor. In 1940, Robert L. Eichelberger was promoted to brigadier general. Same class that Patton was promoted to brigadier general. Patton rode Eichelberger saying, hey, they finally had enough good sense to promote us to general. Anyway, he was also promoted to a superintendent of the academy, or he was appointed superintendent of the academy. And he was a great football fan. And on the way to the academy, he stopped off to watch the Army football team play against Penn in Franklin Stadium. That's in your neck of the woods, isn't it? In Philadelphia. And Penn, how do I say this? Obliterated West Point. It was terrible. West Point was defeated 48-0 by Penn, capping a dismal season. 1 win, 7 losses, and I think 1 tie. The one team they beat 20-19 was Williams. Williams is a very fine institution of education, but it is not a football power. My wife and I attended a Williams game, and if Margie can correct me if I'm wrong, the marching band had someplace between 5 and 7 people in the marching band, and that was more than was in the stadium to watch the game. They were not a football power then. They're not a football power now, and I dare to say they will never be a football power. So if your one victory that you're claiming, it's not over Navy, it's not over Notre Dame, it's not over Penn, all great teams during that years, it's over Williams. It's bad. Eichelberger continued from this game to the academy, and in his first meeting at the academy, we have it from the notes, he brought up football. Something's got to be done about Army football. This is pathetic. Look, folks, we're going to be going to war pretty soon. Remember, this is November 1940. The Battle of France has completed. The Battle of Britain is basically over. America can see a route to this war. And the Army, Eichelberger said, cannot be represented by a ragtag football team that brings nothing but disgrace on. We have got to do something about football. And West Point was in a difficult situation at this time. We have a new, not new, but we have a new commander of the Army, George Marshall, who's not a West Point graduate, he's a VMI graduate. And he's not sure West Point is the best place to train officers for the upcoming war. Where do we see West Point in the news? We see horseback riding, okay? In an age of tanks, the Army's still learning to ride horsebacks. We see, let's see here, what other things do we see? When you see pictures of the cadets, they're in Life magazine or the New York Times. They're always accompanying some debutante to a cotillion. You know, this is the troops. There's a school solution for every problem. It lacks innovation, it lacks vitality, it lacks je ne sais quoi. I just need to throw some French in there every once in a while. A certain something, yeah. It hasn't changed. Anyway, so Eichelberger says, you know, we have got to build a football team that America is proud of. And he decides what we're going to do is something radical at West Point. And that word radical is not in the vocabulary of most West Point leaders. What we're going to do is we're going to change the way football coaches are picked. There was football coaches before this time at West Point were active duty coaches. That is to say, they were in the military. They were probably played at West Point, maybe assistant coaches at West Point, but they were assigned as a tour of duty as coach. And Eichelberger said, no, this can't be. Okay, we need professional coaches. And he had one person in mind, and that's Red Blake, in the middle of these two other giants that I'll talk about later. Red Blake had been a coach, a very successful coach at Dartmouth. This is a time where Ivy League schools were still national powers, okay? So we have to put ourselves back in time. He wants Red Blake to come in. And Red Blake entertains the offer, but he says, look, we've got to have some institutional changes. For example, there were height and weight requirements at West Point. If you were 6 foot, You could not weigh, you had to weigh between 160 and 176 pounds. You know, having a couple, it may have worked on the West Coast, okay, but having a couple halfbacks that are 160, 65 pounds isn't going to scare Notre Dame very much. And if you, the tallest you could be is 6'4", and you couldn't weigh more than 198 pounds. 6'4", you should be at least 230, okay? But no, yeah, 98. So Blake was able to get to communicate this to Eichelberger to the Congress. There were changes made so he could have a good team. Okay, so the next thing to do is, the question is, are we going to continue college football? We're given a green light, but many people think that the Army should be training soldiers and training officers and not playing football. Fortunately, one of the people who opposed playing football at all in colleges was Gene Tunney. Does anybody remember Gene Tunney in here? Boxer, right? Heavyweight champion of the world, defeated Jack Dempsey in a great long count fight, in another fight. Anyway, Tunney, who's the director of physical fitness for the Navy, doesn't want the cadets training to be officers to play football. He says it's too much time. Football, he says, is a waste. You can't become an officer. You can't train for the Army playing football. It just simply can't be done. Well, that's one opinion. Another opinion was a former coach at Navy, was a guy by the name of Thomas Hamilton. And you can see up behind me, there's Thomas Hamilton up here. Hamilton believed that no, playing football, playing competitive sports was fantastic training for officers. It's not sportsmanship, but competition was going to be essential to winning battles. You're going to have to compete. And so this is his approach. And he is able to institute this at naval training grounds. The idea is the military needs to train junior officers. We're going to need a lot of junior officers to fight World War II. The Navy developed, under Hamilton, a program called the V programs. First there was V5, there was pre-fight, flight, but then there was a V12 programs that trained all or most of naval officers at different campuses in the United States. Purdue, Ohio State. Well, I don't think there was one at Ohio State. But over the nation, there were about 160 or 70 different colleges that had V12 programs. And so they could bring athletes to their programs. The Army decided their program was the Army Specialized Training Program. They didn't allow their trainees to play varsity sports. The Navy allowed the trainees to play varsity sports. Okay, so the key for football, for most colleges in World War II, is to have a Navy V12, preferably a Marine V12 program on campus. That means you could bring in athletes from other schools. This is before the portal. You could bring in athletes from other schools and they could play for your team. For example, why do I choose this example? Purdue, 1943. In 1943, Purdue returned one player from the 1942 team. One player. How can you have a team with one player? Obviously, you can't. However, it had a Navy V12 Marine training. So the Marines came on campus, trained to be officers, took math courses and physics courses and other courses they need to be Marine officers, and they played football. So Purdue at this time brought in players. I have the numbers here. They brought in, let's see here, where is it? Eight players from the University of Illinois, including two All-Americans, Alex Agassi and Tony Butkovich. Butkovich will later die in Okinawa. They had 5 players from Iowa, 7 players from Missouri, and so on. Even one player from IU. Indiana University, downstate. I like to think that he was used as sort of a mascot. You know, and maybe entered the games towards the end and, you know, did something or other. I would like to think that. I've not checked that out. And it's one of those things, you know, sometimes there's those things that you want to think are true that's best not to ask too many questions. Yeah. So anyway, so I won't ask any questions about that. They go undefeated. They're fabulous. They have this great season. This team comes together. They go undefeated. They should have been national champions, but they weren't. A team that had a loss on their record, Notre Dame, was voted national champions. There's a prejudice here. I won't go into it. But anyway, this is the way it worked. This is the way the V12 program worked. They're training officers to be to fight in the Pacific, and they're playing football at the same time. Okay, Army also wanted to get into this game. Their recruiting strategy was developed by this guy, a guy named Herman Hickman. And I wish I had more time to talk about Herman Hickman. He's an absolute character. He's kind of a big, iron beach ball type of person. He was an All-American at Tennessee. He was a professional wrestler. He had committed to memory much of the English canon of 19th century poets. He could pull off a poem at the drop of a hat. He's just a character. Please ask me more about Herman Hickman. There's great recruiting stories. His job was to recruit players from the South. Okay, who does he recruit? Some of the players that come on the team. One, Barney Poole from Gloucester, Mississippi. And there were a lot of Pools in Gloucester, Mississippi. At first, Doug Kenner, who was on the team, told me, who was also from Mississippi, said, "You got the wrong Poole. You wanted Buster Poole, not Barney Poole." Well, Barney turns out to be a hell of a player. Barney, and this kind of gives you the landscape of football at this time. Barney went after graduation from high school, if he graduated from high school, that's a question. Barney went to the Ole Miss, which is a university that you don't really have to graduate from high school to go to. No, that's a cheap shot. That's a cheap shot. I mean, they've got a good coach who I'm sure is going to be there for the next 3 or 4 days. Kiffin, those are cheap shots. I shouldn't say, I'm better than that. But Barney, here's Barney. He plays like 2 years at Mississippi. Then he's brought into West Point. Okay, the good thing for Barney going to West Point is he's going to have 3 more years to play college football because he's not going to be pulled out. The V12 programs, the players could be pulled out after when their semester was up. And their semester was not the same as an academic semester. It was I'm going into too much weeds here, but on October 31st, they could be called up and sent to Parris Island. Many were called up. As a matter of fact, the Purdue team was limited by losing its best players. Anyway, Barney could play 2 years at Mississippi. Now he's got 3 years at the academy. The academy went from 4 to 3 years then. And then with Barney, he didn't get through the academy. He got through 3 years of football at the academy. And he went back then after the war and played another couple years at Mississippi. Okay, I mean, the guy was in college, I don't know that's 13 years, I'm not counting. And he still didn't graduate. He was an All-American in 1944. He was an All-American, and he became an All-Pro in the pros. So he was very good. Then we have guys like DeWitt Tex Coulter. Tex came from the Masonic Home, an orphanage in Texas, and they produced just a great football team, a hard-hitting, a little bit too hard-hitting sometimes, and not always legally hard-hitting. Football team was one of the best in the state of Texas. DeWitt was big, strong, and mean, okay? It's a sad story. His mother was around, but she said, I can't control him. Give him to Masonic Home. And so, and he was a good football player. And DeWitt kind of looked at the whistle as a suggestion to stop the play, okay? If you were standing and you weren't watching, DeWitt was going to take you out. And I mean, and he took many players out, including in the Army-Navy game of '44. You know, he was, in practice, Red Blake told players, look, when the whistle blows, if DeWitt's anywhere around you, hit the ground, okay? Otherwise, you're going to hit the ground in a more unpleasant way. Okay, so we have these two. Then we have, coming from North Carolina, okay, and the United States Army, he went from North Carolina to the pre-fight program to Army, U.S. Army, but he was found by Blake and Hickman in the Army, and he was brought in, a guy by the name of Doc Blanchard, All-American, Heisman Trophy winner, fabulous football player. Scouting report, when the Notre Dame scouted him, the Notre Dame scout wrote back, or wired back to the rest of the team, I've just seen Superman in action. He wears number 35, and he goes by the name of Blanchard. Doc Blanchard was just a tough, hard runner, fast, everything you want in a football player. And his running mate, number 41, also All-American, also Heisman Trophy winner, Glenn Davis. Glenn Davis was just special. He was, when you go into West Point, you had to take extensive athletic test, okay? Yeah, sit-ups, push-ups, running, jumping, everything. He scored almost a perfect score in it. There wasn't a sport he couldn't play. He was extraordinarily fast. Doug Kenneth said he had just multiple gears. Nobody could catch him. If he got loose, he'd seem to be trapped, and then suddenly he'd be in the open. Somebody asked him one time, where did that speed come from? He said, God gave me that. God gave me that. Bill Yeoman, I don't know if anyone, does anybody remember the name Bill Yeomans in here? Has anybody heard of Bill Yeomans? Huh? Houston coach, absolutely. This is better than my classroom. I mentioned him in my classroom at Purdue, and I think I've woken a few people up, but never gotten the right answer. Anyway, Bill Yeomans said, played at West Point with Blanchard and Blanchard and Davis. And he said, look, there were words to describe how good Doc Blanchard was. He was fantastic, but there were words to describe it. He said, there's no words to describe how good Glenn Davis was. So this is the team that they're putting together. By 1944, they've got a powerhouse. Four of the All-Americans in 1944 are going to come from West Point. And now when I'm talking about All-Americans, I'm not talking about like 22 players, All-Americans, 11 players, because players back in those rugged days went both ways. Right, Conrad? I see some heads shaking. Yeah. They went both ways. So 4 of the 11 All-Americans were on the West Point team. 3 of them are going to be on Navy's team. So in the Army-Navy game of 1944, you're going to have 7. Yeah, I was doing the math in my head. You're going to have 7 players. I was using my fingers. I didn't go to Mississippi. I went to LSU. What did Randy Newman write about LSU? Good little boys from LSU go in dumb, come out dumb too. That's an old album, very old. Anyway, big game, 1944. I mean, you have Army goes into the game in 1944, #1 in the nation. Navy goes into the game in 1944, #2 in the nation. Army undefeated, Navy had 2 losses. It was a game. Al Landy, the famous good journalist at the time, said, never before, okay, has any sporting event, and maybe no event of any sort, of any kind, had so much attention paid to it by people all over America. This was a game, there's a big game, when America needed it, okay? Right before the bulge breaks out, America thought the war was going to be over, but it was lingering on. They wanted a taste of the home front, of a big game. You know, in 1942, the game was played because of rationing restrictions. The game was played at Navy, at Academy, at the Naval Academy. In 1943, it was played at Mikey Stadium because nobody outside of 10 miles could go to the game because of restrictions in gas and rubber. Okay, this one is going to be played at Municipal Stadium in Baltimore. It's listened to from around the world. Soldiers in North Africa, Europe, and Asia are going to be listening to this game. It's going to be listened to by sailors on the Atlantic and the Pacific, hooked up to Armed Forces radio. I mean, the attention paid to it was just extraordinary. And it was a great game for about a half. No team had scored more than 7 points against Army that season, and Navy doesn't score it either. Navy had one great player, a guy by the name of Scott, James Scott. One of the great, all-time great nicknames. He was from Arkansas. He was from Smackover, Arkansas. So it's James Smackover Scott. That's a great. He stood up a little bit too close to Coulter during the game, and the whistle blew, and Coulter didn't exactly hear it. And Smackover Scott, who was probably faster than Glenn Davis. He was actually will come in second in the Olympic 110 high hurls. Anyway, Army wins the game. I've gone over time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll start out with a few questions, and then we'll open up to the audience. We've got some time here. First, a question I got I'll start with Randy. I know in World War I, both the West Point and the Naval Academy both expanded, about almost doubled in size. But after the war, West Point shrunk, Navy didn't. So Naval Academy was always twice as big as West Point.
I cheated.
Up until the 60s.
Yeah.
Did that seem to have any impact on the quality of the competition between the two schools?
Well, certainly in the 1930s, Army was pretty pathetic. They were a bad football team. Navy was a very good football team. So I have to think that it expanded the pool. I don't know if they had the same height and weight restrictions or not, but I'm not sure if they did. It certainly expanded the pool.
Yeah, just again, it's something you look at when you look back at the records, and again, this one of the reasons I know that is because one of the reasons I got into West Point was because it finally expanded enough where I could get in the late 60s. Okay, Brad, for you, and again, it goes back to the very first Army game I went to was 1958. And it was Army, South Carolina, and Red Blake was still a coach. It was the last year that Red Blake was still coach there. And what happened was it was a rainy day. The Army team came out, and Bill Carpenter, who was the end, he stayed away. He never came in the huddle. He always stayed. He always stayed outside. And the South Carolina coach had all these. It was raining like crazy the whole day. So the South Carolina coach is under this cover, and he's got all these notes, obviously, on scouting. And after about the first quarter, trying to figure what to do with Carpenter, who never came into the huddle, he took all his notes and threw them in the trash and just kind of sat there. The Army ran all over South Carolina. But I guess you talked about the fact that these group of Japanese Americans were very innovative in their own structures. What kind of, I mean, again, this is when he splits out an end in 1958, that's revolutionary for American football. What kind of formations is your organization doing in the 40s?
It's pretty similar in that they're basically taking a lot of folks out of the backfield. They're doing a lot of trick plays, so end arounds, they're doing ladder plays, and it completely blows the minds of all of these guys from Wyoming, because they're playing high schools from Wyoming and southern Montana. And these are boys from small towns and, you know, sort of maybe some county teams because of just how spread apart the population was in Wyoming and Montana at that point. So if I looked, you know, I looked back through all of the records for all of the games that were played before Hart Mountain started playing too. And those games would, you know, 6-3 sort of scores were pretty regular. And then Hart Mountain comes and is scoring 48 points a game. And not only that, but they're not giving up points. And that was the big thing that I think you can run up the score a lot, but they didn't allow a point until the final game they ever played. And a lot of that was just because they were running these other teams right off the field. They were smaller, they were thinner, they could just keep running. And these other guys just weren't used to having to do that much running. So whether you're playing a team from Powell or from Cody or from Red Lodge, Montana, you know, these kids were used to playing in the trenches. So they had to spread out, even just to keep up with this Eagles team. It was impossible.
Back to Randy, and one of the things that, you know, if you look at the great Army teams of 44, 45, and 46, and the opposition gets better as time goes on. And the 44 team obviously is a great team with all kinds of great records, and the Army-Navy game is a great game, but what was the quality of the rest of the opposition? You mentioned that the Purdue V12 was pretty good, but I guess, again, during wartime, what kind of other teams could mount any kind of opposition to the academy?
Purdue was a V12 program. It was fantastic. Notre Dame was a V12 program. It was fantastic. But that was 43. Remember, now we're into 44. So a lot of those people in the V12 programs, we're now in Kwajalein, you know, Tarawa. You know, we're needing those people to go and lead commands. So the V12 program really breaks down in 44 after 43 because so many of the servicemen had gone through the 2-semester, 3-semester program they were going to go through, and now they're off to Parris Island in the Pacific.
So again, so what's the quality of opposition that the 44 team, again, a 44 team gets all this glory, but then the question is, how good is the opposition?
They're not good. I mean, it's not even competitive. For example, sometimes in the second half, they use the running clock, or they cut the half and, you know, instead of 20 minutes, they play 10 minutes. Because the games were not even competitive. And even then, there would be, you know, 56-0, you know, 60-0, 60-7, what have you. And they even had, they were so good, they even used 2 teams. They used one team the first quarter, another team the second quarter, and then same thing in the second half.
If I could jump off that a little bit, I think one of the other advantages that the Eagles had was that, you know, because they weren't allowed to leave camp, all of these other teams had to come play them on camp. So, you know, you have a bunch of kids who have probably never seen a Japanese American in their life, and all of a sudden they're in a camp with 11,000 Japanese Americans, 4,000 or 5,000 of them are lining the field, and you've been told that they're the most dangerous people on earth, right? Like you're told that the reason they're in this camp is because they can't be trusted to live on their own. So like these kids are coming in and are just like, and you're playing on a field that is dirt and rocks. And again, you've been taught that these are un-American people essentially. So for them, I often think a lot about what it must have been like for those young men to come into this situation too, which was not optimal for them either. And I think a lot about, you know, I think a lot of the Eagles' success was the fact that you had 8 to 10 people deep literally lining the field, and it was an incredible home field advantage that it'd be difficult to replicate.
That's to go back, you mentioned the fact that there are some 60-some of the young men from Hart Mountain resist the draft. But that's not the only response. How about, there are a lot of others that do.
For sure.
How about, let's talk about numbers on the other side.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was, that's 63 draft resistors out of a camp of 11,000 people. So the thing is, like, when the Army first started to try to bring Japanese Americans into the war, into the Army, they came, a few recruiters came to Heart Mountain, and they thought that everyone would immediately say, like, oh, yeah, we'll leave. They had expected to get, I think, 500-something recruits, and they walked out with 0. And the Army didn't understand it, and everyone in the camp said, look, we are loyal Americans. You're not treating us like loyal Americans, but if you do a certain number of things, if you close the camps, if you even just let our families out of the camps, we'll gladly fight for the country the only country we've ever known. We were born here, we are Americans. And so you do have a bunch of the Eagles that do end up fighting. It ends up being because of their years. They played in in the seasons of 43 and 44. And then, so you do have a bunch of those young men that do end up joining the war effort. And then you have some, like I said, at least one Eagle resisted the draft and then was imprisoned for that. And that group of draft resistors was eventually pardoned by Truman. And this player, this young man, a lot of my book is based on these oral histories that were done by Cal State students in the 70s and 80s. And I was reading through his oral history that he did, and the person who was doing it asked him, after the war and after you left and after you were pardoned, you went and joined the Army and fought in Korea. And they said, why did you do that? And he said, well, I wasn't lying when I was in camp. He's like, I'm a loyal American. I wanted to fight for my country. You didn't give me the opportunity to do that as a free man. You took that away from me and my family. But of course I'm going to fight for the only country I've ever known. And I thought that was a really powerful thing.
Okay, Randy, let's go back and talk a little bit about Blanchard and Davis. Now, it's interesting. Blanchard wins the Heisman in 45. Davis wins it in 46. Blanchard wrecks his knee in 45. He tears a tendon or something in his knee. It's the type of thing that today you'd be operated on and be out. He plays the whole 46 season with this bad knee. Again, though, the opposition is getting better, the competition is getting better, but they continue to win, except for the one tie with Notre Dame. Army-Navy 46 is interesting, though.
Yeah.
The Army-Navy game. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Well, they're not going for the win.
Well, yeah, for Navy and some of the things the Navy does.
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, the 21-18, the 21-18 game.
Oh yeah, I didn't write about that one.
Yeah.
So
but that, yeah, just
I'm not on solid ground on that.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. It's just that the reason that the 46 team is a national champion, but it again, we go back to Notre Dame bias.
Yeah.
Yeah. Notre Dame gets some of the polls because the Army and Navy tie that year 0-0, and then the Army-Navy game is close, so some pollsters decide to go with Notre Dame, but it ends up split.
It's interesting that you talk about Blanchard hurting his knee. After they were finished with their career at Army, there was a movie made about Blanchard and Davis. And Davis was in it, and he wrecked his knee in that.
In the movie?
Yeah, in the movie. So he was never a good professional. He was, kind of a defensive back type of professional, but making the movie, he wrecked his knee.
He married a movie star or something, Davis.
Yeah,
he did. He had definitely, Davis had a pretty...
All right, so it worked out okay for him.
It did work out for him. I mean, it's interesting, Blanchard ends up as a career Air Force officer.
Yeah, he does. One of my people that I looked at in the early 40s was a guy by the name of Robin Olds.
Ah, yeah.
And I don't know if anybody here knows Robin Olds. I'm sure everybody here knows Robin Olds.
Yeah, here they would.
He was a West Point. He was an all-American football player, and then he became a great pilot. He was an ace in World War II. He was an ace in Vietnam. And his best friend, they had gone through the West Point together and school to get into West Point. It was a guy by the name of Henry Merrick. And it's an interesting story that after they graduated in 44, in 43 they graduated. Yes, in 43. And so they were both overseas in 44 for D-Day. And Olds was a pilot. And so he flew the planes, fighter planes. And he was, on D-Day, he was given the job of protecting the ships from the Germans. And there really weren't any German pilots up in the air to speak of. And so he's doing nothing. He's just getting mad. He's kind of a tough guy. He's getting mad because he sees what's happening on the beaches and he can't do anything about it because he's up there. He has a mission, and his mission is just, there's nothing to fight. Olds, unbeknown to him, Romerick, who's his best friend, was an engineer. He graduated high in the academy. They became engineers, and he was on the first wave to go on to D-Day. And he was one of those boats that when it dropped the hatch, the machine gun was on. He just made it, trying to get out. As he's jumping into the water, he's hit in the chest, and he starts to sink. He starts going down. And he saw the sun gleaming off of his West Point ring. And he says, God, I'm not dying here. Not today. Not today. And so he comes up, a corpsman grabs a hold of him, pulls him ashore, puts him behind one of those defensive bunkers or defensive positions that the Germans had, and said, just stay here, I'll come back for you. And the corpsman goes off, and he was dead within 10 minutes. And so Romerick will stay there for 24 hours, looking at facing out at the sea, watching wave after wave come in. And then finally, the next day, his commanding officer sees him and says, "Are you still alive?" Yeah, good job. But those are, some West Pointer football players that certainly are in the action.
No, a lot of them are, and they're all pretty tough, too. Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty good for my initial cut, and we've got about 15 minutes or so. Let's open for questions.
All right, we're going to start in the center aisle here.
Oh, yes, thank you. Great presentations, both of you. As far as the Heart Mountain, were any of the Japanese, and did any of them become members of the 442nd?
So none of the Eagles did, no. There were plenty of people from Heart Mountain that became part of the 442, but none of these players. A lot of it was sort of a timing thing in terms of their age, in terms of like when they were getting drafted in, because they were a little bit younger when they started as on the team. So a lot of them sort of aged into it in 44 and 45. So a lot of it, but people would come back from the 442 to camp and talk to them about it. And that was, they were some of the biggest recruiters in the camps like Heart Mountain and Manzanar were folks from the 442. And if you looked through the newspaper accounts, because Heart Mountain in particular had sort of an exceptional, professionally done newspaper in the camp, because they had a man who was incarcerated there that worked at the Seattle Times, and a lot of the newspaper was used as a tool for recruitment for the 442. They talked a lot about the 442's heroics throughout that.
We're going to stay on the same row, please.
FDR was known for as a progressive president, Social Security, lots of other programs to benefit people. Why did he ignore the advice of J. Edgar Hoover and others and sign 9066? Does anybody, it seems like it was very queer for him to do that because of his progressive kind of attitudes during the Great Depression. Didn't make any sense to me.
No, I think that, looking back in hindsight, it doesn't make sense, I think, through our sort of modern lens of FDR and even in the moment. But I think that there was also, a lot of it was that FDR was just sort of distracted by Europe. And I think that there were a lot of things that he sort of gave others authority to do, especially on the home front, that he was really just had his eyes on the actual war that was going on as opposed to at home. And, there's some, I went back through the historic record, and Roosevelt is very much more of, pro-China than he is Japan. So, his views on China and Japan also sort of clouded his vision, I think, a little bit on that. And eventually he just said, okay, if it has to be done, do it as humanely as possible. And but he was a politician, and I think that he knew that this is what the country was starting to ask for. And you also look at, in 44, there was never really a military necessity for this incarceration, but by the end of 43 and the beginning of 44, there was absolutely none. And everyone in his cabinet was saying, hey, we should close the camps. There's no reason to keep the camps open. And he said, well, we can't close the camps in an election year. So the camps were closed pretty much almost a month after the November 44 election when he was reelected. So,
and again, one of the ironies is nothing was done to the Japanese Americans in Hawaii.
Right. Yeah, that's the big thing that I think most people think. That's a great point. In that, it was so selective that you could live in Eastern Washington or Eastern Oregon and not be incarcerated. It was only if you were within a certain zone on the West Coast. And yeah, where Pearl Harbor occurred, those Japanese Americans were, allowed to still have their lives because the military commander over Hawaii and Alaska recognized that if you took Japanese Americans out of Hawaii, the entire economy would collapse. Yes. Yeah. So and that was, so it just shows how unnecessary incarceration was in general.
Next questions in the front row to your left, please.
Dr. Roberts, there's a similar story to one you were telling me by a fellow in Dallas named Bob Folsom. And Folsom was a good player from Dallas, Texas, of an influential family. And Red Blanc courted him and got him to go to West Point and got him a deferment, of course. And he played there 2 years on the 44-45 team. And then he came back and played for SMU, and he was an All-American end at SMU. And he played with Doak Walker, Kyle Rote, and that group of players. But he was the same thing. But he wasn't of the talent or the maturity of a Davis or a Blanchard that he could actually play first string for Army. But he played 2 years there.
Yeah, a lot of the players were in college, had played someplace else, and then Hickman went in and recruited them and got them out of the Army or out of the other school, and they entered West Point, which gave them 3 more years of eligibility.
So when he played 6 years of college football like this fellow.
Yeah. Well, although they're doing it again now, they're playing 6 or 7 years.
Yeah,
the portal system.
I saw an article yesterday about some quarterback who was getting ready to play his 7th year.
Yeah.
So we've returned to the era of World War II.
They're getting paid well, too.
Yeah.
We're going to stay to your left with Connie, towards the front, please.
Just so you know, Barney Poole was an uncle. No, I'm only kidding. Couple of comments and a question. It's hard to overestimate the strength of the Army team. They beat Notre Dame 48-0, 59-0 in 44-45, and then the 46 game 0-0. Blanchard breaks away and gets tackled by Johnny Lujak, or else Army wins the game. But just a couple of questions, or another comment. Ironically, the offensive coordinator in the early 50s for Red Blake, do you know who that was?
The
offensive coordinator? Vince Lombardi.
Lombardi, yeah.
Yeah, Lombardi really learned how to coach football under Red Blake. But my question is, did they relax the standards in terms of admission? I know Doc Blanchard finished in the bottom 5% of the class. Any comments?
Yeah, there's no question. A couple comments. The first one you said was, I'm trying to remember. The first part of your...
The dominance over Notre Dame, and then that one.
Well, in terms of the standards, they definitely relaxed the standards. One of the things to build a great football team, they felt, is everybody had to be aboard, okay? from the superintendent to the football coach down to the trainer, everybody had to be on board. And so they went out and recruited football players, okay? Not people that are going to be great cadets. And this is still controversial at West Point today, you know, because a lot of these players they recruited only stayed for a couple years. And then when the war was over, they either quit school or flunked out. And so, you know, Tex Coulter and Barney Poole among them. So, you know, some West Pointers feel like, you know, they were taking up slots that should have gone to people that were going to stay in the service. Of the group, I think Conrad mentioned Blanchard was the one that stayed in and retired as a colonel, I think.
Yep, he did.
Retired as a colonel. But yeah, it was interesting. I remember what I was going to say. In terms of Blake, he was such a perfectionist. Okay, he pioneered the uses of film. And with Lombardi, he said one time, he said, "Hey, Vince, let's do," it was a hot summer day, "let's do something fun today." And Lombardi's thinking, "Oh, good, we're going to play golf or something. Let's go up to my office and watch some film." Okay, and his office was on the top of the athletic building, and it was just hot as hell in there. And but this is the way Blake saw his son play. Bob Blake was a very good quarterback. He saw his son play in high school, 1/2 of one quarter, and he watched it from behind some hedges and then left. That's all the time he had. He didn't even have time to go watch his son play. He was just obsessed with football.
Didn't his son get embroiled in a scandal?
Yeah.
Was his son embroiled in a scandal?
Yeah. What happens is that Blake, after 46, the 47 team loses to Columbia, which breaks the string, and then they lose to Notre Dame. But by the late 40s, you get to 1950, and Army is a powerhouse again. And then it's in late 50, in 51, you have the cheating scandal, which is basically it was a toleration problem. And Blake's son is one of the ones who gets kicked out because he knew somebody who had cheated, but the Army, again, the honor code is, you know, I will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. So most of the football players that got expelled, which was most of the team, were for toleration because they knew some guys, but they didn't want to turn them in. And so it took a few years for the team to rebuild again, but Blake does it again. But it's a tragedy with what happens in the late 50s.
And Doug Kenna, you know, who played for Blake, he was a quarterback. And he's from Mississippi also. And he was a great guy, but he was the head tutor for this. And I don't think Kenna knew anything about it. But Blake said afterwards, you know, you'll never get a big job. You know, so Kenna went into private business, did very well.
All right, we're going to stay in the front center, please.
I had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside play football in 1946 when my dad took me up to West Point to the game. I wanted to talk about Bill Carpenter. You mentioned him. I think he was tragically killed in Vietnam, was he not?
No, he actually got he basically was decorated for bringing shelling in on his own unit in Vietnam. Eventually, he retired like a 2-star general. He was not killed, though. He was decorated in Vietnam for he called artillery rounds in on his unit on himself to save his unit.
We're going to go to the front again, to your right, gentlemen.
This one's for Randy, about the Purdue V12 team and the Hoosier mascot.
Yeah.
So IU is undefeated and #2 in the nation right now. How's Purdue doing? And any prediction on the Oak and Bucket game next week?
They have yet to play the Boilermakers, who haven't won a conference game in 2 years. And so we're due. We're due. And by the way, I meant to cast no aspersion on Mississippi, just as a rivalry in LSU. It's a very fine institution. My prediction is, to quote one of the Rocky movies, pain.
We have time for one last question. It's going to be all the way to your right, halfway back here, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I like having the opportunity to get clarity about something. I read a book this last year that was called Mosquito Bowl by a guy named Buzz Bissinger. And I don't know if those of you are familiar with it, but basically it was a story of football players that were deployed with the Marine Corps and the Navy in the Solomon Islands, and they were after the Battle of Guadalcanal waiting for their next deployment, and they decided to play football, and they played football on coral fields and had a lot of real quality players. But this guy that wrote the book did a lot of talking about the same kinds of things you did, players getting recruited on the V programs at various colleges and how that changed their performance. And he implies at the end rather significantly that he felt that a lot of people opted to go to the Air Force or to the Naval Academy in West Point to get out of having to serve overseas in combat positions in the military, that they could go to West Point, go to Navy, and be assured of staying there for 3 or 4 years when likely the war would be over. And it was kind of painful to read that, and I've never heard that before, but do you have a thought about that?
Well, yeah, I have. And, you know, I don't know the human heart. You know, these people are not around anymore. Blake, part of what Blake says is you want to be an officer, okay, an effective officer, come to West Point. You know, you're going to have 3 years of training and you will be an effective officer at the end. They didn't know when the war was going to be over. We didn't know the war was going to be over in 1945. You know, I mean, soldiers had expressions, home alive in 45, back in the sticks in 46, Golden Gate in 48, back in, you know, we didn't know if it was going to be, you know, so there's a little bit of, well, it ended in 45, so they're trying to get out of it. Were some? Maybe, probably. Were others? Probably not. But again, you know, I hate to evaluate the human heart of a person I don't know.
I'm going to take floor MC's prerogative. Brad, we know that the Army, Navy, the academies, they have reunions every year. Were there reunions for any of the Heart Mountain teams?
So Heart Mountain to this day has a major reunion every year in July at the camp. And that's actually where I was able to do a lot of my research and find players and their families. That in 2017, I started going to all the reunions and finding players and finding their families to be able to report this out. So they don't necessarily have team reunions, but also what happened was when the war ended, the majority of the folks that were at Heart Mountain were originally from the Los Angeles area, and then everybody else that wasn't, most of them also moved to Los Angeles. So you had Eagles that were just became friends in camp and then all moved to the same neighborhood, all moved to the same apartment buildings afterwards. So I have some photos in the book of 4 or 5 of the Eagles just sitting on the stoop of an apartment building that they all lived in together in 46, 47, 48 in that time frame. So it was obviously like a terrible time, but there were these moments, these friendships that came together in the camp specifically that really extended into mid-century. And there were the 2 main characters in my book, Babe Nomura and Horst Yoshinaga, met in camp. Horst was a farm kid from Mountain View. He had never been to a city before in his life, and they became best friends in camp. George moved to Los Angeles, and they spent the rest of their life as best friends.
He's got some really interesting pictures in his book that you track down.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you, gentlemen. They will all be outside signing copies of their books. Please be back for 4 o'clock. Also, you may want to take the opportunity to sign up for the early bird discount for the 2026 International Conference, and you will be able to save money and secure your seat. Thank you. See you back at 4 o'clock.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In February 1945, the Japanese Empire was being dismantled. But even with its decimated fleet and shrinking defensive ring, Japan still posed a serious threat. Perhaps no other battle demonstrated the existing threat than the seizure of Iwo Jima. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As American forces pushed forward into the Central Pacific, the Army and the Marines secured the Marianas Islands to base the Army Air Force's new B-29 Superfortress bomber. With airfields on these captured islands, 21st Bomber Command began making regular raids over the Japanese home islands. But in their path lay Iwo Jima. With the island's 2 airstrips, Japanese planes could harass the American airfields and give early warning of incoming bombing raids. Capturing Iwo Jima would give the bombers the element of surprise, provide a home base for escort fighters, and serve as an emergency landing place for any planes returning home. On February 19, 1945, 2 Marine divisions stormed ashore on the small volcanic island in the shadow of Mount Suribachi. Japanese defenders held their fire as the Marines landed and struggled to get off the beach. As the Americans moved inland, the Japanese forces pounced with well-laid kill zones and interlocking fields of fire. Japanese General Tamadichi Kuribayashi avoided using suicidal banzai attacks and instead built an intricate defensive tunnel network. His plan was to use his 22,000 troops to kill as many Americans as possible. The U.S. Marines made slow progress fighting Japanese troops hidden in caves, tunnels, and ravines. But the island was secured by March 16th. In all, 30% of the American landing force became casualties. Most of the Japanese garrison was killed. As a testament to the Americans who fought on the island, Navy Admiral Chester Nimitz remarked that uncommon valor was a common virtue. The battle for Iwo Jima produced one of the war's most iconic photographs. Days after the initial landings, 6 Marines raised the U.S. flag atop of Mount Suribachi in the now famous photograph by Joe Rosenthal. The iconic image still resonates with Americans today and serves as the basis for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Washington, D.C.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, It's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
I shall return. That was the promise General Douglas MacArthur made to his men and to the public after he was ordered to leave the Philippines in March 1942. In October 1944, that promise became a reality when MacArthur made his dramatic return to the islands. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley W. Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. General MacArthur was one of the country's best-known Army officers. He was in charge when the Japanese attacked the Philippines first by air and then by land in December 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese invasion forced MacArthur and the troops under his command to retreat from Manila and to take a stand on the Bataan Peninsula and the fortress island of Corregidor. In February 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to leave the Philippines entirely and establish a command in Australia. The idea was to keep this famous general from being captured by the Japanese. But for MacArthur, it felt like he was being ordered to abandon his men to an uncertain fate. MacArthur and his family made a daring escape of more than 500 miles by sea, dodging Japanese patrols all along the way, and then by air to Australia. After setting foot on Australian soil, he made the famous vow to return to the soldiers and civilians he'd left behind. But back in Bataan, the fight was not going well. On April 9th, the remaining troops on the peninsula surrendered. Corregidor surrendered less than a month later. Thousands of survivors would be subjected to what became known as the Bataan Death March, and most would not live to see the end of the war. MacArthur never forgot his vow. He kept pushing to return to the Philippines for the next 2 years. In October of 1944, the assault on the Philippines itself finally started with the Battle of Leyte. It was there that MacArthur famously waded ashore with his men in one of the most iconic photos of the war. And just hours after arriving on Leyte, MacArthur made a radio broadcast in which he proclaimed,
"People of the Philippines, I have returned."
By March 1945, MacArthur's troops had recaptured Corregidor, cut off the Japanese in Bataan, and recaptured the capital city of Manila. MacArthur had kept his promise and returned, but by some estimates, only a third of the American and Filipino soldiers he commanded in 1942 were still alive to see it.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation. bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower, Thorpe Abbott, with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
In February 1945, the most vicious urban combat of the Pacific Theater took place in the Philippines. Japan's assault left over 100,000 civilians dead. This is the story of the Battle of Manila, and this is World War II and II. In October 1944, General Douglas MacArthur made his triumphant return to the Philippine Islands. After tough fighting on Leyte, MacArthur set his sights on Luzon and the liberation of Manila. In early January 1945, the 6th U.S. Army landed at Lingayen Gulf in northwest Luzon.
Later that month, the 8th Army landed more divisions south of Manila. But Japanese Army Commander Yamashita, with nearly 270,000 troops, divided his forces and sought to use Luzon's most rugged terrain to delay the Americans and trap them in Luzon's Central Valley. In Manila, however, the Japanese Navy had other plans and resolved to fight for each block and building with no surrender and no survival. The result was a bitter month-long battle that destroyed most of the Pearl of the Orient and decimated its population. MacArthur had hoped to take the city without airstrikes and heavy artillery fires, but enemy defenses left American ground commanders with few options, while Japanese forces systematically tortured, raped, and murdered Filipino civilians. Every structure and ruin had to be searched and its Japanese defenders rooted out. Infantry squads relied on grenades, explosives, flamethrowers, machine guns, and tanks. The air was filled with deafening concussions from incessant explosions and collapsing buildings. Roaring fires lit the sky, and at times the mixture of smoke, heat, and dust made it almost impossible for soldiers to move forward. In some places, the Japanese defenders fought building by building and from room to room without surrender. At one point, the Americans broadcast a plea for the Japanese to surrender, or at least to evacuate civilians to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. No answer was received. On February 28, 1945, MacArthur reestablished the Commonwealth government in Manila, ending his address by saying, "Your capital city, cruelly punished though it be, has regained its rightful place, citadel of democracy in the East." Even as the fighting continued, teams began collecting eyewitness and documentary evidence of Japanese atrocities. Resistance finally crumbled in March 1945. More than 1,000 Americans, 16,000 Japanese, and over 100,000 Filipinos were killed in the battle for Manila. For some American leaders, the experience raised concerns about what urban combat might lie ahead in the planned invasion of Japan.
So you are in this building right now. So, okay, you want me to walk you through it? Yeah, yes, I got you.
So I'm from Covington, on the North Shore actually. So every Sunday I make the hour commute across the Causeway Bridge and such to get here, but it's always been worth it. So I kind of stumbled upon the World War II Museum by accident actually in middle school, but I was just awestruck by the planes. You know, kind of ironic that we're in here actually. I was just awestruck by the planes, and so we ended up staying at this new museum the whole day. And by the end of the visit, I had just completely fallen in love with everything the museum had, and just really touched by how inspirational it all was. And so fast forward a couple years later, I kept going to the museum, coming back every chance I could get. And when I turned 16 for my 16th birthday, I asked my parents if I could start volunteering at the World War II Museum. And kind of surprisingly, they let me. So that's when I became a volunteer.
Interested, you can read a little bit about the silent service right there in the wall.
I have my red scar now, so I think that's 1,000 hours. I think it's 1,000 hours, and I've been a volunteer here now for 3 years. I've wanted to serve in the military really my whole life. I guess I kind of also discovered it as I spent more and more time here, meeting with the veterans and just hearing the stories echoed throughout the exhibits every single day. I really was just inspired by being American and serving something, being a part of something larger than yourself. So all of that really kind of culminated in pushing me to want to serve in the military. So I'm actually going to the U.S. Naval Academy next year. I want to fly, so I want to fly fighter pilots. And I definitely say that the museum is what inspired me to want to do that. I think World War II is just a very integral part of society and how we function, even if it's just so simple as reminding Americans to be patriotic, to love our country. And I think it should inspire everyone who comes to visit it to just hold their head a little higher and to be proud to be American.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific. from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make our way back into the Arcadia Ballroom, please.
Welcome back, everyone. This next session, Skies of Thunder, the deadly World War II mission over the roof of the world. We have an opportunity to hear Dr. Caroline Alexander, author and filmmaker, recount the story of extraordinary human courage where Allied troops overcome the monumental challenge of constructing jungle airfields and then navigating the hump, the treacherous mountain barrier over the Himalayas that defined the vital air route for supplies to nationalist China from India. Now, in this, the conversation is with Dr. John Curatola. John is the museum's Samuel Zimmery Stone Senior Historian, a Marine Corps officer of 22 years, joined us from Fort Leavenworth, where he served at the School of Advanced Studies, or Advanced Military Studies, before joining here. John, previous books, Bigger Bombs for a Brighter Tomorrow and Autumn of Our Discontent, about air power, but as we heard most recently, his most recent work, Armies Afloat, about the development of amphibious doctrine in the European theater. But John's ideal from this, as a joint officer, but also with significant operational experience, provide hope in Somalia, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and then the 2005 Indian Ocean tsunami relief effort. So I think he can appreciate many of the challenges. And with that, John Curtola.
I'm honored here to sit with Caroline Alexander with me today as a person who is a producer, a writer, a filmmaker, a multi-talented, I'll say a Renaissance person in that regard, with so many skills and talents. She's written books on Shackleton's exploration to the Arctic. She's written books on the Bounty. She also did a 2015 treatment of Homer's Iliad. So for those of you who are truly academics, you know, as opposed to dilettantes in the Second World War like I am, she has an impressive achievement in terms of publishing and filmmaking. I'm honored to be with her today in our last session. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
The first question I want to ask you as we start off today is, tell me a little bit about why you decided to write about hump operations flying over the Himalayas during the war in the China-Burma-India theater.
It's a story I stumbled on. In 2010, I was on assignment for National Geographic magazine on a story about tigers in northern Myanmar. And I was in this spectacular region called the Hukong Valley, which is one of the great tracts of jungle and mountain encircled jungle on Earth, and is now the world's largest tiger reserve. And it's very underpopulated. And up in the furthest north, there were these very attractive small villages of the Naga people, which are built of bamboo, all wood or vegetation materials, except that the vegetable gardens were ringed with jagged metal fences. And so I asked about this tradition, and I was told that the fences had been cut from crashed cargo planes in the jungle. And that was how I first learned about the hump. And at the head of the valley, you would look out and you would see this low range of the foothills of the Himalayas that I was there in what always seemed to be good weather, but there were always clouds above this ridge. And that feature I learned was sort of in the route that the pilots had flown. So the debris that I was seeing on the ground was the result of one of the great aviation epics of the war. And this was the American determination to supply China by air. China had been blockaded by both land and sea at this point. In 1937, the coasts had been pretty much sealed off by Japan. And in 1942, the Burma Road, which was the last feasible land route, had been taken by the Japanese. And so Roosevelt's fateful words as a personal pledge to Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang and Chinese people was, quote, "Come what may," unquote, America will supply China, and that really meant by air. And so I became sort of sucked into this story through this very personal, very graphic experience, and sort of, you know, went from there. I think my original plan had been that it would be a story about a single crew, or possibly even an airman, and kind of follow that journey. But this is, I think, one of the most difficult parts about writing this particular story. With nonfiction, it's always very difficult to get context, and particularly when you're someone like me who changes subjects. I add up all my different works, and there's a common theme. I think it's courage and survival and possibly even warfare, but they don't add up to tidy geographical or era. And so I sort of plunge in anew, which is, of course, a great luxury to be able to do that. But context is always the most difficult thing to achieve, because it's very seductive. It's very relatively easy to find interesting details or interesting facts or quirky stories. And when you're a novice to the subject, that's the trail you gravitate to. It's very dangerous. You go to the part you understand. And the context of this, what I saw as a simple story, kept getting wider and wider and wider, because the first thing is, why are we supplying China? What's going on in China? What are the aviation aspects of this? What's going on in the ground? And it just kept getting bigger until there's a point where I sort of felt, okay, I've got my arms as far out as I can around the subject. Now I have to tell the story.
And since you mentioned it, about the story getting bigger and bigger in the China-Burma-India theater and Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese, can you help paint a picture for us of what's the strategic relevance of this entire theater and of keeping China in the war?
This is a very vexed question. It was vexed at the time, and it's vexed now. I think the tidiest thing for me to do is to cite a remarkable document that was prepared for FDR in February of 1941. So America had been edging towards support for China prior to Pearl Harbor. That China's view, appropriately, is that the war, World War II, started in 1931, and they were the first sort of casualties of it. And so America had advanced first $25 million and now was preparing. Chiang had given indications that he was going to make a kind of separate peace with the Japanese, and so quickly an offer of a $100 million loan was made for Chiang. And Lachlan Curry, who was FDR's financial advisor, was sent out to China in February of 1941 to help advise on how this money would be spent. But it also served as a fact-finding mission. And the memo that he wrote stands really as a blueprint for the strategic purpose of what would unfold. And it's really remarkable I'll try and characterize it. The first thing he says is that he enters almost a police state of great fear, and it's very clear that this is Chiang Kai-shek is a dictator, that people under him live in fear, and that he was never able to have a conversation with two or more Chinese personnel together in the same room. He could only speak one-on-one because people were so afraid that if they spoke, it would be reported. And even when he spoke one-on-one, people would sort of come up and whisper to him because there were spies everywhere. And yet, he then goes on to say that it's very important to Chiang Kai-shek that he be perceived as, that China be perceived as a democracy amongst the nations, and that he had great ambition to sort of want to, he admired Roosevelt greatly and had great ambition to sort of want to be a partner. And he said, I think China's at a crossroads. He can either go and be a brutal dictatorship, fascist dictatorship, or it can go on the path to democracy. And I think we can manage Chiang. And the way we should do that is to have gestures of friendship towards him, on the one hand, and this is a quote, and to ensure that, and to say nice things about him, and to ensure that, quote, inspiring, unquote, stories come out about China from Washington. And that's perhaps the most insidious part of it, because it led to a great deal of press manipulation and censorship. But when you pull back from Roosevelt's personal view, one gets the sense that the hump was simply a gesture to Chiang. Here's proof of our goodwill. We are going to supply you. All of the military reports coming back reported on the fact that they could find no active front of nationalist forces fighting the Japanese. And this was a consistent refrain. Nonetheless, the supplies that are being flown over are for military engagement. So there's this tension always from the very get-go. Is this militarily strategic? And if so, what will we do with this China arena? Or is it simply symbolic? once we commit to this, there are many reasons they start being planned as to how can China serve us? And the first was, we don't want China to collapse because all the Japanese forces there could be released to go to other theaters. Now, this was said so glibly and so often that it's like cold water in your face when you hear the hump pilots themselves say, wait a minute, how would that work? If Chiang Kai-shek actually said, I'm capitulating, I'm coming with you, my Japanese friends, we will be partners, would Japan just pull out and leave everything to them? Probably not. So there was always this question of how much was being tied down, how strategic was it? Would Chiang really ever surrender his power to the Japanese? But to hedge the bet, let's do this gesture, and maybe we'll find use for it down the line. Maybe we'll do an overland advance through Asia to the Chinese coast. Maybe we'll be doing interdiction programs, air operations from China later, and then later the short-lived B-29 plan, that will bomb the homeland from China and so forth. But that was always a move. The military objectives were sort of a moving target. The solid objective was the symbolic gesture.
And before we get into the lift operations themselves, talking about Chiang and the Kuomintang, there's something else going on domestically in China in the 1930s, in the interwar years, and it begins with a guy by the name of Mao.
It begins with a guy named Mao, although it's really interesting how late in the day in documents concerning this is the China theater, as it were, that comes up. Lachlan Curry in his report, and by the way, Lachlan Curry, I think he became a communist, didn't he, at the end of or years later in the 50s or something. But anyway, here he's supporting the idea of supporting Chiang Kai-shek. But at that point, he says, there should be no mistake that this is not an ideological difference. Chiang fears the communists because they're the only force he hasn't been able to liquidate, buy off, or suppress. But at this point, they're sort of distant noise. They're in the north, they're in Yan'an, they have their own little compound, and they're not mentioned much until really after the Second Burma campaign gets underway and people start thinking maybe the communist forces would fight better than the nationalist forces. Maybe we should be working with them as well.
Yeah. And there's an interesting anecdote I found in my own research that when LeMay starts doing his 20th bombing campaign out of CBI, he actually gives radios to Mao to get weather reports for his crew. So you got the ultimate Cold Warrior working with a commie. Now there is an ironic piece right there.
Know that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
great.
it's a true story. Let's talk a little bit about this part of the world. It's a part that many of us aren't familiar with. The China-Burma-India theater, Southeast Asia. Can you talk a little bit about the geography and the weather?
So first of all, China-Burma-India stands for, the acronym is CBI, as many of you would know. It was quickly repurposed to stand for Confusion Beyond Imagination, and that's how it was sort of referred to internally. But if one just thinks of the easiest way to get these supplies to China, you want to go from the closest land base, and that was in northeast India. So the northeast Indian province of Assam becomes really the first terminus, two termini. So it became a terminus of the operation. And here, the Americans built a number of air bases which were in the Brahmaputra River Valley, so a kind of wide, flat expanse that was had some kind of sketchy rail and river transport capabilities. And then they're going to stage from there in this direct line to Kunming, which is in Yunnan province, capital of Yunnan province in southwest China. At that time, and even possibly today, the most undeveloped, wild, and by all accounts, spectacularly beautiful parts of China, but extremely rugged. And this was where the Burma Road, the famous Burma Road, had originally ended in Kunming. So it's an aerial Burma Road that we're going to fly. And so the pilots would take off from Assam. They climb over First Ridge, which is about 12,000 feet. And then they fly, if the Crow flies or the C-47 flies, in theory, to Kunming. And then they pass the actual hump, which is the Kumon Range, which is on the border between modern Myanmar. I'm using the old terminology, by the way. Myanmar is obviously what Burma was. But the terminology, I try to quote as much as possible in the book from documents of the time, and so I have to use the nomenclature of the time as well. And then the highest terrain is sort of on their route, is sort of behind, but they're still very sketchy until they come down into Kunming. So that's the route, and it could be flown safely at 16,000 feet. That would be a safe buffer between the highest peak en route, which is about 14,500, so not a great buffer. But now we come to the real problem, which is that this route also passes not just over terrain, but through weather. And what you have is this unholy collision of weather systems. You have moist, warm air from the Bay of Bengal on the one side, South China Sea, that converge, and then coming down from north from the Tibetan Plateau, from Siberia even, are these cold, icy winds. And they all kind of collide, and then they make also additionally this kind of mountain wave effect slamming against the Himalayas, which cause, I don't know if you've ever been in airplanes that have experienced that, but it can be quite unnerving. Basically, there's nothing you do. You ride up, and then it drops you down. And as long as you drop down to an altitude that's still clear of peaks, there's no problem. But the problem was that these aircraft didn't have that high ceilings. And just to put this in perspective, in May of 2024, a short time ago, you may remember there was a rather dramatic air event over Myanmar when I think it was an Air Singapore flight, but don't quote me on that, but flying from, I believe, London to Singapore, and experienced very severe turbulence over this area. And a passenger was killed and many were injured. And they dropped, it was said, I kept studying it, and they were dropped, I think it was 140 something feet. And I thought, a mere 140 feet? You know, these pilots were dropped thousands of feet, and also remarkably shot up thousands of feet, in some cases higher than the kind of advised ceiling of their own aircraft. And so what you have then is very dangerous terrain, because the mountains on either side, on the north side of the route, are higher than the safe altitude on the one hand, but that means that you have to fly you have to carve that route very carefully. And you cannot carve that route very carefully in these kinds of roiling wind shears and and also just total lack of visibility, which also brings us to the sort of whole question of navigation. And in the early days, there was one signal, one radio beacon on the course. It was about a 700-something mile course, took about, in perfect weather, with no headwind, about 2.5 to 3 hours to fly. It often took hours longer due to the winds, but the one radio beacon, which was just a signal to kind of give you an orientation off the left wing, was in northern Myanmar, and then it was across the Burma jungle without a single feature and over the mountains. So the danger, the aircraft that I saw ending up in vegetable gardens was a casualty probably of not enemy fire, but having been brought down by weather, or often just got lost and ran out of fuel over the Burma jungle.
Yeah, and you make a great point there about the navigation beacon, the ADF signal, on action direction finding. But obviously, as we all know, this is before the days of positive radar control. Modern meteorological satellites that would give you up-to-date forecasts, and on top of that, you don't have GPS or anything like that as you talk about. And so you're flying to a certain extent blind. Obviously, you can see, but well, sometimes. But there's very little aid to help you in your communication. Your radio sometimes wouldn't be able to pick up your destination or your departure airfields. And so you're basically on your own once you put the wheels in the well and start your way down the road.
Absolutely, and this was as the operation went on too, there was such a need for pilots within the many theaters. It's hard to underscore how new everything was. I mean, it astounds me. General Hap Arnold, the head of the Army Air Forces, had been trained by the Wright brothers. You know, that's how close in time all this is. And so you're going within a generation a bit to suddenly undertaking this immense airlift over the Himalayas. And so all of the infrastructure just isn't there. It's not just not there, it isn't thought of. And many of the pilots, I mean, as the time goes on and the best pilots, most promising and then the best trained are taken off to be bombers and fighter pilots. These are just cargo pilots. And they were part of the Air Transport Command, and very cruelly it was said by the fighter pilots and bombers that ATC stood for allergic to combat. You know, they were non-combatants. They were truck drivers. All they're doing in the eyes of in the hierarchy of pilots, they're at the bottom of this kind of, the very bottom, and all they are just freight, transport drivers.
Trash haulers.
So, exactly. So these pilots then come in the least trained, and there are reports of some of them coming in with 25 hours of instrument training. So 25 hours of instrument training when you're often in the monsoon season on instruments from takeoff to landing, the whole time, flying across, trying to thread this needle, above these mountains that you can't see and that are somewhere there, extraordinarily stressful, and with really it's more like sailors of old before, when they flew by dead reckoning, when they sailed by dead reckoning. You have a direction, a compass, you have a rough sense of your indicated speed. You don't have enough weather information even to say what wind speeds are, so you kind of reckon, but you're moving, you're in clouds, you can't see landmarks, you have to, it's really hard to imagine.
It has a rather unfortunate name, but it's something that they're using to get themselves from point A to point B. One thing I'd like to bring up too, since you talk about the infrastructure in terms of radar beacons and communications, something else that people tend to forget is that the pilot and the airplane are only the most visible part of a larger system in terms of maintenance and fuel and parking ramps and everything that you need to support an air fleet. Can you tell us a little bit about those facilities there at the airfields in Assam?
First of all, the men lived in very, very primitive conditions in Assam, and then less primitive, but more taxing perhaps in China. In Assam, they lived in these bamboo and thatch huts with beaten mud floors, and mosquito nets to keep out everything, not just mosquitoes. And the monsoon coming down the whole time. So these are the living conditions. When the heat of Assam got going, the aircraft got so hot that mechanics' fingers, they'd get second-degree burns on the metal. So they had to work mostly at night. So there's this whole kind of rhythm that's created to try and deal just with the conditions. But you're right, the infrastructure, those are at a very early stage, navigators were dispensed with. You don't always give a crew on a lot of these transports was the pilot, the co-pilot, and the radio operator. And the radio operator was meant to be the navigator because such signals as there became, it was his job to pick up. So, and he would also sometimes operate as the crew chief. So very much kind of skeleton crews, and these also have to be trained, and these are also rushed out. And really what's remarkable, I was listening to your talk previously about the improvisational talent which seems systemic to the US forces, that there were very few lapses that you could, there are a lot of problems one could point to with the aircraft, there are a lot of problems one can point to later with pilots, for example, being untrained or unwilling to use oxygen and didn't understand that that can affect your thinking. But there really aren't that many problems or shortcomings, faults that one can point to with the aircrew. They seem to be incredibly resourceful and adaptable with very meager supplies to do what they had to do to keep the planes flying.
Let's transition and talk about my favorite topic, the planes themselves.
The planes themselves.
Tell me about the C-47 and the C-87 and the C-46.
So the C-47 was the DC-3, which was a passenger plane. And you will find hymns sung to this aircraft by pilots across the board. American pilots, obviously, the British called it the Dakota, and it's one of the great, I think, creations of aviation, and they can still fly. If, you know, there was recently, I live in Maine, and there was on a D-Day anniversary, a great flight of them came out to fly the old route, you know, to Labrador and so on. And my partner, who's a pilot, was just itching to fly with them. In other words, he would go on one of those planes, whereas he would not have gone on a C-46. So they were very reliable aircraft that had been adapted for transports. They had reinforced floors, they had big doors for cargo, and you know, obviously nothing inside just to carry. Their top speed, it's worth mentioning, or cruising speed was about 160 miles per hour. That's reckoned in miles per hour than knots as today. And many of the winds, just to think of that, were in excess of 100 miles an hour. So you get a 100-mile-an-hour wind on your nose, you're not going to be going very far, very fast. So that was the beloved plane that everybody liked. Then the C-46 came in, and this also was an adaptation. It was an adaptation of a passenger plane. But everything went wrong with this aircraft. And it was very much rushed into production because it had a much bigger carrying capacity, was slightly faster, had a higher ceiling. The C-47 ceiling was about 20,000 feet, by the way. When you think of those mountain ranges, that's not a lot. And so it was very desirable, you know, in an ideal world to have it working. But amongst the problems that it had was that the wiring on the propeller tended to corrode and cause malfunction, runaway prop, amongst other things. The engines tended to both overheat, which meant that if one engine was lost, then you really couldn't get by. It was a twin-engined aircraft. You were in trouble. It was the other engine was not going to be able to carry that weight. But they also had a tendency not only to overheat, but also to ice up. And this is a very complicated factor of the carburetor system. And if anybody asks this in the Q&A, I'm going to drop my pen and pretend I didn't hear because I can't. It's been explained to me, but I don't understand it quite. But it was a feature of how the carburetor worked that tended to cause when you were with low pressure, meaning altitude, there was this sort of vapor lock, which meant the engines would just cut off. So the engines would cut off, the engines would ice up, the prop didn't work, and also it had, as the Air Force history said, a tendency to blow up in mid-flight. And so, in fact, the official Air Force history says, and this is a verbatim quote, quote, "The plane was a killer," unquote. So these were brought out, I think, in 1943, and very quickly, 20% of them have been lost. Some by losses that could be identified, causes that could be identified, and often the planes just vanished. Yeah. And then the C-87. The C-87 was the cargo version of the B-24 bomber and should have been a great aircraft. It was, again, had much higher carrying capacity, higher yet, up to 28,000, 30,000 feet, faster, all very desirable, but it had, pilots hated it because it was, first of all, a stiff aircraft. It was a difficult aircraft to lift, to control. And there's a wonderful quote by the writer, Ernest Gann. If none of you, I'm sure many of you will know his very fine memoir, Fatus the Hunter. Mm-hmm. It's one of the best books of memoirs of aviation. Anyway, he wore many hats, and one of them was flying the C-87 in India. And he said the assembly of parts that create the C-87 will never replace the aircraft, was how he put it. And so, but one of its shortcomings, it had a very much touted thin aerodynamic wing.
Davis wing.
The Davis wing. And this wing, by the way, the backstory to this wing is that it had been tested on the actress Norma Shearer's brother's sedan. He had strapped the wing. Somehow he was caught up in the whole process of developing this wing. They'd strapped the wing to the top of his car and driven it at top speed in the back roads of California to see how the airflow went. But anyway, it had but this perfect wing, this perfect laminar airfoil was very much disrupted by ice. Yes. And so ice was one of the major problems over the hump. And so this is why the plane was greatly feared. It was also a 4-engine aircraft, and that was very new and means double the complication. And once again, we come back to the pilots not being the fully trained, cream of their class, as it were, and that this was very daunting to have to come in and take these aircraft.
And the Davis wing was not a very robust structure either. It was prone to...
It flapped, didn't it?
Yes, that's right. It was prone to... Yeah. There's a great story of a C-87 that's hauling some pilots back from the UK to the United States because they could carry personnel in it as well. And the pilot ran into some weather. They were about 10,000 feet. The pilots were on oxygen, and then they had to climb over the weather, so they go to 12, 13, 14, 15,000 feet, and the pilot forgot he had live humans in the back. Unfortunately, one guy came forward and said, "Hey, you knucklehead, we're dying back here." And some few choice words were exchanged in the story that I heard. But let's talk a little bit about that flight across the hump. Can you write very vividly about that experience, and I'd like to, if you could.
There's a passage, I think you'd mentioned that might be good to read, so I will take my cue here. So this is as they take off in Assam. There's a great deal before this and a great deal afterwards, but this just gives you a flavor. Ahead lay the runway, black, bordered with uncertain lights and often vanishing into mist. What happened next depended on great part on that particular day's weather and the particular pilot's temperament. If ground fog obscured the end of the runway, there might be delays. To go or not was each pilot's discretion. Meanwhile, jeeps stationed along the positioned aircraft were on alert to clear the runway of any roaming cattle hidden in the mist. Pilot and crew had little idea of what lay ahead beyond the veil of fog and the line of hills immediately before them, as the weather reports they'd received from incoming pilots were by now irrelevant. Clear conditions could change within hours into ice-bearing storms, and all that a pilot really knew of the weather was what he saw above his head. And that leads me, I think it would be nice, this is a report of a flight. Those are my words, these are the words of an actual pilot, and so in a sense should be more potent. And there are many of these. A wonderful thing, the Hump Pilots Association was a great source of reminiscences and memoirs and so on, as were privately printed memoirs, or sometimes family members had found their father's diary and privately printed these. So there's a great many of these stories, as well as in Army Air Force's records. 29 September 1943, C-87, number 0555. This aircraft encountered severe icing conditions and dropped from 20,000 feet to 13,000 feet in an uncontrollable descent. This is the pilot's report. The pilot ordered the rest of the crew to bail out. Meanwhile, he struggled to regain control of the gyrating ship, was unable to do so, moved towards the escape hatch. On the way, he saw the navigator lying unconscious on the floor, but was unable to aid him as he fought the centrifugal force which prevented him from leaving the doomed plane. He jumped finally, and as he was drifting down, he saw the plane blow up in midair. Lieutenant Holmes, the pilot, spent 26 days of rain, cold, and hunger in the jungle before arriving at a native village in the Naga Hills. Delirious and physically exhausted, he was led to a food station by the friendly Nagas.
Let's talk about the men. And you used the term in the book called humpitis. And what does that encompass, and what's the connotation there?
So humpitis was the pilot's colloquial term for what we would call, I guess, a kind of PTSD. But it was a recognized psychiatric disorder. In the final year of the Air Force's neuropsychiatric report of the war, there's a special appendix concerning the psychiatric afflictions of pilots who fly the hump route to China. And this was a collapse, I guess you could say, of morale, of nerves. I mean, it's hard to think the best way I can describe it, I'm not a good flyer, by the way. I don't like flying. And I try and, there was one time when I fly with my partner, we have, it's a small plane, and we have a pulse oximeter, which he uses to check that oxygen, he checks everything. This is like the third level of backup. But it also gives you the pulse. And my pulse heading into clouds was 140, just to give you an idea. So I try and transfer that and think of what it would be like to get up every day you had to earn 650 hours to earn your passage home. That adds up to many flights, round-trip flights across the hump. And you get up, and the weather's bad, and you know you're going to be on instruments, and you know the peaks are there, and you know there's nothing you can do about it, and you're kind of helpless at the controls. And it just was very, very wearing, and many pilots cracked. And so one way that this was treated was to give, they had rest camps in the jungle, which were meant to be sort of like resort type things where you could go and fish and play volleyball, and it was all very comfortable and so on and so forth. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Still the jungle. There were still tigers around. There were still, snakes that came in. But many people just appreciated, if you will, the gesture, the break, the normal activities like doing a few sports and so on and so forth. And so sometimes that worked. When it didn't, there was another resource was to give the pilots sort of ground crew tasks. And this was actually a very cruel thing to do because they were very visible on the base. And it was unclear to me whether it was a punishment or a reprieve, and perhaps a little bit of both. but it marked you as somebody whose nerve had broken and had failed on the one hand, plus you were there as a visible reminder to all the other pilots that there was, you know, good pilots broke, so that wasn't, you know, perhaps that useful. But one of in the psychiatric report is like a distillation of the hump experience, because it itemizes very crisply all the things that cause this crippling fear. Okay, mistrust of the aircraft, mistrust of the weather, the legend of the hump, because the legend was building and building, and every new pilot who came in was told, oh my God, you know, you won't believe how bad it is, and so on and so forth. But the other thing was the knowledge of the final disposition of the supplies that they were flying to China. And that was a very big question, because a lot of them ended up in stores in Kunming, a lot of them ended up on the black market, and an unmeasured amount ended up in Japanese hands, where they were traded across the border by various you know, commanders or individuals who were in contact with the Japanese. But there were certainly reports of, for example, medical supplies being flown out that somehow ended up in Shanghai, in Japanese occupied Shanghai. And the pilots used to say that one of the reasons they were so rarely attacked, they lost very few aircraft to enemy attack, I think less than 5%. And most of that occurred in 1 month in October of 1943, where 12 aircraft were lost, most on the ground. But one of the reasons that the pilots cynically said that they weren't bombed was that it was better for the Japanese that they continue their flight and deliver the goods than not.
That reminds me of a quote from Harry Truman after the war, and he says, providing aid to China is like pouring sand in a rat hole. That's the way only Harry can say it. I'm going to ask you one more question before we'll go to questions. But you talked about humpitis, and in your book you talk about an individual pilot who refuses to fly.
There's an individual pilot who refuses to fly at night. And this was, it's remarkable. It's one of these, from a research point of view, is a very satisfying story, because it was possible to find, I found the commander of the particular airbase was William Barksdale, and it traced his son, who very kindly gave me his father's diary. There were some court-martial reports that gave very detailed accounts of the question and answer and who the other participants were who bore witness. One of those pilots who bore witness had left an oral history in the Museum of the Pacific War, and so it was possible to sort of piece together this kind of small piece of theater. But he had been, he had been a charter pilot of a small plane company, like two-plane company, in Palm Beach, and he flew wealthy people here and there, and that was his most experience. And then he'd come into the Army, and he was given a job flying a supply route from not across the hump, but actually from the US to India. And then he comes to the hump, and he makes complaints, and every measure is given to him to sort of take a break, take 2 weeks, then you come back, and he then says, he sort of draws a line, and he says he wants to quit before it's too late, too late. This is his insistence. And he says that he's seen 2 planes blow up in midair. And I believe this is true, because it's possible to look the date that this happened and then the kind of tally of known aircraft disasters. And there was at least one I could see that would have been within the timeline, within the place. And so I believe that he may have actually seen it, or would certainly have heard of it. And then he puts his foot down and he says, I'll fly, but not at night. And so the court-martial is held. He's found guilty, and he's stripped of his pay, and obviously his, he's booted out of the Army, and he's sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. And I tried to track it from there. I got as far as an appeals case that his wife held, and then the trail kind of runs out, and I leave him in a penitentiary somewhere in upstate New York.
Yeah, he's a guy who obviously doing his duty, but a very dangerous one, and taking its mental and emotional toll on him.
Yeah.
So with that, I think I'm going to open the floor for questions. Jeremy, I will turn it over to you.
We're going to go to the front row to your left, please.
I would assume they had to haul fuel from the takeoff point to the destination to refuel to get back home?
Yes.
What was the efficiency of that haulage? How many gallons of fuel to haul 1 gallon of fuel to refuel?
It was highly inefficient. It took 3 flights to fuel one, to deposit enough for one other flight. And there's a very interesting memo at early in this campaign where Roosevelt sort of says he's sort of discussing the number of aircraft that will be allotted to this operation. And then he backtracks and he says he had misread. He transposed the numbers. He thought that one flight produced enough fuel for 3 flights, not the other way around. And so then he says, okay, well, we'll need more aircraft. But just that one point shows how very, very difficult this was. And this is just, and as General Arnold says, so once the fuel arrives in Kunming, does it just stay in Kunming? What then? It's meant to be dispersed, and we didn't even get into Claire Chennault's assertion that if you give him the planes in 6 months, he'll be invading Japan, by the way, and that there are all these airfields all ready to go, and that, and Arnold says, but to get to the point where you could reach Japan is 1,500 miles away, and there's no ground transport. There's no way to haul the fuel from Kunming to anywhere. And the next airfield that you need is 450 to 750 miles away. How is this going to work? How do we even disperse it? Where's the infrastructure to disperse it? So, and that's even before you get into ideas of sort of bombing campaigns to go on further, where the B-24s were hauling their own fuel over to stockpile. Eventually, they stockpile them in India because they realize it's not safe in China. There's no ground protection in China. But the whole thing is a logistical nightmare in that regard. It's just hauling fuel. And this is something else. It's a good question because you remind me what I should have said. This is aircraft packed, overloaded with aviation gas. And there were, one of the reasons maybe planes blew up in mid-flight were because, sometimes the crew said they could smell the fuel, so they knew that something wasn't right. And all of the crew, they were equipped, if you can believe it, with heaters with open flames in the C-46. So they decided they'd rather be cold than use that. But there were even concerns about using, some of the radio equipment with, electrical sparks and so forth. So the answer is it was very inefficient.
Yeah. And they had the same problem once the B-29s were in theater, trying to provide enough fuel for that bombing campaign. It's a complete fiasco trying to get enough fuel there for a fleet.
Next question is to your right, towards the back with Connie, please.
Hi, I really enjoyed your lecture, and I think it's an underrepresented part of the war. I was curious about the type of Lend-Lease Chiang Kai-shek and his army was receiving compared to other nations that were also receiving Lend-Lease, and what proportion of Lend-Lease was the Chinese receiving?
What portion of the
total Lend-Lease, like what percentage, and what type of specific goods were they receiving?
So of the total Lend-Lease, you've stumped me. It's not a large figure given what's going to the British and the Soviets, by the way. But what's remarkable is how the whole picture shifts. So initially, the supplies that are brought in are for China. And it's very vague what is to be done with them. They're given to Chiang Kai-shek on the understanding that he will make use of them. Then we start what I was not able to talk to. I do go into detail in the book, but not able to in the time here, is the Burma campaign. which was essentially an attempt to, a military campaign to cover the building of a new Burma road, another landline to China. And that required a percentage of the supplies that had been sent to China. So General Stilwell claims that percent to run his operation. Then you get Brigadier General Chennault in China with the 14th Air Force that's competing with Stilwell for his supply of the supplies being brought to China. So it's remarkable how what was intended as this kind of gesture with unspecified application as a sign of goodwill devolves into a very vicious struggle by two American generals for their share. And the for China sort of gets very little. And so at that point, you're sort of getting the lion's share goes to eventually to Stilwell, the rest essentially goes to Chennault, and very little is left for much else. In terms of how much gets through, those estimates vary widely. At a minimum, 25% was peeled off to the black market in one way or another, and most estimates are much higher, like over 50%. Some of this was reckoned if the Burma Road, the original Burma Road, was studied quite closely during its time of operation, with people riding it, both British and American, trying to analyze how much was getting through and so on. And it had been seen to be mostly a conduit for black market traffic at that point. So a lot of this knowledge was then, as it were, superimposed on the supply line, the later supply line, both air and the Lido Road to China, sort of trying to figure out how much possibly was getting through.
Next question's going to go to Dr. Mueller in the front here.
Yes, let me just first thank you for what is just a magnificent contribution to understanding the CBI and the Burma theater. It has no wonder that you have so many bestsellers, and this is certainly one of them. And it has an epic and a magisterial quality to it that I found astonishing, especially the assault of the Japanese and the fleeing of the populations away, and it's really a cliffhanger of a story as well as inside the planes. So congratulations to a great work.
Thank you.
Perhaps you could tell this very dramatic story of the flight into see Chiang Kai-shek with Eric Sevareid and the military diplomatic delegation. It's a hair-raising story, and could have changed the course of the war if you just tell the story. Thank you.
There was, so one of the things that was, this did indeed change how some of the dynamics in the theater. So many of you may remember, I hope you know the name Eric Sevareid means something to this audience, but he was one of the great reporters. His book, there's so many good books that I got to read for this research, but his book, Not So Wild a Dream, which is his memoir, is absolutely fantastic. I mean, he's everywhere. He's in Italy, he's on the Rhine, but he's also, as it turns out, flying the hump from one of the air bases, the main air base, Chabua, on a beautiful clear day in a C-46 going to Kunming, where he's going to sort of do the obligatory kind of press conference. All the reporters hated it because they were so heavily censored, they couldn't report on what they were, seeing anyway. But anyway, he's there with a delegation. He's got State Department officials. He's got Chinese generals. He's got some civilians. It's a big deal, about 21 passengers. And they, flying on this beautiful day, take off from Chabua, and he's reading his notes. And suddenly one of the flight crew comes back and says, we're going to need you to throw your luggage out the plane. And so his first thought is, my suitcase, you know, my beautiful suitcase that I got in New York before I left. And so he watches in disbelief as just things are thrown out. And then there's a pause, and then the crew chief comes back and says, right, we need all of you to get into your parachutes. And he can't, it's such a good account because this happened all the time. It just didn't happen with such a fine writer who was also a civilian and able to give the general reader a keen appreciation of what this moment would be like. And he watches as people jump out, and he's in utter disbelief. It's like a dream. He can't accept it. The plane is still flying. They're still in the air. It can't be going to happen. He should stay with it. And then finally the plane gives a lurch, and he realizes there's only about 2 or 3 other people in the aircraft, and he dives headfirst out of the aircraft. And he doesn't remember pulling the chute, but he knows he does because he comes, there it is. And he arrives down somewhere in the Burma scrub of the Burma jungle. Everybody jumps out. Everybody survives except the co-pilot. And he watches the plane explode on contact somewhere down below him on a hill. And there they are now in Burma. And one of the good things was that the weather was clear. And this meant other aircraft overflying what was called the aluminum trail at that point, had looked down and seen what had happened, seen the aircraft explode. So the position was noted, and very shortly there was just this flood of goods that were descended from an aircraft that was sent for them. And Severide sort of notes them, you know, it's like 101 pairs of socks, you know, something undershirts. He eventually is getting Agatha Christie novels to read. You know, just supplies just come pouring down. And in great part, this is because, as you can imagine, the panic back at Chabua, that it's like, oh my God, we've got the most infamous reporter in the world, as well as State Department officials, Chinese generals. They've all just jumped out of one of our aircraft. That doesn't look good. And so there's then notes come down. Do not move. You are in one of the hostile Naga areas. Now, the Naga were traditionally headhunters. And during the British had suppressed that practice as well as human sacrifice, but they'd not suppressed it so well that there weren't relics around. So you could go to villages, and there are pictures of this time, you know, where all the skulls are hung outside the houses. Interestingly, you didn't have to be an enemy to have your head taken. You just needed to be somebody. So women and children were often taken, and slaves were sacrificed, the head taken. That's just an anthropological footnote. But anyway, so Severide, so now suddenly Don Flickinger is this remarkable medic, parachutes in to take charge of them. He sort of comes down from heaven. And he starts delegating. You're in charge of supplies. Severide, you keep a log, you do this. And everybody feels more secure with this presence. But basically, they're told to just wait because the Saba of Mokdang is going to come out and lead them out. And so they wait. And finally, the Sahib of Mokdang strolls out. He's a young British political officer who's dressed in shorts and a powder blue polo shirt with a long cigarette holder, and has made the 85-mile march over up and down terrain, you know, within a remarkably short period of time. And he's got something like 400 bearers at his back who are going to sort of help get them out. He's also brought his, Severide says he resembles the actor Leslie Howard, you know, so we sort of have this image. And so anyway, they're led out over 2 weeks through very rough terrain. finally come in, and then at when they finally get into India and sort of safe harbor, they're met by this flock of American press agents. And Severide, who's sort of on crutches and very thin at this point, says, the adventurous spirit of American journalism has not been lost, because he was quite scathing about these people who sort of rolled out for the big story at the end. But anyway, the practical outcome of this was that suddenly the US Army Air Forces realized there was a big problem with people bailing out. There had always been a big problem with people bailing out. And now they needed to set up a dedicated search and rescue team. The first search and rescue team had kind of been an ad hoc group. They were the Detachment 101 that you've heard of in one of the other talks, who had been sent to go in behind Japanese lines. They were the precursor of the OSS, and this was their first mission actually in Burma. And they had arrived and realized when they arrived that they had spy cameras and all kinds of spyware, but they didn't speak any language, didn't know there were different dialects, didn't know the people, didn't know the terrain. So there was a period of sort of being a little out of their depth. And also they had no aircraft to go behind enemy lines. They're meant to be dropped behind enemy lines, and nobody had assigned them an aircraft. And so they made an offer to the Army, which is that if you give us one plane, if you give us one, I think it was C-47, we will look for downed airmen. And they reckoned that they saved 25 to 35% of airmen who were down. And that was with one plane, one little group whose main job was meant to be operating behind the Japanese lines, but this was kind of a sideline. And that's all there had been. And so finally, after the so-called Severide story, as it was called, there's a dedicated search and rescue unit. And that provided great peace of mind to the airmen, just knowing that there were people geared, volunteering, geared, ready to go out and look for them.
And that's just one of the great stories in Skies of Thunder by Caroline Alexander. Thank you, John. Thank you, Caroline. So now we finish our time here in the Arcadia Ballroom of the Higgins Hotel. Please do bring all of your gear with you. For those of you who are Patriot Circle members, thank you for your support, and our reception is beginning right now. Over in the stage door canteen, you will enter the museum campus through the firehouse doors. Tonight, for the closing banquet, we will open doors at 6:15, and you will also enter through the firehouse exit. Let's join Caroline and John over at the book signing table. And for you Patriot Circle members, see you at the reception. 5 o'clock for that. Thank you.